The Dragonblood Legion had finished consolidating their realms. After their vacation where they relaxed, Mengqi, Chu Yao, Gu Yang, and the others had vaguely touched the barrier of comprehending life and death. Their comprehension of life and death grew clearer with every passing day. That was thanks to Liu Ruyan. The yin-yang energy left by the yin-yang immortal grass had many aspects corresponding to life and death. However, every person's comprehension and understanding of life and death was different. Every person had to rely on themselves. Many of the Dragonblood warriors were still in a hazy state when it came to comprehending life and death. This was a tough process that couldn't be rushed. Just as Elder Long had said, haste would only slow them down. After this adjustment, the Dragonblood warriors' comprehension speed ended up increasing. "Boss, we're ready." Before Long Chen said anything, Xuanhuan already opened his mouth. "Loudmouth, you made me forget what I was saying," cursed Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors laughed. Gu Yang cried out, "Boss, the Dragonblood warriors live for battle. Our blood's boiling already." "Fine, then I won't say anything. Let's move out." Long Chen waved his hand. Kuei Yuzhu and the others were already prepared, and summoning their true bodies, they brought the Dragonblood warriors flying toward the yin-yang world. There were still many days until the seal broke, but Long Chen wanted to prepare things in advance. Upon arriving, they saw that many people had set up camp in the distance. It seemed that they had been waiting here for a while now. "Fuck, they all came here to watch the show. Are we dancing monkeys?" cursed Xuanhuan. "Not all of them. This isn't a game. If we can't hold on, the other major powers will be forced to take action. The blood race cannot be allowed to break through," said Long Chen. At that time, Elder Long had already put it clearly. If he failed, then his reward would be gone. Long Chen was allowed to retreat at any time and allow others to block for him. However, that matter was not to be mentioned to the rest of the world. He was to keep that to himself. If he could pull it off, then good. If he couldn't, then he shouldn't force himself. Long Chen had only agreed because he had a way out. It could be said that these conditions were very favorable to him. When the Dragonblood Legion arrived, it caused a ruckus. Various experts flew out from their camps to look at Long Chen. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I believe in you. You are the strongest warrior of the martial heaven continent. Just this heroism is something no one else can compare to," declared one of the righteous experts. "Who else can remain calm facing the endless blood race? This heroism for the martial heaven continent, it is comparable to the sovereigns." Many righteous experts began to cheer Long Chen on. That was because many of the sects that had betrayed the martial heaven alliance were now essentially empty places. Their elite disciples had left to rejoin the martial heaven alliance. That was because of Yi Lingxian's promise. As long as they swore to fight for the lives of the continent, then the martial heaven alliance's doors would be open to them. The battle in front of the yin-yang world had shown the true faces of the major powers. For some personal profit, the leaders of many sects had been bought by Pill Valley, making them betray the martial heaven alliance. So many people had been bought that even the martial heaven virtue tablet had been suppressed. Thinking of that, the disciples of those sects were filled with regret. They hated the higher-ups of their sects for their selfishness and stupidity. In comparison, they felt Long Chen and Yi Lingxian to be of unshakable integrity. Even in the face of such opposition, they had not cowered. Facing the coalition army, facing the sea demon army, facing the emperor's heroic spirits, he had never frowned. He had faced them all bravely, unafraid of death, and this aspect had profoundly touched these disciples. They were all cultivators, who didn't have dreams, who didn't want to be a hero. Those disciples no longer wished to stay in their sects and live as opportunists seeking nothing but profit. They had left their sects after the battle and joined the martial heaven alliance. Some of the disciples from one sect had been surrounded by the experts of their sect and forced to submit. In their rage, those disciples had actually chosen to self-detonate. That news had shaken the righteous path. On that very day, Yi Lingxian had gone to that sect and killed the ones who had surrounded those disciples. She had taken back the corpses of those disciples. At the time, Yi Lingxian had said that any disciples who had the martial heaven alliance in their hearts were disciples of the martial heaven alliance. If anyone dared to interfere in their freedom, the martial heaven alliance would immediately tear down that sect. Yi Lingxian had truly shocked people on that day. All the ones who had participated in stopping the disciples, including the sect leader, were personally killed by her. Pill Valley had sent people ahead of time, but Yi Lingxian had pointed her sword at those people, stating that this matter was a private matter of the righteous path, and if anyone dared to interfere, the Martial Heaven Alliance would not mind going to war. The experts from Pill Valley were scared away. After all, Lingshan was not gianting. Who knew what she might do? From then onward, some of the sects that had betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance began to ask to rejoin, but they were all rejected by Lingshan. Her reasoning was that the Martial Heaven Alliance had given them 2 chances. The first rejection could be blamed on ignorance, but the second rejection was unforgivable. The Martial Heaven Alliance would never accept them again, so they could go back to their own homes. If they were bullied by others, they had better think of their own ways of dealing with it. Lingshan's gentle and tough methods combined had made it so the sects no longer dared to stop their disciples. They could only urge the latter to stay based on loyalty. However, the majority of those disciples were too disappointed in their sects, and so they chose to leave. They chose a new life. Staying there didn't let them see any hope. Lingshan's methods had made Jianying sigh emotionally. She sighed over how she had grown old. The older she grew, the more cautious she was. But youngsters had the drive to dare to do anything. A leader needed that courage. She finally felt ready to leave her position to Lingshan. Even as countless righteous experts were filled with worship at the sight of Chen and the Dragonblood Legion, a voice of dissent could be heard. It's his own fault, and it's simply a matter of course for him to deal with the consequences. How did that become being a hero in your mouths? Isn't the reason he's coming out because he feels guilty? If he didn't feel guilty, would he come out? The speaker was someone from the ancient family alliance. As soon as he said this, countless sharp sword-like gazes pierced into him. If looks could kill, he'd have been turned into minced meat. He had intentionally spoken loudly so that everyone could hear him. That included Chen and the others. Chen looked at him. He was an Empyrean. His manifestation had awakened, but it was not a heaven's soul manifestation, and his spirit blood had not awakened. Seeing Chen looking his way, he sneered, fearlessly continuing, "What are you looking at? Am I not allowed to speak the truth? It's trouble that you caused, so you should clean it up. Do you need others to praise you for this? What, you want to kill me to silence the truth? Don't forget, the continent is in a ceasefire. The heavenly divine writ has already been issued. Do you dare to go against the heavenly divine writ?" Chen slowly raised his hand and pointed a finger at that person, stunning everyone. That was a clear sign he was about to kill. That person immediately panicked, shouting, "I'm just saying the truth. If you kill me, it will be a public provocation of the divine families. Boss, such a minor figure isn't worth you personally handling. This little one is willing to handle him." Xuanhuan stepped forward, not waiting for Chen to reply. He appeared in front of that person in an instant. Chen had been intent on killing this loathsome fellow. He didn't care about people's misunderstandings about him, and he didn't care to explain himself. But every person had a temper, and the Pill Sovereign's will within him was especially easy to provoke. However, he hadn't expected Xuanhuan to be even faster than him. The most shocking thing was that Xuanhuan didn't even have his armor on. It was unknown just how he was doing this. Xuanhuan arrived in front of that guy in an instant, his left hand punching toward his nose. But that person reacted quickly, twisting back, dodging. The unexpected thing, though, was that Xuanhuan's punch was a fake. His right hand was the true attack, and it slapped that person across the face. Chen and the others were shocked. When did Xuanhuan become an expert in close-range battle? Without his armor, his combat power should be essentially zero. That person was dizzy from being slapped. Before he could recover, Xuanhuan grabbed his hair. "Who let you talk crap?" Xuanhuan smashed his knee into that person's face 3 times in a row, causing a crunching sound that made people wince. That person's head almost exploded. When did Xuanhuan become so amazing? Gu Yang and the others stared in shock, as if they didn't recognize Xuanhuan. How was he so powerful without his armor? His movements were free and flowing. It was like he was a true master. "Xuanhuan noticed many flaws in his armor from the last fight," said Xia Chen. "He found many areas where his soft armor was sluggish when joining with his battle armor. After going back, he changed many parts of his soft armor and added some special runes based on Boss's fighting style. Doesn't Xuanhuan's current fighting style look a bit similar to Boss's?" Hearing that explanation, everyone came to a sudden understanding. No wonder Xuanhuan's movements looked a bit familiar. It truly did look a bit similar to Chen's fighting style, so he was imitating the boss. Boom! Xuanhuan sent that person flying with a kick. Looking down on him from above, he arrogantly said, "I, Xuanhuan, will not kill some nameless fool. Report your name so I can see if you're qualified for me to kill you. Chapter 22, 33 Shen Jingfeng. How brazen! Who dares to kill people during the ceasefire of the heavenly divine writ? Just at this moment, a group of people appeared wearing robes of the divine family's outer branches. They were all Nether Passage elders and gloomy-faced. They were looking coldly at Long Chen. Long Chen, don't be foolish. If you dare to kill people indiscriminately, you will force us to subdue you under the heavenly divine writ, warned one of those elders. Ha 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 ha. The disciple of the ancient family alliance pointed at Xuanhuan and cursed. Just a dog also dares to shout. Weren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want to kill me? Then come. The arrival of the divine families, outer branches made the disciple feel like he had a backer strong enough for him to be arrogant. Boss, what do we do? Demanded Xuanhuan furiously. Long Chen icily replied, do you even need to ask? Is the Dragonblood Legion ever afraid? Kill him, kill whoever blocks you. Arrogance? The elders were infuriated. But before they could do anything, Xuanhuan transformed into a streak of light that appeared in front of the disciple. His speed was even greater than when he had first moved. That disciple was horrified, not expecting that Long Chen would dare to kill him with even the outer branches of the divine families appearing. He barely had time to take out a divine item before being cut in two. Blood splashed. His head was cut off by Xuanhuan's saber. Holding his head, Xuanhuan returned to Long Chen's side. His movements were very clean. Everyone had to admit that the current Xuanhuan looked quite suave. Elder Xiaofeng, save me, cried that disciple's head. That shout made Long Chen's gaze turn even colder. He looked at the head elder, while that elder's expression immediately changed. However, he forced himself to remain calm, and he shouted, Long Chen, release him or don't blame us for not being courteous. Long Chen directly pressed a finger against that disciple's forehead and conducted his soul search. That disciple's soul twisted and tore itself apart. He was dead. Long Chen had actually ignored their warning and the heavenly divine writ, shocking the various righteous experts. Just what was he planning on doing? Long Chen. The elders' expressions completely changed. Long Chen was publicly challenging the dignity of the divine families. Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll kill you all, shouted Long Chen, his killing intent overflowing. His killing intent was so powerful that even these elders shivered. His gaze was like a blade. Looking at the one called Zhao Feng, he demanded, speak, why would you target me? Through his soul search, he learned that this person had only provoked him because Zhao Feng had told him to. He was the one behind this. Long Chen had just come to an agreement with the divine families, and they already did something like this to him. Just what were they doing? What are you talking about? Shouted Zhao Feng, his voice shuddering in the face of Long Chen's killing intent. You refuse to say? Then we can do a soul search. Long Chen stepped forward. The other elders were infuriated. They didn't know what was going on, but to attack members of the outer branches of the divine families was an insult to all of them. They unleashed attacks. They were third-step Nether Passage experts, but as soon as they tried to stop Long Chen, they revealed their true power. They were truly a group of people with empty realms. They had the cultivation base but not the corresponding power. With a single punch, those elders were blasted back, coughing up blood. They almost died from that single punch. HMPH, a bunch of old sticks raised like princes. You dare to stop my boss, truly courting death. Gu Yang and the others sneered, so these elders were nothing more than decoration. They weren't true experts. Zhao Feng crushed a teleportation talisman in his terror, but before the talisman could take effect, Long Chen had grabbed his neck, holding him like a chicken. Speak, why did you target me? I'll give you one chance or I'll use a soul search. Long Chen's finger was already pressed against Zhao Feng's forehead. Just at this moment, yellow liquid flowed out of Zhao Feng's pants. The experts present looked at each other oddly. This previously supreme and arrogant expert of the outer branches of the divine families had pissed himself in fear. A bad smell filled the air. Long Chen almost blasted Zhao Feng to pieces, but it seemed that Zhao Feng had some status, so Long Chen didn't want to kill him before being sure of what had happened. Are you speaking? Demanded Long Chen. I'll tell. Zhao Feng was just opening his mouth when the sky twisted. A giant formation disk appeared along with tens of thousands of experts. Experts of the divine families. Startled cries rang out. These people were wearing robes of the divine families. Although they were also third-step Nether Passage experts, their auras were 10 times more condensed than these elders. Long Chen, what is going on? A middle-aged man gloomily walked out. He was tall and broad-shouldered and had a square face with sideburns. His gaze was sharp and bright, giving Long Chen a sense of pressure. This was Long Chen's first time feeling such a strong pressure from a third-step nether passage expert. This person had to be extremely powerful. "May I ask who you are?" asked Long Chen cautiously. "I am Shen Qingfeng. I was sent by Elder Long to oversee the upcoming battle against the blood race. What are you doing? The battle hasn't even started and you're already killing people. Are you disregarding the divine families?" demanded Shen Qingfeng. Before Long Chen could speak, the other elders of the outer branches began to shout. Reporting to Elder Shen, we saw Long Chen acting wildly and unreasonable, disregarding the heavenly divine writ. "Shut up, I wasn't asking you." Shen Qingfeng glanced at them furiously, making them instantly shut up. Shen Qingfeng looked at Long Chen, looking like he required a reasonable explanation. There were also tens of thousands of nether passage experts behind him looking at Long Chen. They didn't say a word, but the killing intent coming from them was ice cold. Long Chen instantly realized that these people were the backup that the divine families had left for this place. If he couldn't defend this place or something unexpected happened, they would handle the blood race. However, the battle had yet to start. They had been summoned by a secret art from the outer branches, and seeing Long Chen holding the neck of one of the members of the outer branches, they were naturally angry. Long Chen answered, "Why are you asking me? I should be the one asking you. If the divine families have already agreed to place the Dragonblood Legion here, why are the divine families still making trouble for us? Why did you send someone to antagonize me? Do the divine families like using these kinds of sinister schemes?" "Who is using sinister schemes? Speak clearly. If you're just trying to tarnish the name of the divine families, then even if I have to be punished by Elder Long, I'll have to punish you first," said Shen Qingfeng coldly. "Since you're sent here by Elder Long, I'll trust you for now. I'll leave this person to you. You can ask him what he did," sneered Long Chen, tossing Zhao Feng to Shen Qingfeng. Shen Qingfeng grabbed him and frowned. The scene from Zhao Feng pissing himself irritated him. The face of the divine families had been lost by him. "Speak, what happened?" demanded Shen Qingfeng. Having escaped from Long Chen's devil grasp, Zhao Feng's guts grew again. He angrily said, "It was Long Chen indiscriminately killing someone." Shen Qingfeng directly slapped Zhao Feng, making his skin split open. Killing intent raged in his eyes. "If you still don't tell the truth, I'll be the one doing the soul search. I just came from the ancient battlefield and I don't want to hear your nonsense." Shen Qingfeng was an Earth Elder of the divine families. That was a high status, and he was actually the youngest of all the Earth Elders. He was also someone Elder Long had high aspirations for, or he wouldn't have sent him to guard this place. Shen Qingfeng was a true expert that had killed his way out of a pile of dead people. Could Zhao Feng really hide his spiritual fluctuations from him? To lie in front of him even after all this, Shen Qingfeng was a hair away from killing Zhao Feng himself. Zhao Feng shuddered and almost pissed himself again. His voice quivered as he said, "It was Elder Yi's orders. I was to find some way to antagonize Long Chen." "Which Elder Yi?" Shen Qingfeng's expression changed. "Elder Yi Yachen." Shen Qingfeng's expression grew uglier once more, and he suddenly slapped Zhao Feng with such force that he exploded. The other elders were stunned. Even now, they didn't understand what was going on. They did know an Elder Yi Yachen. He was also an Earth Elder, but why would he target Long Chen? After killing Zhao Feng, although Shen Qingfeng's expression was still gloomy, his killing intent had vanished. Turning to Long Chen, he had mixed emotions on his face. "Can we find some place to talk?" Chapter 22, 34 All living things are chess pieces. "I will represent the divine families in apologizing to you over this matter." Shen Qingfeng and Long Chen left the entrance to the yin-yang world and found a secluded place. Shen Qingfeng sighed. "Whether or not you apologize doesn't mean anything to me. What I want to know is why they would target me." "Who is Yi Yachen?" asked Long Chen. Shen Qingfeng hesitated. He shook his head. "This matter is too complicated. It is not convenient for me to say anything about it. But don't worry, Elder Long has a very high opinion of you. That's why he called me out of the ancient battlefield. But I can tell you this much. Take advantage of this chance. The Starfield Divine World is extremely important to Nether Passage experts. Before coming, I investigated you. There was one thing you said that I like. Cultivation is to live with dignity. But in this world, just living is already very difficult. As for living with dignity, that's even harder. Hence, work hard to obtain your spots in the Starfield Divine World this time. It will not only allow you to live longer, but it will also give your voice greater priority. Shen Qingfeng didn't directly talk about what had caused this. It seemed that it was taboo to him. "Then I want to know, if such a thing happens again, what will you do?" asked Long Chen. "Don't worry, I will warn them. Such a matter will definitely not occur within the short term," guaranteed Shen Qingfeng. It wouldn't happen in the short term, meaning it would happen in the future. Long Chen seemed to have grasped something. The waters in the interior of the divine families were very deep. "I don't like being a chess piece for others." Long Chen shook his head. Shen Qingfeng smiled. "Heaven and earth are the board, and all living things are the game pieces. All people have their own destiny set for themselves. Isn't working hard at cultivation means to get stronger to jump out of the chessboard and find a different destiny? Without power, you will not be qualified to jump out of the chessboard. No one can escape being a chess piece, except at the final moment where we see if a chess piece can escape its fate and become the player moving the pieces." Long Chen was startled and looked at Shen Qingfeng more closely. He hadn't expected him to have such a sharp view of the world. "Thank you for your advice." Long Chen cupped his fists. Shen Qingfeng shook his head. "You're too courteous. I was born at the wrong time and it has worn down my sharpness. A chess piece remains a chess piece, but you have maintained your sharpness. It seems that your character will not change, so there are only two possibilities. Either you manage to escape the board or you will be destroyed. I hope it's the former, so don't let any chances to get stronger slip by you. Opportunities lie within danger. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. It will depend on whether or not you can pass it or not." Long Chen nodded. He felt that Shen Qingfeng was not bad. The person that Elder Long had sent was similar to him. "How about you let this matter pass like this? Once you are stronger, you can handle it yourself," proposed Shen Qingfeng. "Since you put it this way, what can I say?" Long Chen shrugged. If he kept making a fuss about this matter, demanding an explanation from the divine families would be rude. Shen Qingfeng was clearly protecting him on this matter. Long Chen felt that the divine families definitely had people from outside the world. He didn't know their secrets. Perhaps this matter was related to their own internal conflict. Just as Shen Qingfeng said, quibbling over this was meaningless. In fact, forcing it might be unfavorable to him. Since Shen Qingfeng had said to let it go and wait until he was stronger to avenge it, Long Chen could only accept it. Shen Qingfeng smiled and turned to leave. However, after a few steps, he suddenly paused and looked back. The interior of the divine families is complicated, but Elder Long has always been impartial and is a true man. If you have difficulties, he will help you. Look after yourself. Long Chen nodded and cupped his fists. For Shen Qingfeng to actually say such a thing, he could be viewed as a friend. Shen Qingfeng left with his men, but not before scolding the people from the outer branches, saying not to activate the forbidden emergency signal for such unimportant matters. When one of them mentioned that Long Chen had gone against the heavenly divine writ, Shen Qingfeng sneered. The heavenly divine writ clearly stated that no one was allowed to attack Long Chen. Those attacks included words. After saying that, Shen Qingfeng left, leaving the members of the outer branches gloomy. "Hey, aren't you very arrogant? Keep being arrogant." Xuanhuan laughed at them. The people of the outer branches were nothing more than dogs of the true divine families. All they knew to do was use the prestige of their masters to intimidate others. The members of the outer branches trembled in fury. "What you? Did you not hear the words of your master? No one is allowed to attack the Dragonblood Legion. Even words can constitute an attack. Are you cursing me?" taunted Xuanhuan. The other experts that had come were all stunned. The divine families were actually so protective of Long Chen that they didn't even care about him killing members of the outer branches. They also saw that Zhao Feng had been used by someone else. It seemed that the one who had used him had quite a status, to the point that Shen Qingfeng was unable to do anything to them over this matter. This matter was settled like this. However, after this, no one dared to be the slightest bit disrespectful to Long Chen. Long Chen was unafraid of the divine families and no rules could restrict him. If they provoked him, that would purely be courting death. HMPH, the members of the outer branches turned to leave. "Hold it," Long Chen suddenly opened his mouth. What do you want? We haven't provoked you." Their expressions instantly changed. "The divine families told me they would send someone to cooperate with us." Long Chen sneered at their frightened appearance. They only knew how to bully the weak. Hearing that, those elders sighed with relief. One of them said, "We'll send someone later. I want them now. If you stall my important affairs, are you able to accept the consequences?" shouted Long Chen. He was worried about these old bastards stalling. "We'll arrange things within 2 hours," said the elder with no other choice. He really had been planning on dragging this out until Long Chen had to acknowledge them. The person that the divine families were sending was an expert on the blood race's history and combat power. They had to be skilled in differentiating the different members of the blood race and their divine abilities. That was very important to Long Chen. They weren't worried about Long Chen not coming to them for such an important asset, but Long Chen had easily seen through that little ploy. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, if you need anything from us, just ask." One of the Righteous Path's experts ran forward. "Yes, senior apprentice brother Long Chen, although we can't participate in the battle, whatever you need as support is no problem. We can do it." "That's right, we can help out. Please, senior apprentice brother Long Chen, don't be courteous. With such a huge battle coming, the Dragon Blood warriors should rest. Leave the work to us." More and more of the Righteous Path's experts ran over. Although they wore robes of their various sects, they all had the word Alliance embroidered on the front of their robes. They were all on the same side. Facing these people's ardent emotions, Long Chen smiled. "Many thanks, brothers. It just so happens we need to arrange some things and we might need your help. But let me say this first, there are no wages, but there's good wine and food." "Ha ha ha, all right. To drink with the Martial Heaven Continent's #1 Legion will be enough for me to brag for a lifetime." "All right then, brothers, we're going to rest. Once we discuss and confirm things, we can work together," said Long Chen. The righteous disciples returned to their tents excitedly, waiting for Long Chen's summons. Those tents were transportation formations capable of connecting to their sects. If anything happened, the experts from those sects could immediately come here as reinforcements. Long Chen didn't bother setting up a transportation formation. There was no need to. The cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race's experts didn't need much time at all to fly over. Long Chen walked over to the entrance of the yin-yang world. The space here was quivering, and the sovereign seal was already starting to dim. The inside was a mass of primal chaos. It was impossible to see through it. Xia Chen and Gu Ran got to work, surveying the terrain. They needed to make the most arrangements. During this battle, there could be no failure, as it would relate to the lives of the Dragon Blood warriors. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I was assigned to you by the 5th elder." Suddenly, a shy voice rang out. Long Chen looked back to see a short, slightly dark-faced woman standing nervously there. Long Chen instantly understood that the old idiots from the divine families had sent him a completely ordinary person to anger him. Those old fellows really were idiots. "Don't be afraid. Can I ask if those old fellows don't like me?" asked Long Chen. Chapter 22, 35 Indistinct History. The woman was uneasy at being asked that, but in the end she nodded. "Someone like that is able to be an elder. The higher-ups of the outer branches must be blind," sneered Long Chen. They wanted to play such a ridiculous game with him. This was far too immature for Long Chen. The woman was too nervous to even speak in front of Long Chen, afraid of angering him. "Tell me, do you understand the blood race?" "Yes," the woman seemed to have found some hope. "I was first place in history in the college." "The college?" Long Chen was startled. Through her explanation, Long Chen learned that she was called Li Jing and was someone with no background, no support to rely on within the outer branches. She had a bit of talent but was never given an important position. She was even squeezed out by others. To use her words, someone ugly with no background wasn't viewed favorably no matter how hard they worked. When she had been sent here to Long Chen's side, she had first been delighted, thinking that her efforts were finally being rewarded. Only when she saw the way that other people were looking at her did she sense something wrong. Then when she heard that the outer branches had created enmity with Long Chen, she understood that they had pushed her into a fiery pit. Unfortunately, the elders refused to let her run away, even saying that if she didn't do well, she would be expelled from the outer branches. She had come here knowing that she was most likely going to die. Hearing this, Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was he really so frightening? "I don't understand. If you're so afraid of death, why not leave? The world is so big, and you are a life star expert. You can live happily no matter where you go," said Long Chen. "I've never interacted with the outside world. I'm afraid." Li Jing lowered her head. She wasn't afraid of walking toward death, but was afraid of the foreign outside world. Long Chen couldn't quite comprehend that thinking. "You don't need to be afraid. Those old bastards might want to screw with me, but I won't make things hard on you. I've arranged things with the divine families to have someone with knowledge about the blood race with me in battle. Since you say you understand them, I'll trust you for now. Why don't you tell me about the blood race's history, their combat power, and their experts, said Long Chen. He was testing Li Jing. If she actually knew nothing about the blood race, he would immediately go to the outer branches and drag out those elders. He wouldn't stop until he had slapped them to the point that their heads reflected their dog-like nature. Hearing this, Li Jing brightened. She even seemed to grow more confident. The blood race comes from the blood pool starfield. They cultivate bloodline divine abilities, and powerful runes flow within their blood. Their blood contains all their power. Their realms aren't much different from those of the human race. The only difference is that the core of their power isn't in their dantians but in their hearts. Based on the records, they have 93 races with various talents. They can be roughly split into 3. Li Jing did seem to be a master of this particular knowledge, and she gave Long Chen a detailed explanation of the blood race. She knew how to differentiate them and what kind of special attacks they had. Which ones were specialized in physical power, which were specialized in spiritual attacks. She knew them all. Long Chen ended up gathering all the dragon blood warriors so that they could all listen. Only once they were familiar with their enemies could they come up with a strategy. Young lady, you're not bad. You know a lot, praised Long Chen. This Li Jing was truly useful. She not only knew history, but she even had some of her own opinions sprinkled in amongst her information, which related to their weaknesses. Although they had yet to even start fighting against the blood race, just relying on Long Chen's own experience and Li Jing's conjecture, they could come up with a battle plan. Many thanks for senior apprentice brother Long Chen's praise. All my years of studying are finally being useful. Hopefully, others won't laugh at me in the future. After talking with Long Chen for so long, she found that he wasn't as terrifying as what she had heard. She didn't sense any feeling of disgust toward her looks, and she found that not one member of the Dragonblood Legion looked down on her. They were all listening seriously. It seems that we need to thank those old fellows. Your knowledge is very useful for us, said Long Chen. My mother said that an ugly person has to study. It seems that she was right. Even Li Jing began to joke around in the Dragonblood Legion's lax atmosphere. Looks can't be eaten, but actual ability can. You don't need to sell yourself short. Plus, you aren't even ugly, said Long Chen. It was true, Li Jing wasn't ugly. She would probably be viewed as average. But in this world, there were many ways of improving one's looks. In a world of beautiful girls, she ended up appearing ugly. The fact that she didn't go around changing her looks showed that she had her own strong views about this. Dark Lady Cough, you don't mind if I call you this, right? Asked Xuanhuan awkwardly. Meng Qi and the others glared at Xuanhuan. Who would call someone by their shortpunt like this? It's fine, Dark Lady's a lot better than what I get called normally. Li Jing waved her hand. No, I just think Dark Lady makes us feel especially close, don't you think? Explained Xuanhuan. It's fine, you can all call me Dark Lady or Dark Girl, said Li Jing indifferently. That's right, everyone can call each other what you want. For example, that Baldy, you can call him Bald Brother or Big Brother Shiny. These two also have dark faces and you can call them Earth Brothers. As for my handsome and stylish self, you can call my big brother handsome. Gu Yang, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan imitated vomiting, making others laugh. Dark sister, why are you crying? I won't call you dark anymore if you don't like it. Li Jing is fine. Xuanhuan suddenly saw Li Jing crying. No, it's just, I have no friends, others only bullied me. Li Jing tried to hold back her crying. Li Jing had her own story. She had always been squeezed out of things amongst the outer branches. She was getting emotional with everyone joking around here. Dark sister, don't be afraid. I'll make you a powerful set of armor that will allow you to crush anyone who bullies you, promised Xuanhuan. No, Li Jing hastily waved her hand. Clearly she didn't like fighting. Long Chen glared at Xuanhuan, making him stop teasing this guileless woman. He waved his hand, sending Xuanhuan and the others back to work. Now that they knew more about the blood race, they could finish their preparations. When Long Chen was alone with Li Jing, he asked, I'm curious, why would the blood race attack the martial heaven continent? They want our root chi. The blood race has spirit blood, but it lacks spirit roots. If they take our spirit roots through some special methods, they can create their own spirit roots for themselves, just like how we refine them into immemorial essence blood, answered Li Jing. Only then did Long Chen understand. It felt that the blood race viewed the martial heaven continent as a pasture. They wanted their spirit roots. Then what do you know about the Devil Spirit Mountain's devil race? Asked Long Chen. I'm sorry, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Before coming, the elders warned me that I was only permitted to answer questions relating to the blood race. Everything else is forbidden. That's fine, I was just curious. It's not too important. Long Chen hastily comforted her, knowing that she felt bad. He wasn't about to force her to betray her orders. Long Chen continued asking about the blood race. He also asked about how Sovereign Mo Li had suppressed the blood race. According to Li Jing, back then, the blood race had occupied over 50% of the Central Plains. That battle had lasted over 10 years, with rivers of blood flowing. Sovereign Mo Li had risen at that time, charging to the peak of the martial path and leading the experts of the continent against the blood race. In the end, he killed the leader of the blood race and sealed the entrance to the yin-yang world. However, the passage between the two worlds had mysterious origins, and eventually, every now and then, the yang world would face the continent, allowing the continent's experts to enter the yin-yang world. The blood race used the yin-yang world as their garden, but the continent's experts had then started plucking their fruit. There were many inexplicable aspects about this, aspects that even Li Jing didn't know. The information within the ancient records had many holes that couldn't be explained with just logic. Even the divine family's history is incomplete, asked Long Chen. Long Chen was growing wary. Were the historical records really incomplete, or someone had intentionally concealed a portion of history to mislead people? Or was it that because of the sovereigns, there were many things that couldn't be exposed? Long Chen felt that this world was hiding far too many secrets. Just as Long Chen and Li Jing were talking, more and more experts gathered here. Xia Chen and Xuanhuan had already discussed it and wanted to start setting up their arrangements. During this battle, there couldn't be the slightest mistake. Chapter 22:36 Everyone pitching in. Brothers, work hard. There'll be wine and meat at night. Xuanhuan and Xia Chen were directing the Righteous Path's experts who had come to help. They had built giant crisscrossing channels in the earth so deep that they required earth cultivators to strengthen and stabilize. Every channel had dozens of formations set up within it. Originally, this work was supposed to be left for the Dragonblood warriors, but with such a big battle coming, the Dragonblood warriors needed to focus and prepare themselves to make sure they stayed in their peak state. It just so happened that since many people wanted to help, they could rest. Furthermore, if Long Chen rejected them, it would be rude. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, aren't you afraid that some of these people don't have good intentions? Li Jing had become Long Chen's attendant. Seeing Long Chen using strangers for such important work, she couldn't help giving him a warning. If there was the slightest slip or hole in a formation, it could cause a catastrophe. Long Chen smiled. Kindness is rare. We're only letting them do the most basic work. The details will all be left to Xia Chen and Xuanhuan to complete. Furthermore, such an intricate grand formation requires over 10 full inspections and various tests to confirm its perfection. If Li Jing could think of it, then Long Chen could as well. Although the current righteous path had reached an unprecedented unity, with so many people, no one dared to say that there weren't some undercover agents. When Long Chen had asked Xia Chen if it was possible for someone to mess with his formations during the building process, Xia Chen had directly and arrogantly said that if someone was capable of such a thing right under his gaze, he would have to kowtow and beg to become their apprentice. Since Xia Chen was so confident, Long Chen was happy to let the Dragonblood warriors rest. They still had plenty of time. After a day of work, they could drink. As a result, these righteous disciples ended up celebrating to a crazy extent. The meat they were eating belonged to peak 12th rank magical beasts. The wine that they were drinking came from the Wine God Palace. It had to be known that the Wine God Palace's wine was something that they hadn't dared to even dream of being able to taste. This wine contained its own special realms inside. When drinking it, they only dared to sip it slowly to fully savor it. As for the wine that Long Chen had gotten out of Tu Qiansheng, it was so intense that one disciple ended up catching fire after drinking it, scaring the others into not daring to try it. They worked during the day and drank during the night. They could even talk and laugh with a peerless expert like Long Chen. These righteous disciples had never dreamed of such a thing. As for the experts that had come from other powers, they could only swallow their saliva as the scents of wine and meat drifted their way. They didn't dare to make a sound. After one night, more righteous experts came running over to offer their help. Some of those disciples had sent news back to their sects that there was wine to drink and meat to eat here. They could even listen to Long Chen's comprehension about cultivation. Hence, the righteous path's disciples flocked to this place. Some even exited seclusion just to come over. You're all not cultivating. Long Chen was startled to see the number of righteous disciples that had run over. There were over 800,000 of them. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we came to work. I heard there's wine and meat, plus we can hear you expound on the Tao. That's way better than cultivating, said one person excitedly. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, don't worry, if there are too many of us we won't eat or drink your meat and wine. Just helping you is enough. Seeing so many of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples, Long Chen bitterly smiled. Rather than properly cultivating, you came over here to eat and drink. If Yi Lingshan knew this, wouldn't she choke me to death? It's fine. I already said that they could open their stomachs until you're destitute. Suddenly, Yi Lingshan walked over like a fairy, surrounded by a group of experts. Long Chen was surprised that Yi Lingshan had also come. He hastily went over, putting on an act. This lowly Long Chen greets the Great Alliance head. At this time, Yi Lingshan had already put her hair into a bun, indicating that it wouldn't be long before she was bestowed the crown of the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance. However, the coronation was an important ceremony. Hence, during this time, Yi Lingshan would receive more and more of Jianying's responsibilities and was starting to feel the pressure. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples laughed along with Yi Lingshan. Long Chen, you're now a figure that shakes the entire Martial Heaven continent. When will you start acting like a senior? No matter how great my fame, don't I still have to listen to the Alliance head's orders? I have to suck up whenever I can for fear of you making things hard on me in the future, said Long Chen. In front of outsiders, Long Chen always made his position clear with Yi Lingshan, being her subordinate. While many people knew that his position in the righteous path far exceeded Yi Lingshan's, this show of his made it clear that Yi Lingshan was the true Alliance head. Although the Martial Heaven Alliance was now united, there couldn't be two leaders. If that wasn't made clear, others might seek to drive in a wedge. Since Long Chen had chosen to reject Jianying's suggestion back then, he had to be satisfied not being the leader. Even a green leaf had a purpose and had to know how to set off the flower. That was how to be a good leaf. Yi Lingshan also knew Long Chen's intentions and was not worried about Long Chen fighting over her position. If he really wanted it, she would immediately offer it to him with both hands. Regretfully, Long Chen had no interest in it. However, by saying this, Long Chen made the experts following Yi Lingshan feel much more comfortable. Yi Lingshan had her loyal followers, and this clear expression of his attitude assuaged their worries. Who would dare to make trouble for you now? Laughed Yi Lingshan. Even the outer branches of the divine families were afraid of him. I don't know, people just don't like me, Long Chen shrugged. Yi Lingshan said, well, so many of my people have been drawn over by you. If you let my people starve, I might stop liking you. Come, I might not have much else, but I have wine and meat aplenty. I have many meat and wine friends, so I naturally prepared extra. Long Chen smiled. The construction this time was vast. Currently, only the first line of defense had been completed. Xia Chen was planning on setting up 9 of those lines of defense, each more complicated than the last. Based on Xia Chen's estimates, there wouldn't have been enough manpower in the end, and the Dragonblood warriors would have been necessary to set things up. But with so many people, as long as they were used properly, there would be no need for the Dragonblood warriors to lift a finger. Are you saying I'm a wine and meat friend as well? Asked Yi Lingshan, acting angry. I wouldn't dare, cried Long Chen hastily. Yi Lingshan rolled her eyes and had the disciples do what they wished. The disciples rolled up their sleeves and got to work. After all, they were disciples from the Martial Heaven Alliance, and they needed her go-ahead. It had to be clear who was the boss. The work that Xuanhuan arranged for them to do was very easy. There was no skill required. It simply took time. With so many people, they rapidly progressed. Xia Chen oversaw things and would promptly fix any mistakes. All the surrounding land was quickly transformed into a giant labyrinth. When the labyrinth was complete, Xia Chen took charge, setting up his formations. After that, the labyrinth had to be filled in with earth again, requiring the earth cultivators to take action once more and compress the earth. After that, the second formation was set up. New formation lines were dug up, but not as deep as before. It was another labyrinth, but a different one and more complicated. They worked during the day and drank during the night. These few days were quite ordinary, but they were also content. On the third day, a new group from the outer branches of the divine families came. A young man announced, Long Chen, you are breaking the rules. The heavenly divine writ clearly stated that the Dragonblood Legion must defend on their own for 3 days. Right now, you are using other people. This young man might be acting calm, but his trembling voice sold him out. It was clear he was afraid. The old fellows of the outer branches didn't dare to face Long Chen, so they had sent a scapegoat. This young man's cultivation base was only at the midlife star realm and was weak like he was a scholar. Any random person here was capable of taking his life. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, they're being forced. Please don't make things hard on them, said Li Jing. She felt sympathy for these people. Long Chen nodded to indicate she could be at ease. Looking at these people, he said, since you're just passing on other people's words, I won't make things hard on you. Remember my words and send them back to those idiots. First, I agreed with Elder Long to block the blood race for 3 days. That starts when the battle starts. Second, even if I'm using other people, you aren't qualified to criticize me because I bought them. The meat I took out is the meat of precious ancient magical beasts, something comparable to rare medicines. It is capable of strengthening the body. I won't even mention the wine from the wine god palace, of which money cannot buy a single drop. Being able to buy labor with money is my own financial power, understand. Lastly, go tell those old fools that if they try to make things harder on me again, I'll slap them in the face. I'm in a good mood today, but men always have a few days in a month when they aren't in a good mood. Be wary of those days when my mood isn't so good, remember. Yes, we'll remember. Those disciples hastily left to report this. After that, the outer branches didn't dare to make a sound. Time passed day by day. The sovereign seal was growing dimmer and dimmer. 3 days before the time that Sovereign Mo Li had mentioned, the 9 formations were complete. Zia Chen formed hand seals, causing pillars of light to shine out of the ground, piercing the clouds. Chapter 22, 37 Grand Formation complete. Light filled the land, and lines of light crossed in an incomprehensible manner to anyone but Zia Chen. Many thanks for your help, brothers. It's time to activate the formation, so to avoid any injuries, I'd ask you all to back up as much as possible. Zia Chen's voice rang out. The light soaring out of the ground suddenly exploded, forming a giant barrier that covered this area. Everyone retreated. Although it was common for formations to cause some powerful fluctuations when first activated, the vast pressure was suffocating. With the light, it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Even the Dragonblood warriors were standing outside the formation, calmly watching. At the core of the formation, only Long Chen, Xuanhuan, and Zia Chen remained. Xuanhuan was inserting countless black arrows into the pillars of light, while Zia Chen was fiddling with a second formation disc which he sent underground. Everything before this was just laying the foundation. Now they were truly setting up the formation, and what they were doing were the core secrets that outsiders could not be permitted to see. The formation discs Zia Chen was setting up were the sun discs. There could be multiple sun discs, but only one mother disc. By using multiple sun discs at once, it could allow the formation to go through thousands of variations. As Zia Chen was setting things up, he smiled. Boss, following you was definitely the best choice of my life. This feeling of spending money is truly luxurious. By following Long Chen, Zia Chen had plenty of resources to work with. The formations that he had dreamed of but lacked the money to create were now becoming reality. Without Long Chen's support, he would have been a bound dragon, only able to thrash in the mud without achieving his true potential. The reason he could create formations like this was thanks to Long Chen. The money is being spent well, so it's worth it. It's not just luxurious, but it also keeps us alive. Be careful. Quite a few people are definitely keeping an eye on us. This formation's secrets must not only be kept from them, but we have to be able to slip away with those secrets even after the formation ends. We're not exposing our own blood, sweat, and tears for others, said Long Chen. Long Chen didn't want Zia Chen's masterpiece to be secretly learned by others to be used against them. Don't worry, boss. I've already modified these formation discs. Once their energy is used up, they'll automatically self-destruct and leave nothing useful behind, guaranteed Zia Chen. Boss, let's really shock those idiots this time, ya? With the slightest distraction from talking, a tiny arrow touched the skin on Xuanhuan's arm. Without the slightest hesitation, he cut off his own arm. Even as the arm landed on the ground, it instantly turned black before rotting. You deserve it, said Long Chen without the slightest sympathy. The poison on these arrows came from the heavenly underworld vermilion fruit. At the start, Xuanhuan had been unwilling to waste his best materials on these arrows, only to find that in just a few hours, the arrows themselves began to rot. After that, he had had no choice but to use the highest level of divine materials to create the arrowheads. He was unwilling to modify the entire arrow though, but just this was enough to save money without reducing their power. The arrowheads were special, with 6 barbs at the end and an incredibly sharp tip. Xuanhuan wore special gloves to handle the poison, but they didn't cover his whole hands. As a result, the slightest touch resulted in it breaking his skin. Since he wasn't in his battle state, he didn't have the slightest ability to suppress this poison and could only cut off his arm. Damn, how many times will this repeat? Boss, just what poison is this? Xuanhuan circulated his heavenly Tao energy and his arm regrew, but the sweat on his forehead remained. He had suffered like this multiple times, requiring him to cut off chunks of his flesh. The poison was just too crazy. If I didn't have a few trump cards, how could I dare to carry out such a huge transaction? You just have to be careful. If you end up touching this poison with your face, then even if you don't die, you'll lose a few layers of skin, warned Long Chen. Only a nether passage expert could possibly endure this poison, but even they would only be able to endure for a while. This poison was something Long Chen had concocted from several different poisons, and although it wasn't on the same level as the giant pill he had refined, a Life-Star expert would definitely die from it. Without this little bit of power, Long Chen wouldn't allow the Dragon Blood warriors to face the blood race. Something unexpected could always happen, and he didn't want to see huge casualties. Xuanhuan then decided to summon his armor before continuing. Although it was inconvenient, it was better to be safe. Since they had received help from the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples, they finished the work ahead of schedule. They had time. Xuanhuan and Chen spent a whole day before finishing the formation. They did various tests to confirm that everything was as expected before releasing the barrier. When the barrier was released, Long Chen noticed that the experts from the other powers had arrived. They were standing in their own regions, watching from a distance. He saw people from Pill Valley, the ancient races, the Xuan beasts, the ancient family alliance, and more. They had simply occupied their own spots, some even looking like they were here to watch a show. They had tea and refreshments. Boss, do you want to use the formation to capture them all? If we do it now, I'm 70% confident, whispered Chen. These people were hateful. They were like watching a monkey show when Long Chen and the others were preparing to risk their lives. It was clearly intentional. Not a bad idea. I really am tempted. To tell the truth, Long Chen also had this urge. Just as he was considering whether he should do this or not, Jianing walked over. Long Chen, what's with that look in your eyes? Do you want to consume them? Jianing smiled. Jianing had seen Long Chen's sharp gaze locked onto Xuanhuan and the others. She was teasing, but she didn't realize that Long Chen really was thinking about it. Alliance head, you must be joking. How could I think that? Long Chen shook his head, dispelling Chen's suggestion. Not realizing that, Jianing looked around. Seeing the formation was complete, she asked, "Are you confident?" "It should be no problem. If you can't hold, don't force it. The reward isn't important. Don't get hot-headed because of some people's malicious words," warned Jianing. She knew that Long Chen was smart, and Li Tianxuan even said that Long Chen was more intelligent than him. But when he was angry, his intelligence instantly became 0. He could do any stupid thing. No matter how outstanding Long Chen became, in Jianing's eyes, he and Yi Lingshan would always be children she had to worry about. Although Long Chen had said that if he couldn't hold, he would ask for help from the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Beiding family, and the Nangong family, she was still worried that he would do something stupid if others angered him. After knowing the old man for so long, she was even more worried. "Don't worry, Long Chen's not a fool," grumbled the old man. "Long Chen's not a fool, but you raised him into one," said Jianing irritably. "Fine, I'm not going to talk." Curiously, the old man didn't argue. He just shook his head. It seemed that the two of them had reconciled, but Jianing was still angry with him. "In any case, don't act on anger," said Jianing in the end before returning to the Martial Heaven Alliance's camp. As for the Dragon Blood Legion, they stayed at the center of the formation, watching the entrance to the yin-yang world. Long Chen saw that Nangong Zuyu and Beiding Rushuang had also arrived, but they didn't come over, most likely because they didn't want to disturb him. They just waved a greeting which Long Chen responded to. Time passed. Yan and the elusive music Immortal Palace's people also arrived. She smiled and nodded to Long Chen. Long Chen's heart warmed. Yan was no longer targeting him and was supporting him instead. That made him feel gratified. However, when he saw the icy pill fairy, his heart turned cold. Through his experience with the god seed in Dong Minju, he had found that the god seed was actually a slave seal, but it was even better because it made the slaves' thoughts change to the point that they were willing to give up their own life. Dong Minju's heart had Long Chen inside it. From that point onward, she no longer believed in her god, allowing her to maintain clarity even though the gods will invaded her mind. She was able to retain herself. The pill fairy, though, was different. She had been the god's ardent follower from birth. The god had always been a supreme existence in her heart. When she was branded with the god seed, her soul completely transformed. She was no longer the kind and pure Yu Qingxuan but the god's loyal servant. Long Chen looked at the pill fairy and the pill fairy looked back at Long Chen. Their gazes intersected. Within the pill fairy's eyes, all Long Chen saw was a will to destroy. He didn't sense any of her old emotions. Long Chen couldn't help sighing inside. The pill fairy was different from Dong Minju. Her god seed had already invaded her soul. No one could save her. There would definitely be a battle to the death between him and the pill fairy. Long Chen also saw Kun Pengzi and Tian Zizi. Their auras had grown more frightening. Their gazes were sharp when they looked toward Long Chen. Killing intent raged in the space between them. Rumbling even rang out in space, as just their killing intent was able to influence the heavenly Taos. HMPH, Long Chen, hopefully you don't die. If I don't personally cut off your head, it'll be my life's greatest regret, said Tian Zizi, his voice insidious. It contained a special sound wave that made it resound throughout heaven and earth. Chapter 22, 38 The Sovereign Seal Breaks. Tian Zizi's voice resounded through the air. The Dragon Blood warriors' weapons instantly appeared in their hands. The righteous and corrupt paths had such deep hatred for each other that only blood could wipe it away. If you dare to repeat what you just said, I'll make sure you disappear from this world forever, said Long Chen. His words were concise and incredibly domineering. When looked at Tian Zizi, his gaze was like calm water. This fool, how does he get so easily provoked all the time? Beiding Xuanhuan cursed. Tian Zizi was clearly intent on disturbing Long Chen, so that the latter wouldn't be able to focus when the battle started. This was just a test. Since Long Chen had gotten angry here, then once the Blood Race's army arrived, he could casually say some random stuff to infuriate Long Chen. Such a simple trick actually worked on Long Chen. Tian Zizi sneered. He was about to repeat himself when Zai Wenchen suddenly pulled on him, most likely speaking spiritually with him. Tian Zizi stopped, but the disdain on his face grew, irritating them. Boss, should we eliminate them? Asked Zia Chen. It's useless, they're too far. If we attack, they would just slip away. It's not worth the effort, said Long Chen. He could see that Tian Zizi had encountered some kind of fortune, causing his combat power to grow greatly from when they had previously fought. If Tian Zizi had repeated himself, then Long Chen would have gone to personally test him. If Tian Zizi had repeated such words of malice, Long Chen would have had enough reason to attack without the divine families being able to do anything. The feeling that Tian Zizi gave Long Chen was different from before. His aura had clearly transformed, becoming darker. However, Long Chen wasn't afraid. Tian Zizi looked away, sitting down and closing his eyes to meditate. Since Tian Zizi didn't speak again, Long Chen also wasn't in a position to attack. Long Chen looked over at the Ximen family's experts. Ximen Tianxing had come, but he hadn't said a word. He expressed neither hostility nor friendliness. At the rear, there was a disturbance when the Dongfeng family's people arrived. Dongfeng Yuyang had also come, and countless experts looked at him with odd expressions. Spiritual fluctuations began to weave through the air as they began to secretly discuss him. Although no one was able to tell what they were saying, it definitely revolved around how the sea demon race had attacked the Dongfeng family and slapped Dongfeng Yuyang in the face. Dongfeng Yuyang had failed to harm Long Chen and was instead attacked. For such a thing to happen to the Dongfeng family, it was both shocking and comical. Dongfeng Yuyang didn't react at all, and his expression was as calm as if nothing had happened. He was still graceful and elegant. However, when Long Chen looked at him, Long Chen's pupils shrank. Dongming Yu stood beside Long Chen and noticed. Big brother Long Chen, what is it? Dongfeng Yuyang is strange. He's giving me a hair-raising feeling. He has most likely gained control of some kind of forbidden energy, said Long Chen heavily. That energy was something that gave Long Chen a familiar feeling, but he wasn't able to figure out what it was. Kun Pengzi had also arrived, and his eyes now held a world of lightning. He was like a lightning god and lightning followed him, wrapping around his body. Long Chen found that all of them had made huge advancements after the last battle. They were like completely different people. All the resources of their respective factions must have been piled upon them. However, the most shocking of them all was Dai Feng. He had not just awoken his spirit blood, but his manifestation was also vaguely visible behind him without him summoning it. The current Dai Feng no longer had eyes full of rancor and hate. Instead, he was full of confidence. When he looked at Long Chen in particular, battle intent soared out of him. He sneered, "Long Chen, put on a good show or I'll be disappointed. I'm greatly looking forward to our next battle." Even a widower can smile so happily. "Dai Feng, it seems that you really hope for your life to end," responded Long Chen. Most of the time, a man would have too many wives and concubines to be called a widower when one of them died. But some women were so powerful that their men could only have one wife, and when that woman died, her husband would be called a widower. Dai Feng's followers, who were people from the Blood Emperor's family, glared at Long Chen, their eyes full of killing intent. "Long Chen, don't be so arrogant. Once the time of the heavenly divine writ passes, we will personally cut off your head as vengeance for our mighty emperor's daughter," shouted one of the elders from the Zhu family. "Idiot, that woman was killed by me, Mo Nian. What does it have to do with Long Chen? If you want to find vengeance, you can come to find me." Just at that moment, Mo Nian's figure appeared, a bow on his back. Mo Nian came all alone, but for some reason, his bow was no longer blazing with divine light. However, its aura had become even more frightening. "You're both accomplices in the death of Zhu Luocha. I will personally cut off your heads to appease her noble spirit," said Dai Feng coldly. "Up to you. It's meaningless to say such things now. You know what you've done to my Mo family, so adding some more enmity into the mix doesn't do anything. A blood debt must be paid in blood," said Mo Nian indifferently. Mo Nian walked over to the Martial Heaven Alliance's camp. He said his greetings to Jianying and the old man before finding a place to watch. As time passed, more and more experts arrived. However, they all stood at a great distance, not daring to approach. The sovereign seal grew dimmer and dimmer. Through the sovereign seal, it was possible to see countless figures gathering within a twisted space. All kinds of sharp cries came from the other side of the sovereign seal. It seemed that the other side was gathering and raising their morale. Those sharp cries made people tense up. The Blood Race's invasion would signify the start of the Dark Era. The Martial Heaven continent was about to enter a long war for survival. Countless people would be fighting, and no one could guarantee that they would survive. The figures on the other side gradually grew clearer as the seal dimmed. When the endless army of the Blood Race became visible, everyone gasped. There was no way to estimate their numbers. They were simply endless, looking like fiends that had crawled out of hell, blood runes revolving around them. Although their form was similar to humans, their eyes were scarlet. Looking into their eyes, people smelled death. This is the Blood Race. They looked even more frightening than the Devil Race. Perhaps it was because they looked so similar to humans. In any case, there was a sense of unease. Their gaze was especially bloody. Separated by a flimsy barrier, they also looked into the Martial Heaven continent's side. They roared like hungry magical beasts demanding fresh meat. A wild light appeared in their eyes. The yin-yang world is no longer the same as when we entered. Back then, it was full of thrumming life, but now it's dark and sinister. There's only death. Why? One of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples spoke up, his voice shuddering. He had once fought alongside Long Chen in the yin-yang world, but the current yin-yang world was a barren land without the slightest blade of grass growing. The yin-yang world is split into the yin world and the yang world. We entered when the yang world was facing the Martial Heaven continent, but the yin-yang world revolves, and now the yin world is facing us. The yin world is a land of death and also the favored environment of the Blood Race. Everyone, you have to be careful. When the seal breaks, the yin world's death chi will pour into the continent. But you don't need to worry. That will just be temporary, and by activating your domain, you will be able to block it. The opposing laws of the Martial Heaven continent will stifle the death chi, warned Jianying. There are so many of them, and their auras are all so powerful. Will senior apprentice brother Long Chen and the others be all right? Asked one person worriedly. Be at ease. To say that it won't take the slightest effort from them would be bragging, but this shouldn't be anything to the Dragon Blood Legion. The main thing is what comes later, said Mo Nian. The Blood Race's army roared, baring their fangs at the Dragon Blood Legion which was closest to them. As the commanding general of the Dragon Blood Legion, Guo Ran stood at the front. He arrogantly beckoned to the blood race and then patted his butt at them. The blood race's experts seemed to understand what Xuanhuan was saying, and they charged forward. As a result, since the sovereign seal had not yet broken, thousands of them were instantly blown to bits. Ha ha ha, Xuanhuan laughed arrogantly. If the blood race only had this level of intelligence, he wasn't worried. Boom! Just at that moment, the sovereign seal seemed to have used up its final bit of energy and exploded in a rain of light. Chapter 22, 39 Titanic Arm Blood Race. When the sovereign seal exploded, everyone's hearts tightened, both friend and foe. Even their breathing became heavy. That was the blood race on the other side, the mortal enemy of the martial heaven continent. They wanted to annihilate everyone and everything on the continent. In front of such an enemy, no one could remain relaxed. Kill. The blood race's experts actually knew how to speak the human language, and they charged forward like a tide. Brothers, go ahead. Release your passion, shouted Xuanhuan, waving his hand. The dragon blood warriors unsheathed their swords, rays of divine light tearing through the sky. They actually pounced on the charging blood race. What are they doing? After spending all that time setting up a grand formation, are they just going to fight like this? Exclaimed one of the seniors. These seniors had assumed that Chen would use the grand formation to lock down this area, and use absolute defense to stop the blood race's attack. However, the Dragon Blood Legion wasn't using their formation at all. Their warriors were simply charging out. Had they just been bored when they set up their formation? These enemies are only at the Life Star realm and aren't worth it. To the Dragon Blood Legion, this is just a warm-up, not a battle, said the old man lightly. The old man's words had barely left his lips when the Dragon Blood warriors began slaughtering the blood race's army. Sword images slashed through them. What terrifying attacks! Last time, the Dragon Blood warriors had been protected by a formation and displayed a collective attack that had swept through their enemies. Now, though, everyone saw that even when the Dragon Blood warriors were fighting individually, they were still extremely terrifying existences. Every one of them was incredibly powerful. Even in such an important battle, their expressions were completely calm. They really are elites, worthy of being called the Martial Heaven Continent's #1 Legion. The Dragon Blood warriors were so powerful that the blood race's army was unable to even get close. Some of them tried to sneak attack the Dragon Blood warriors, but they were killed in a heartbeat. The Dragon Blood warriors' swords would just swing to the side or even behind them, slaying the sneak attackers. Such a thing didn't just require immense power, but also astonishing spiritual perception. They all possessed a strong sense of danger that allowed them to control the changes of the battlefield. Even surrounded by attacks, they could choose the best move in an instant. It sounded simple, but in reality, it was as difficult as ascending the heavens. This was an ability that could only be cultivated through experiencing countless battles, countless brushes against death. Thus, even though the Dragon Blood warriors were fighting individually, the blood race was rapidly cut down. With each attack, a mass of the blood race's experts died. The righteous experts who had come were completely dazzled by this scene. These were true experts. I heard that every member of the Dragon Blood Legion used to be an ordinary person, but under Chen's lead, they've reached their current height. Chen's not just a peerless genius, he's a miracle maker. The neutral factions people were also swept up in various emotions. Without any backers, Chen had created a miracle like the Dragon Blood Legion. That was a heaven-defying ability. Pill Valley, the Corrupt Path, the Xuanhuan beasts and the others were afraid. The Dragon Blood Legion had grown up. If they kept growing, they would be a dangerous threat to their very existence. We cannot allow them to grow any further. A vicious light appeared in Xuanhuan's eyes, but with the divine families keeping watch over here, he couldn't do anything. In the face of the tide of the blood race, the Dragon Blood warriors' swords created a rain of flesh and blood. However, their numbers were still insufficient. A few of their enemies managed to slip through the cracks. Chen, if you allow a single blood race expert to get by, you will have failed. Don't even think about getting the reward in that case, shouted one of the experts of the divine families, outer branches from up in the sky. They were overseeing the battle. Chen wasn't even interested enough to look at them. They were trying to apply pressure to him. Boom! A giant willow exploded out of the void, and countless willow branches appeared, piercing through the blood race experts that managed to get past the Dragon Blood warriors. Those blood race experts quickly withered upon being pierced by the willow branches. Liu Ruyan directly sucked away their bloodline power. You said that the essence blood of those I kill goes to me. Can I count on that? Liu Ruyan's voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. Yes, no one will fight over it with you. You'll get however much you kill. Long Chen helplessly smiled. Even now, Liu Ruyan was wary of him as if he would break his word. For Liu Ruyan to be able to refine her own immemorial essence blood from the blood race was a bit surprising to Long Chen. It seemed that her origins were far from simple. After hearing Long Chen's words, Liu Ruyan's body grew until the entire entrance was bottled up. No one could get through. Liu Ruyan's branches were sharp and endless. The blood race's experts were pierced through and had their essence blood sucked away. Ruyan needs to accumulate a large amount of essence blood to break through her current bottleneck. She started gathering it even in the last battle. Chu Yao stealthily sent a message to Long Chen. Why didn't she tell me? I could have thought of something for her. Long Chen was surprised. Dummy, do you not know her temper? She wouldn't ask for help even if she was dying, let alone asking for help from you, rebuked Chu Yao. Liu Ruyan was stubborn and cold. Her iciness was similar to Yi Jikyu, but Yi Jikyu was warm inside. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan was cold inside and out. Other than Chu Yao, she rarely spoke to anyone. Furthermore, Liu Ruyan still disliked Long Chen for having suppressed her with the black soil. That had always been viewed as a humiliation to her. Even now that they were one family, she was still unable to forgive him. She mostly ignored Long Chen, so for her to ask him for help was impossible. That was why Chu Yao secretly mentioned this to Long Chen to avoid him feeling a grudge, as if Liu Ruyan was unwilling to share the immemorial essence blood with everyone else. In truth, as the Dragon Blood warriors fought, the formation beneath their feet was already active. According to Elder Long, this formation would gather the blood race's essence blood as it rained down from the sky. It could later be refined into immemorial essence blood. However, that was just the start. The blood race's essence blood was not the same as the human race's essence blood. To merge them required several steps. This essence blood would belong to the Dragon Blood Legion, but the ones that Liu Ruyan killed would have their essence blood go to her. Chu Yao even brought up that Liu Ruyan wanted to advance to make sure that Long Chen didn't blame her for being selfish. Long Chen simply smiled and shook his head. Liu Ruyan was unyielding. If she had said this earlier, he would have long since brought her to the wild world to start her preparations. Long Chen told Chu Yao that this wasn't a big deal. They were entering the Dark Era, so slaughter would be present at all times. Liu Ruyan would have plenty of blood to gather. Long Chen, Chu Yao, Mengqi, Tang Waner, Yizhikyu, and the others were all just watching from the rear alongside the healing warriors. Gu Yang, Yue Zifeng, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan weren't fighting either. Currently, there was no need for them to partake in the battle. Li Jing had been worried, because according to the outer branches of the divine family, she was to follow the Dragon Blood Legion, and if they died, she would die too. That was one reason she had been so nervous when she came. Seeing that Long Chen didn't even need to fight, that just the Dragon Blood warriors and Liu Ruyan could stop the blood race, her tense heart relaxed. She felt much safer. The blood race's army grew stronger over time. Eventually, some larger ones appeared, their arms incredibly thick, thicker than even their legs. Blood chains wrapped around their arms, and they held blood-colored sabers several meters long. They seemed to be a physically powerful subrace amongst the blood race. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, this is the Titanic Arm blood race. Their physical power is limitless, and they are the true warriors of their army. In comparison, the other ordinary experts of the blood race are just ants. You have to warn the others to be careful, said Li Jing. Long Chen shook his head. If they're only on that level, then there's no need. One of the Titanic Arm blood experts charged forward, his thick saber slashing down. The immense power brought with it a screeching, whistling sound. Boom! That Titanic Arm blood expert was sent flying back by one of the Dragon Blood warriors. It crashed heavily into the ones behind it, causing them to cough up blood. The Titanic Arm blood expert seemed to have been angered, and a bloody light appeared in its eyes. It once more attacked. Dragon Blood battle armor. That Dragon Blood warrior let out a shout, and blood-colored scales covered his body. His sword hacked down like a bolt of lightning. Sword chi flashed, and that Titanic Arm blood expert, along with its saber, turned to dust. Heavens! Li Jing covered her mouth, not daring to believe what she was seeing. The incredibly powerful Titanic Arm blood race could still have its experts killed in one blow by a Dragon Blood warrior. Chapter 22, 40 earthen net covers the sky. The arrival of the titanic armed blood race allowed the dragon blood warriors to really start fighting. As more of them appeared, the dragon blood warriors summoned their dragon blood battle armor, starting the real battle. Even though there were now countless titanic armed blood experts, the dragon blood warriors were still unfazed. Their swords danced, tearing through their enemies. In this life, all I want is to be able to match a dragon blood warrior. Then I could die without regrets, sighed one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. Although they viewed Long Chen as an idol, a target that encouraged them, that target was just too far, so far that it felt imaginary. Now they felt like just being able to match a dragon blood warrior was a huge wish. The dragon blood warriors have fought with senior apprentice brother Long Chen through countless brushes against death to become true experts, while we're like flowers that grew up in a greenhouse. We still have a long path to walk, responded someone else. Actually, we can also imitate senior apprentice brother Long Chen. What are you going to imitate? Do you not want your life any longer? An elder scolded that last disciple. If everyone imitated Long Chen, then just how many thorns would appear in the Martial Heaven Alliance? Managing these disciples was already very difficult. Go too light and they wouldn't listen. Go too hard and they would get resentful. With how many people there were in the Martial Heaven Alliance, it was even harder to oversee them. Although Yi Lingshan was able to suppress them, when she wasn't present, those fellows were very stubborn, with quite a few arguments springing up between them. If they were to imitate Long Chen, wouldn't the Martial Heaven Alliance be torn apart by them? Riches lie within danger. Isn't senior apprentice brother Long Chen the best example? Said that disciple, unconvinced. Don't you need to look at your own conditions? Long Chen has always been an apex expert at every realm, and yet, do you know how many times he has brushed past the god of death? How many times has he narrowly escaped from death? Even an expert on his level barely scrapes by, like someone walking across a thin layer of ice over a bottomless abyss. And now you want to be able to dance on the tip of a blade easily like he does. Well, let me tell you, any kind of skill has hardships behind it. You see his light without seeing the pain behind it. You think he's just brainlessly charging forward and being unstoppable. He's a fake idiot, while you're the real idiots. Without Long Chen's power, if you try to copy his temper, you'll all die miserably, said the elder. What he wanted to say was that the only person who could court death every day and still live happily, from ancient times to now, was Long Chen. If anyone imitated him, they definitely wouldn't live longer than 3 days. However, some things couldn't be said directly. If he said that, these young and ambitious fellows really might try it. Yi Lingshan glanced at the disciples and saw their expressions of displeasure. She said, "Don't panic. The Dark Era's curtains have been pulled open by this battle, so you don't need to worry about not having a chance to temper yourselves. I feel like true experts shouldn't be competing for number 1, but protecting their homes and families and even all lives. If you die due to a competitive streak, others will only look at you with disdain. But if you died protecting the Martial Heaven continent, you would be a hero, and the entire world will remember your name. Think about the 5 sovereigns. Which one of them relied on fighting people from the same side to get famous? Without exception, their fame grew due to suppressing the fiends from the other side. Even though tens of thousands of years have passed, their marks still remain. True heroes will only reveal their true light at such a time. The main character of this world has yet to be revealed." Yi Lingshan's words were gentle and also very reasonable, instantly placating these disciples. Her meaning was clear. A sovereign had yet to appear in this era. In the future, who would float to the top and who would sink to the bottom was still unknown. In other words, as long as a sovereign had yet to appear, then any one of them could become the sovereign. As long as they weren't ridiculously arrogant or unduly humble, anyone had a chance. Jianying smiled upon seeing Yi Lingshan suppress the dissatisfaction of these disciples with just a few words. She whispered to the old man, "I'm glad my vision wasn't blind with old age before finding a good apprentice. She's much better at handling things than me." The old man nodded. Yes, the you from back then would have directly said, "You think you're badass. If you don't like it, you can challenge me and see if you can take the Alliance head position." A few of the surrounding elders couldn't hold back a chuckle, before feeling a chill as Jianying's murderous gaze fell on them. They hastily shut their mouths and acted like they hadn't heard anything. "Do you want to die?" Jianying glared at the old man. He had actually exposed this awkward incident of her past in front of so many people. The main thing, though, was that she had truly said it, and more than once at that. These old fellows had heard her say it too, which was why they couldn't help laughing. "Can I not tell the truth? The old man acted like he hadn't done anything wrong. Jianying could only glare. She didn't want to get crabby with the old man's stubbornness here, or she would be laughed at. Although she was admiring Yi Lingshan and praising her, there was also a kind of recognition of her own vision in picking her out. Regretfully, the old man didn't understand that. Rather than praising Jianying, he took a completely different view and didn't even know where he was wrong. In Jianying's eyes, the old man was stubborn and insensitive. If he had just a tenth of Long Chen's brains, he wouldn't draw her into fights every day. The Dragon Blood warriors have taken out their manifestations. They're fighting at full power now, said the old man suddenly. Jianying immediately looked over to see that the Titanic Arm Blood experts had grown more numerous, and they were no longer all within the Life Star realm. Some Nether Passage realm experts had appeared in their midst. The pressure on the Dragon Blood warriors instantly jumped when Nether Passage realm blood race experts appeared. They had no choice but to summon their manifestations. These blood race experts are stronger physically than their human counterparts, but their divine abilities and magical arts are rough. Even before unleashing any big attacks, their auras fluctuate, making the attacks easy to dodge. Their true combat power is actually inferior to the human race, said one elder. However, their numbers were too great. There was an endless tide of them. They also knew their own weaknesses and were using numbers to make up for them. That's precisely why they want to attack us. They want our spirit roots to make up for their innate weaknesses. That's what makes them the most frightening, said Jianying. The current blood race wasn't too powerful. What would be powerful was a blood race that had managed to charge onto the continent and turn the human race into tools for upgrading themselves. The blood race's howls filled the air. Through the willow branches, the spectators could only get glimpses of the Dragon Blood warriors. Mostly they only managed to see the blood race. This sight made them turn pale. In a 1-against-1, they weren't afraid of the blood race. Even if it was 1-against-10, they wouldn't be afraid. But the blood race's army could not be counted with numbers. They could only be described as endless. In front of such a terrifying army, no matter how much combat experience you had, you would still drown. When these people thought about themselves, they wondered how long they would be able to last. 1 breath, 2 breaths, or would they be annihilated in an instant? The fight between the Dragon Blood Legion and the various powers of the continent had been intense enough, having involved millions of experts. However, in comparison to the endless blood race, they were like a streamlet compared to a sea. Now people understood what the Dark Era represented. In front of this endless army, it was impossible to see any hope. Right now, they were just facing one army from one other world. This was just the yin-yang world, and there were more connections to other worlds where the seals had yet to break. If they all broke at the same time, how would the Martial Heaven continent stop them? As the Blood Race's army charged out, they crashed against Liu Ruyan's defenses. Her branches were like arrows, tearing them apart. Even those in the Nether Passage realm were easily pierced. Liu Ruyan's branches were both tough and flexible. It was difficult for anything to cut them. No matter how the Blood Race tried, they were unable to break her defenses. Liu Ruyan's giant body had roots in the ground and was like a giant mountain. Blood mist exploded as her branches whipped through the air. It was a miserable sight. The Blood Race had only been attacking for an incense stick's worth of time, but Liu Ruyan had killed 1,000,000 of them. How does Long Chen have so many monsters under his command? That Liu Ruyan is so powerful. Why would she be willing to be Long Chen's subordinate? The rest haven't even taken action, and they're all monsters. Perhaps only a monster amongst monsters like Long Chen can make them all follow him. Liu Ruyan's viciousness shook everyone, but then they also saw the others standing calmly with Long Chen. A monstrous expert like Liu Ruyan was someone that any sect would be willing to pay any price to pull in. Such a figure was as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. However, any random person pulled from Long Chen's side was such a monster. Furthermore, they were all completely loyal to him, and it was impossible to pull them to another side. As more and more of the Blood Race's experts appeared, the pressure on the battlefield grew. Liu Ruyan's barrier gradually began to shake and show signs of breaking. Everyone's hearts clenched. Many people had made preparations to join in if the Dragon Blood Legion failed. They couldn't allow a single Blood Race expert to charge onto the continent. Endless falling wood, earth covers the heavens. Liu Ruyan let out a cry, and forming hand seals, the earth exploded. Roots covered in earth rose into the sky. Chapter 22, 41 Despicable Trick. The earth exploded, and a huge net of earthen roots covered the sky, enveloping the blood race's experts. There was nowhere for the blood race's experts to go. Earthen net slaughter. Liu Ruyan shouted once more, and that net shrank in an instant. The roars of the blood race experts inside were cut off like they were severed with a knife. Blood dripped out of the ball of earth in the sky. In one move, Liu Ruyan had emptied over half of the battlefield. What a vicious move! Even Long Chen jumped. He had never seen this move of Liu Ruyan's, so it was most likely a new technique she had just learned. Before this, Liu Ruyan only relied on her branches to attack. She had never attacked with her roots. Ruyan's roots are her true killing tools. Her roots and branches manifest yin and yang, forming a cycle. According to her, if it wasn't for the yin-yang immortal grass's help, it would have taken her centuries to comprehend this ability. The cycle of yin and yang contains the essence of heaven and earth. In this state, she cannot be destroyed, and her power is endless as long as there is still energy within heaven and earth, said Chu Yao with praise. Liu Ruyan's power had surpassed everyone's expectations. The undying willow race was extremely powerful. Thanks to Liu Ruyan, everyone had a chance to breathe. Liu Ruyan's roots returned to the ground, and her branches continued slaughtering the blood race experts. Xia Chen's expression suddenly darkened. He looked behind him. "What is it?" asked Long Chen. "Boss, someone is secretly siphoning the blood mist in the air to take away a portion of the essence blood," said Xia Chen. Xia Chen was in control of the grand formation. Although it didn't look like it was doing anything, it was active underground. Through that formation, Xia Chen was absorbing the essence blood for when the battle was over. Naturally, he had been keeping an eye on things from the start, and when Liu Ruyan instantly killed so many of the blood race experts, Xia Chen sensed some kind of force stealthily absorbing the blood mist. Although it was well hidden, even managing to slip past Long Chen's sharp spiritual perception, Xia Chen's formation still caught it. "Is it the outer branches of the divine families?" asked Long Chen. Xia Chen nodded. "Boss, what do you want to do? Do you want to give them a bit of real blood to deal with?" "Don't be so petty. Give them more than a bit." Long Chen smiled. Xia Chen also smiled and stealthily formed some one-handed seals. Within the camp of the divine families, outer branches, there was one elder holding a palm-sized furnace. The furnace had blood stains on it, and as the formation inside it worked, blood mist began to appear inside it, condensing into one drop after another. Hundreds of elders were surrounding this elder, blocking others from seeing his tiny movements. "Too slow. Can you go faster? This little bit of essence blood isn't enough to share," said one of the other elders. "I can't go too fast. If we're noticed, that would be bad," said the elder with the furnace cautiously. "What are you afraid of? They're just a bunch of novices who have never seen the blood race before. They don't have this experience. If we don't take a bit of advantage, we'd be idiots. Hurry up. Just how little will each of us get at this rate?" demanded the first elder. "Fine." The elder with the furnace hesitated, but seemed to feel that the other elder's words were reasonable. Thus, the furnace in his hand grew until it was a foot long. The mist gathering inside the furnace grew denser. More essence blood began to condense inside. "A bit bigger would still be all right. We'll use magical arts to block you from other people's senses." The first elder was amazed at seeing so much essence blood, but he was still unsatisfied. When he looked over at Long Chen and the others and saw that they weren't acting odd, his guts grew. Hence the furnace grew again, becoming the size of a person. More and more essence blood gathered. "That's about enough. Don't release its divine power," cried the first elder. This was too conspicuous. "Stop, stop. Others will see." Someone whispered angrily at them. The furnace's aura had grown along with its size, and the surrounding people were starting to look over. "Hurry and stop. What's wrong with you?" shouted the first elder. "I." The elder controlling the furnace was pale. Terrified, he said, "I can't control it." The furnace suddenly grew until it was the size of a mountain. The other members of the outer branches were startled. "What are they doing?" Everyone's attention shifted from the Dragonblood Legion to the outer branches of the divine families. Seeing their panicked state, they couldn't understand what was going on at first. "They're taking the essence blood." In just a moment, people saw traces of blood flowing through the air into the furnace. Despicable, didn't they say that all the rewards for this battle would go to Long Chen alone? The Dragonblood Legion is fighting a bloody battle at the front, while the outer branches of the divine families try to steal from them. Isn't that too shameless? People were dumbfounded. Were the outer branches of the divine families really shameless to this extent? The furnace continued to grow, and its suction force also magnified. Their little plot was completely exposed. The righteous path's experts began to curse at them. Is there really anyone as shameless as you? Can the outer branches of the divine families care at least a bit about face? Hearing their cursing, seeing their disbelief, those elders wanted to dig a hole to bury themselves in. It's a misunderstanding. This blood-condensing furnace has its own spirit, and it automatically activated to absorb the blood race's essence blood. We can't control it. Don't you see us trying to stop it? Shouted the first elder. That wily old fox instantly found a good excuse. That explanation was questionable to people. It was true that these elders were trying to suppress the furnace. That excuse is really good, Chen laughed. His hand seal suddenly changed and the earth quivered. Boom! The furnace exploded, and a terrifying burst of power blasted apart the elders controlling the furnace. That sudden change was even more dumbfounding. The furnace was just a quasi-divine item, and it wasn't even a battle-divine item. How could its explosion be so violent? Hundreds of Nether Passage experts were killed in an instant. Nicely done. Gu Yang patted Chen on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, Xuanhuan laughed, causing everyone to look over. Xuanhuan immediately sensed that it was wrong and apologized. Sorry, I'm new here and don't know the rules. Am I supposed to laugh directly or wait in line? That appearance of his that looked like it needed a spanking made even Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others chortle. Gu Yang and the others, on the other hand, laughed without any restraint. The outer branches of the divine families had come with fewer than 1,000 people, and the explosion of the furnace had killed hundreds of them. The elders further away were coughing up blood. Seeing Long Chen and the others laughing and patting themselves on the back, one of the elders shouted, "Bastards, you did this. You killed so many of our elders. Just wait when I report this to the divine families." Hey, are you an idiot? Are you blind or are you deaf? Didn't you hear those elders say that the furnace had its own spirit and they were unable to control it? The furnace exploded because it absorbed too much essence blood, killing them. What does it have to do with us? Sneered Xuanhuan. That elder was gobsmacked. In truth, he had known what was happening. As those elders stealthily absorbed the essence blood, he simply acted like he hadn't seen anything. Of course, if it had been pulled off, he would have had his own share. Since Long Chen and the others were laughing, they had clearly done something. But he couldn't do anything to them because if he proved that they had done something, it would also prove that those people had been stealing the essence blood. He was stuck. You're clearly laughing at misfortune. We sacrificed our people to stop the furnace explosion and you laugh at us. That's clear disrespect to the divine families. The elder switched tactics, using the signboard of the divine families. Give it up. Do you not know what your own side was doing? And you even have the face to bring up the divine families. You've lost all the face of the divine families. Furthermore, what's wrong with laughing? You lost control of your furnace, so why can't we laugh for the heroic display of the Dragonblood warriors? What a terrible excuse, mocked Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's words were very sinister. He had almost directly said what had happened. If they could be shameless, then he would be shameless too. If they didn't care about face, then he wouldn't care about face either. Just who was afraid of who? The spectators had also guessed what had happened. Looking at the outer branches of the divine families, they shook their heads contemptuously. Chapter 42, The Bravery of the Blood Race. The Yi family's dogs are just like their masters. That little fellow is correct. The divine family's face has been completely lost by them. Up in the void, Shen Qingfeng and his experts coldly witnessed what happened below. Killing intent flowed out of him. He had an urge to go down and slaughter all of them. They were hiding in the void through a formation. They were far away enough that no one knew they were there. Commander, what is the Yi family doing? These outer branches are completely out of line. Can't they properly manage them? One of the experts besides Shen Qingfeng frowned. That person was a Nether Passage expert. He looked to be in his 30s, but his eyes spoke of things he had seen. He was a true expert, someone who had followed Shen Qingfeng for many years and had always been his right arm. The interior of the divine families is too complicated. Some things aren't for us to ask, but these outer branches really make me want to choke them, said Shen Qingfeng hatefully. This Long Chen's not bad. He has power and wits. He killed so many of them and yet they don't dare do anything to him. They don't even dare to make a sound, praised his right-hand man. Wits, how come I don't see any? Shen Qingfeng laughed. If Long Chen really had wits, he wouldn't be the enemy of almost the entire world. If he had wits, he would be slick and sly, knowing how to switch tactics to different situations, knowing how to avoid danger. At the very least in these areas, he didn't see any wits from Long Chen. This Long Chen is truly a marvel. If he can be raised properly, perhaps he can become a sharp weapon. Shen Qingfeng said, he is a double-sided sword. The higher-ups might not like him. Only children that listen get to eat their fill, and Long Chen clearly isn't one. Although Elder Long likes Long Chen, to get the full support of the divine families would be extremely difficult. Just think, to have 10,000 people block the attack of the blood race, it's clear that the higher-ups have stringent requirements for Long Chen. Commander, do you feel like Long Chen will succeed? Shen Qingfeng shook his head. It's difficult to say. If we were following the historical records, then perhaps the Dragon Blood Legion would have been able to last 3 days. But this time, the Chi Flow eruption was extremely strong. That indicates that this tribulation is on a completely unprecedented level. The Dragon Blood Legion managed to occupy the strongest Chi Flow stream, but that advantage will only show upon advancing to the Nether Passage realm. Currently, they don't have that much of an advantage. There were a few aspects to the Chi Flow eruption. One was that within the Chi Flow stream, it was easy to charge through bottlenecks and shackles without the foundation becoming unsteady. Instead, the foundation would only grow more stable. Another aspect was that those supported by the Chi Flow would be blessed by heaven and earth. However, that kind of blessing would only truly manifest in the Nether Passage realm. Breaking through to the Nether Passage realm was the most dangerous bottleneck in the cultivation world. The odds of death were extremely high. In fact, part of it didn't even relate to power or talent. Sometimes it was just luck. Some powerful geniuses had died when advancing to the Nether Passage realm, while some people who hadn't had much hope at all had managed to succeed. The Nether Passage realm was the most difficult realm to understand on the path of cultivation. Even the Chi Flow eruption couldn't change that iron law. If they wanted to enjoy the benefits of the Chi Flow, they had to enter the Nether Passage realm first. So the current Dragon Blood Legion was truly at a disadvantage. However, at least up until now, the Dragon Blood Legion has been fighting very steadily. They haven't needed to use any big moves. This was true. The Dragon Blood warriors were still fighting individually, and Liu Ruyan was able to stop any stragglers. Shen Qingfeng once more shook his head. You don't understand. The yin-yang world is different from our battlefield. The ones coming out right now are just cannon fodder. Their elites want them to die. They want them to die, but why? Because you haven't entered the core of the divine families. You don't understand. Last time, Elder Long told me he received some reliable intel that these invading races have been accumulating power for countless years, to the point that they are no longer able to endure that burden. In other words, the blood race has raised too many warriors, to the point that there aren't enough resources to go around. This is their way of reducing their burden. They sent cannon fodder against the Sovereign Seal, and now that the Sovereign Seal is gone, the cannon fodder has lost any value, and so they're sending them through. The divine families had their own ways to gather intel, but only those on the level of Elder Long were qualified to receive that intel. As for Shen Qingfeng, he wasn't qualified. He had only heard Elder Long mention it. Elder Long had mentioned this to Shen Qingfeng to make sure that he was mentally prepared. He couldn't get paralyzed by any sudden changes, or it could be calamitous. The experts behind Shen Qingfeng were dumbfounded. If that really was the case, then just what kind of terrifying level had the blood race grown to? Now you know why our 8th Legion was called from the ancient battlefield. Even I thought that this was just a minor matter. The remnant sovereign aura prevents those at the 4th step of Nether Passage and above from entering, so this should be an easy battle. However, the blood race has too many members and can use flood tactics to overwhelm us, while leaving its elites for the final blow. We cannot be careless, warned Shen Qingfeng. Yes, the experts behind him assented. They put away their indifference and began to carefully examine the battlefield. Sword Qi was sweeping through the battlefield. It was a bitter sight seeing so many bodies being sliced apart. The Dragon Blood warriors were covered in blood, but that blood belonged to the blood race. Liu Ruyan's giant willow body was still blocking the channel. Not one fish got through the net. Whenever there was a sign of things growing too intense, the earthen net move would be used once more, slaughtering them. Boss, something seems off. So many of them have died, but why is their morale completely unaffected? They even seem to be growing crazier, asked Gu Yang. The blood race's experts were continuing to charge forward, completely disregarding their casualties. They stepped over countless corpses without any hesitation. It had been 6 hours since the battle had started, so their corpses had piled up into mountains. Just what kind of terrifying will was required to continue charging forward like this? This is the blood race's innate nature. The dead members of their race release a bloody chi that stimulates the nerves of the others, making them crazy and lose their minds. These blood race experts come from low-level races. Their intelligence was limited from the start, and after being affected by that bloody chi, their heads go blank and all they know is to kill. You can't judge them like how you judge humans. Right now, they're just murderous beasts in human-like form. They might even be crazier than magical beasts. They've already lost their sense of self, and only death can make them stop, explained Li Jing. Of everyone present, no one knew more about the blood race than Li Jing. Whenever a new subrace appeared, she would instantly explain their strengths and weaknesses, as well as the best way to handle them. She had been very useful. So that's the case. I was scared, thinking that there were warriors even braver than the Dragon Blood warriors. Gu Yang breathed out in relief. This explanation put him at ease. He had been shocked by the blood race's bravery, but if they were just brainless maniacs, then there was nothing curious about it. The Dragon Blood warriors are true warriors. One of the Empyreans in the Beitang family couldn't help sighing. If it was a one-against-one fight, I'd be confident in being able to defeat them. However, if I were to fight on this battlefield, I wouldn't be able to last so long. This Empyrean had already awoken his manifestation, and was one of Beidang Rushwang's 8 great bodyguards. He was extremely powerful, and had quite the reputation within the Beidang family. However, he couldn't help but to praise the Dragon Blood warriors. This showed him that true experts always needed to sense what areas they were lacking in. Beidang Rushwang nodded. You're the only one here who dares to admit that you might be inferior to others. Just that is enough to allow you to walk much further. Empyrean sighed. Compared to the Dragon Blood warriors, those of us who were blessed with the support of the Beidang family are far more fortunate. Without the Beidang family, there is no way we would have reached our current level. But they managed to reach their level by putting their lives on the line over and over again. They had to have experienced unimaginable pain to reach this level. That's why their wills are far tougher than ours. We were too blessed. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. The Beidang family gave us such good conditions, and we ended up like this. Brothers, our environment was many times better than theirs, and yet we've been surpassed. How can that be justified? The Empyrean looked back at the other disciples of the Beidang family. Those disciples instantly looked down in shame. If even he could admit that he was inferior, then the rest of them were far from being able to match them. Senior apprentice brother Niu Li will definitely work hard. We won't be inferior to anyone, shouted a disciple. Seeing the Dragon Blood warriors' shocking combat power, their own pride was excited. Work hard, Niu Li nodded. Work hard. Beidang Rushwang also raised a fist. She looked at the calm Long Chen and made a solemn vow. Working hard is correct, but the direction must be right. If you were to seize him, then the Dragon Blood Legion would be your family. Wouldn't that be much more efficient than any effort on your own? The Beidang family's old family head whispered into Beidang Rushwang's ear with a mischievous smile. Grandma, Beidang Rushwang blushed. Girl, don't shout. Your grandma's vision is definitely correct. Don't you see the girl from the Nangong family also whispering? They definitely have their sights on Long Chen as well. Let me tell you, if you let her seize him first, don't come crying to me, said the old family head. Beidang Rushwang looked toward the Nangong family. There were several elders whispering with Nangong Zuyu, occasionally glancing toward Long Chen. Chapter 22, 43 Limit. Compared to the Dragon Blood warriors, our Nangong disciples are greenhouse flowers. They're still children. Us old fellows were too obstinate. The elders of the Nangong family were gathered together, sighing. When it came to talent, the disciples of the Nangong family were definitely much better than the Dragon Blood warriors. When it came to resources, it was unknown just how far behind the Nangong family through Long Chen. Now the difference was shown. This was the result of tempering through true battle. Although they had also tempered their disciples, those were simply trials. The danger was always under control. Contrary to them, the Dragon Blood Legion had fought in life and death battles countless times. There had been no guarantee of their lives. They could only risk their lives, and in the process, comprehend the true essence of the martial Tao. Even if the Nangong family's experts were slightly stronger than the Dragon Blood warriors, they would still die if they battled. The Dragon Blood warriors' conviction in victory was too terrifying. Even surrounded by this endless army of the blood race, where a single mistake spelled death, they still looked relaxed. How was that possible? Because they had absolute confidence that they wouldn't make any mistakes. To walk through the cracks of danger, to wave their hands and turn crisis into fortune, it made everyone reflect on something. The Nangong family's elders began to examine themselves. It went without saying that the Nangong family's elders possessed greater wisdom than some. When they encountered a problem, they considered themselves first, unlike certain people who only knew how to complain and push the responsibility onto others. You can't put it like that. Everyone has their own path. Some people want to instantly soar, and others want to slowly build a foundation that matures. In the end, the results are what matters. The Dragon Blood Warrior's path doesn't necessarily suit other people, and envying them is meaningless. You just need to look at your own path and decide if it's right for you, said Nangong Zuyu. Zuyu is correct. The Nangong family's teachings are not focused on such ferociousness. We cannot imitate that aspect, said an elder in gray robes. This elder was the current head of the Nangong family, Nangong Yunchen. The comical thing was that his seniority wasn't actually very high. He had been an up-and-coming youngster, and calculating the generations, he would technically be Nangong Zuyu's junior. But because he was the family head, the two of them called each other equally. Just at this moment, a new subrace of the blood race appeared. They were exceptionally large and muscular. Even their hands and feet were thick, and they held giant hammers in their hands. This is the behemoth blood race. They're a mid-ranking race with immense power. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, your warriors have to be careful. Li Jing let out a startled cry. When those behemoth blood experts smashed their hammers at the Dragon Blood Warriors, the Dragon Blood Warriors' swords slashed out. Sparks flew. The Dragon Blood Warriors were knocked back several steps, while the behemoth blood experts were sent flying, their hammers escaping their hold. The Dragon Blood Warriors' attack was unable to kill the behemoth blood experts in one blow, and it had to be known that they weren't holding back. Even Nether Passage Realm behemoth blood experts can be stopped. Li Jing covered her mouth with both hands, completely shocked. Just how powerful were the Dragon Blood Warriors? The behemoth blood race was a mid-ranking race amongst the blood race and said to be the core of the blood race's forces. Furthermore, some of them were in the Nether Passage realm. The arrival of the behemoth blood experts caused the Dragon Blood Warriors to no longer remain so indifferent. They gradually became unable to keep up with their numbers. Boom! One of the Dragon Blood Warriors was suddenly surrounded by over 10 of the behemoth blood experts, causing startled cries to ring out. In that situation, he should definitely die. Surprisingly though, the Dragon Blood Warrior used his fist to receive one of the hammers, causing it to miss. In exchange, that arm was completely deformed, with even his bones sticking out. Taking advantage of that slight moment, he used his sword to cut off the attacker's head. As for the hammer he had forced into a deviated trajectory, it blocked the attacks of several others. In that chaotic mess, the Dragon Blood Warrior's sword flashed. He killed 7 of the behemoth blood experts in an instant. With 7 of them dead, he won a chance to breathe. His deformed arm was already healed, and he then grabbed a hammer, smashing it into his enemies. He proceeded to cut down the owners of those hammers, racking up a high kill count. His movements flowed perfectly, from his pulling back to using their own force to counter-attacking. It was perfect, yet also incredibly dangerous. With so many of the behemoth blood experts attacking, the Dragon Blood Warriors were surrounded by danger. However, they continued fighting, cutting down their enemies. The way they fought made others exclaim in praise. The warm-up is over, the battle is finally starting. Gu Yang clenched his fists excitedly. He was itching to join in. The warm-up, Li Jing was speechless. This terrifying battle was just a warm-up in the Dragon Blood Warrior's eyes. That was absolutely monstrous. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, are you not going to join in? Everyone around her laughed. One of the female healing warriors said, "Little sister, you're underestimating the Dragon Blood Warriors. If they couldn't even handle these little fish, would they dare to call themselves Dragon Blood Warriors?" But Li Jing looked at the Dragon Blood Warriors. Injuries were rapidly appearing, and they had clearly reached their limit. It didn't look at all like they were acting. "It's fine, just keep watching," comforted that healing warrior. Even as they spoke, the Dragon Blood Warriors continued to be pressured. More and more of the behemoth blood experts appeared. The ones in the Nether Passage realm in particular were extremely dangerous. Occasionally, the Dragon Blood Warriors would cough up blood, but they didn't retreat. Even in such desperate straits, they were constantly looking for opportunities to counterattack. I understand now why the Dragon Blood Warriors are so powerful. Even when facing death, their Dao hearts are firm. There isn't the slightest fear in their hearts, exclaimed one of the righteous experts. For them, just watching already made their hearts tight. The Dragon Blood warriors might die at any moment, but the Dragon Blood warriors were calmer than them. They weren't panicking in the slightest, even in such a situation. They were always able to find the best way to counterattack and resolve their predicaments. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is treating this battle as a trial. That's monstrous. Just watching this battle was a trial. As for actually being in it, that was crazy. This was a real battle, while in a trial you could always be saved. Here, dead was dead. They bring out their lives for training, so no wonder they're so terrifying. Every bit of the Dragon Blood Legion's reputation is backed by true power. A person's potential is limitless. It just depends on whether you can force it out or not. The Dragon Blood warriors are monsters. This definitely isn't the first time they've done this. For a moment, the Righteous Path's experts could only sigh in amazement. This battle shook their hearts. It was truly a dance upon the tip of a blade. The slightest carelessness could cost lives. The experts of the other powers were also pointing and discussing amongst themselves. The elders were clearly using this as a lesson for their disciples. Only the Corrupt Path's disciples were watching in trepidation. In the Corrupt Path, all the living disciples were survivors of cruel and miserable trials, but even they shivered in the face of this terrifying blood race army. Their viciousness was an act for others to see, so that those people would fear them. But the Dragon Blood Legion's viciousness was a part of them. They were vicious to their enemies and even more vicious to themselves. One of the Dragon Blood warriors had half their body smashed to pulp by one of the Behemoth Blood experts, but Long Chen and the others still didn't move. As a result, that Dragon Blood warrior bitterly held on for several breaths, time before finding a chance to kill two of the Behemoth Blood experts in healing. Absolutely vicious. Cold sweat dripped down people's backs. That Dragon Blood warrior's life had been hanging by a string, but Long Chen and the others had just watched. They have no choice but to be vicious. This time Long Chen could have helped him, but who would help him next time? Mo Nian finally broke his silence. If a person refuses to work, no one can help them. Long Chen can only give them an environment, but to become a true expert, they need to rely on themselves. That's true of both the Dragon Blood warriors as well as Long Chen. They understand their position and are all risking their lives. Actually, life is like this. The greater your goal, the more challenges you'll encounter. If your goal is only to be a normal person, you'll only need to experience the struggles of a normal person. If you want to become a god, then you'll need to go through trials on the level of a god. Every person has to pay a price for whatever aspirations they have. Hearing Mo Nian's words, everyone fell silent, mulling over what he had said. They looked at the Dragon Blood warriors surrounded by the Behemoth Blood experts. They were like tiny boats floating on top of a raging sea, looking like they might collapse at any moment. But the Dragon Blood warriors still looked determined. This scene touched the deepest parts of people's hearts. Time passed bit by bit. When the sun once more rose in the sky, it meant that it had been a full day and night since the battle had started. The Dragon Blood warriors had brushed past death countless times during these hours. In the end, they managed to survive. However, as time passed, their power began to wane. Even though they were still fighting valiantly, they were weary. This is about the limit. Xuanhuan, give the order, Long Chen suddenly spoke. Chapter 22, 44 Grand Formation activated. Form the formation. Xuanhuan's shout rang throughout the battlefield. The Dragon Blood warriors heard it, and light suddenly blazed out of their bodies. They still have more power. People were startled by this sudden burst of power. Hadn't they already run out of energy? In truth, they were right. The Dragon Blood warriors had truly reached their limits. The light flowing out of their bodies came from the armor that Xuanhuan had made for them. With the armor covering their bodies, the Dragon Blood warriors were refreshed. Their almost exhausted spiritual yuan slowly began to recover. Last time in the Chi Flow battle, the Dragon Blood warriors had been facing the experts of the various powers. Toward the end, they had run out of energy. That had made Xuanhuan see a dangerous scenario. If more experts had attacked at that time, the Dragon Blood Legion would have been in danger. After that battle, Xuanhuan had modified the armor once more, embedding 1,000 energy storage runes throughout each of them. This way, the Dragon Blood warriors could store their spiritual yuan inside their armor and draw it out during times of crisis. The 1,000 energy storage runes roughly allowed each Dragon Blood warrior to store almost half their normal spiritual yuan. That stored spiritual yuan could save their lives during a critical moment. The Dragon Blood warriors were now extracting a portion of that stored spiritual yuan, nourishing their almost exhausted bodies. The Dragon Blood warriors gathered into a circular formation. In that instant, they became like an iron block. Their formation spun, tearing through the Blood race's army. In a formation, the Dragon Blood warriors no longer felt any danger. Their power was linked, and they were like a machine of flesh. They slowly retreated. The stored spiritual yuan in the armor could not be wasted. Storing the energy took time and used up 10 times the amount of energy of what was stored. It took a full month to max them out. That stored spiritual yuan was a trump card that shouldn't be used lightly. Just now they had only used a little bit, but the Dragon Blood warriors were aggrieved over it. As soon as they finished the formation, they retreated. Liu Ruyan's huge body rose from the ground, countless roots pulling her forward. The endless army of the Blood race was suppressed by her. The Dragon Blood warriors retreated, while Liu Ruyan advanced. The two of them switched positions. Pillars of light spread out of the ground, forming a ring of light. Countless swords shot out of that ring of light, tearing through the Blood race's army. Those in the Life Star realm directly exploded upon contact. Even those from stronger races would only be able to block a maximum of 3 swords before being killed. What a powerful formation! The sight of those thousands of swords flying made the spectators jump. I've long heard of a terrifying formation master within the Dragon Blood Legion. Such a terrifying killing formation must have a ridiculous price. They won't be able to keep it up for long. The stronger the formation, the greater the price of keeping it active. A killing formation of such power covering such an area had to exhaust an unimaginable amount of resources for each second it was active. Formation masters had gradually declined. Legend had it that formation masters were one of the most terrifying existences back in ancient times. As long as they had enough resources, they could slay gods and devils. They could flip the entire world. The position of formation masters was even greater than alchemists. Unfortunately, this was a declined era with few resources. Most formation masters starved to death because they didn't have the resources to raise themselves. The formation masters on the continent now were nothing more than artisans working to make a meager living. Most formation masters were forced to take up a second profession just to pay for their own resources. No one would deny that formation masters could be terrifying, but the prerequisite was that they had enough resources. If they didn't, then they were cooks without tools or ingredients. How would they cook? So the profession of formation masters had declined to the point that no one outstanding in this field had appeared in the past tens of thousands of years. As for the formations of the large sects, they were things left behind from the ancient era. As long as they were careful and avoided large-scale battles, their formations could remain in good condition without a formation master. That was why currently, formation masters weren't treated as important by the large powers. They could always use their old formations. Now though, just the slightest revelation of Chen's skill stunned everyone. The formation continued, annihilating the incoming army of the Blood race. They were unable to charge over. Chen formed hand seals, and a whirlpool image appeared on the ground. The spiritual chi of the world crazily condensed there. What a terrifying spirit-gathering formation. Feeling the spiritual chi of heaven and earth being sucked away, people's expressions changed. Spirit-gathering formations were one of the most common formations. Everyone had one. But this spirit-gathering formation of Chen's was incredibly powerful, so powerful that it even made the heavenly Tao's twist. Even those from Pill Valley, the corrupt path, and the others were amazed. The effect of this formation was 100 times greater than their own spirit-gathering formations. No wonder the Dragon Blood Legion's growth is so terrifying. They have such a powerful formation master. Any problems can be resolved easily. I heard that Long Chen is also an amazing alchemy master, with rumors saying that his alchemy arts are not inferior to the Pill Fairy S. A pinnacle alchemist plus a pinnacle formation master are the greatest support of the Dragon Blood Legion. No matter how great Long Chen's alchemy arts are, he's just one person. There's no way he can refine enough pills for such a large legion. I heard his medicinal pills are mostly from the Hegemon sect. Have you forgotten how Long Chen stuffed himself with barrels of medicinal pills during the Chi Flow eruption? In other words, the support of the Dragon Blood Legion is the Hegemon sect from behind the scenes. No wonder they have such wealth. The Hegemon sect was said to be the richest sect on the Martial Heaven continent. They had been competing with Pill Valley from the start. However, they were much more low-key and rarely interfered in matters of the cultivation world. people usually forgot about their power. Now that someone mentioned them, they all came to a sudden understanding. It seemed that the Dragonblood Legion's money came from the Huiyuan sect. As expected of the most successful businessmen, if you invest in objects, the profit will be limited. But if you invest in people, well, once Long Chen becomes ruler of the world, the profits would be endless. Long Chen was famed for being ruthless with his vengeance, but also for repaying people who helped him. The Xuanhuan Dao sect, the heaven-splitting battle sect, and the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race were the best examples. They helped Long Chen, and Long Chen viewed them as family. He would risk his life to protect them. Those three powers had declined to a miserable point before he had gone to them. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race in particular had been hunted down almost to extinction. Now, the three powers stood at the top of the world's rankings. That was payback. Swords continued to fly out of the formation, slaughtering the army of the blood race. Corpses piled up rapidly. At the front, willow leaves slashed like swords, and giant roots attacked like dragons. They devoured the majority of the blood race's experts. In front of Liu Ruyan, they were simply food. That made quite a few people jealous. All the essence blood of those experts would go to the Dragonblood Legion. Seeing the corpses on the ground slowly wither until they were desiccated, it was obvious that Long Chen was gathering their essence blood. The blood race's essence blood contained the essence of ancient times. Although their bloodlines were no longer pure, their essence blood could still be refined into immemorial essence blood. That immemorial essence blood was a priceless treasure to those who hadn't awakened their spirit blood yet. No amount of money was able to buy it. Such essence blood could only be refined from the blood race's experts, and although they had been killed before in past dark eras, the immemorial essence blood refined from them was always immediately used by the experts of that time. Very little had been saved. After all, that was how they had strengthened the side of the continent and prevented more people from being killed. If everyone was killed, then saving it wouldn't have any use. Those corpses were treasures, and all of them now belonged to the Dragonblood Legion. The divine families really are biased. Why should Long Chen get all the benefits? Grumbled one of the Xuan beasts. Peng Wanli's expression changed upon hearing that, and as expected, the elders of the outer branches glared at him. One of them coldly stated, "If you feel it's unfair, then after the 3 days are up, how about we allow the Xuan beasts to defend this area on your own for 3 days? These members of the outer branches were already holding back their anger from what had just happened with their trick being exposed. Adding on having to watch as the Dragonblood Legion simply activated a formation and comfortably sat back gathering the essence blood, they were driven crazy with jealousy and rage. As for the heads of the Xuan beasts, they were definitely not too bright to say that the divine families were biased. That one person had ended up provoking these old fellows. Peng Wanli didn't give that person a chance to respond. He directly slammed his hand through that person's head, killing him. The divine families have always been fair. My teachings haven't been enough, unfortunately. Please forgive me. Peng Wanli cupped his fists. He was not Long Chen. He didn't want to draw the ire of the outer branches. In the future, they might make things hard on him. These old fellows were clearly idiots used to being treated like princes, when in reality they were nothing more than dogs. Provoking them didn't bring him any benefits. After Peng Wanli killed that person, the speaker from the outer branches snorted and didn't say any more. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar came from within the yin-yang world. The earth trembled and giant figures appeared. Chapter 22, 45 Explosive Blood Bowl Monsters. From the depths of the yin-yang world, one mountain-sized figure after another appeared. They were monsters with the head of a bull and bodies covered in black qi. They were like devils crawling out of hell. Bull-headed devils, Long Chen was startled. He recognized this monster. Back in the yin-yang world when Yi Lingshan had accidentally slipped into an underground trial, she had found a fragment of the eastern wasteland bell. Taking it had drawn the ire of these bull-headed devils, and they had almost killed the two of them. In the end, they had been forced to draw them into a killing formation, but even that killing formation hadn't managed to kill them. Instead, they had wrecked the formation, allowing Long Chen to grab the precious medicinal ingredients lying behind the formation. "They're also part of the blood race?" asked Gu Yang. "No, they are. They're a kind of magical beast domesticated by the blood race. They are called explosive blood bowl monsters. They have immense power and also terrifying defenses. Even divine items have trouble injuring them. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, although these explosive blood bowl monsters have auras similar to early nether passage experts, due to their offensive and defensive powers, they can match third-step nether passage experts. This is most likely the blood race's counter-play to our formation. They want to use the explosive blood bowl monsters to break it, warned Li Jing, her voice shuddering slightly from nervousness. The explosive blood bowl monsters were quite famous in our history records. They had been the nightmare of the human race. The blood race had used them to trample their protective formations. Normally, this kind of card would only be used toward the latter stages of the battle, but it was currently just the start of the second day, and they had appeared. That was not in accordance with past records. These explosive blood bowl monsters are very powerful. When I was in the soul transformation realm, I was unable to do anything to them, said Long Chen. In other words, their physical bodies are very powerful, right? Wilda, who had been snoozing, suddenly stood up. Yes, but I don't know if you can eat it, said Long Chen, knowing what Wilda was thinking. I'll go try. Wilda didn't wait for anyone else to say anything and charged out with his bone club. His body suddenly grew, transforming into a 300-meter giant. Wilda blasted through many of the blood race's experts. He was like an arrow piercing through their midst. One of the explosive blood bowl monsters roared at Wilda and stamped a foot at him. Boom! Wilda's body flashed and he dodged. This stamp of its foot unleashed a shockwave that blew away the surrounding experts of the blood race. After dodging its attack, Wilda grabbed onto its leg and bit down. Although Wilda was now a 300-meter giant, he was still tiny compared to the explosive blood bowl monsters. He barely reached the top of its hoof. As a result, he bit down at the flesh right above the hoof. Blood splashed. What shocked people was that a giant chunk of meat was torn out of the explosive blood bowl monster. Wilda's teeth were even sharper than a divine item. The explosive blood bowl monster jumped up, letting out a shriek. This one bite from Wilda filled it with pain. Big brother Long, I can eat it. Wilda's garbled voice rang out as he tried to talk through a mouth of meat. He sounded happy. Then go ahead and eat it. Long Chen couldn't help having an odd expression. Wilda's teeth and appetite were exceptional. Wilda was eating its hair and hide along with the meat. Just watching made Long Chen's throat feel itchy and uncomfortable, but Wilda seemed to find it flavorful. Wilda had never been picky about taste. He liked things with strong blood and flesh, the stronger the better. To use Wilda's words, chewy meat was the best. Meat that lacked power was like cotton. It didn't taste good and it didn't fill his stomach. Boom! The explosive blood bowl monster stamped its foot once more, roaring furiously. Wilda was forced back, and he roared, his body once more growing until he became a towering figure as big as the explosive blood bowl monster. How is that possible? Is he a human or a monster? Although Wilda had once fought as a 300-meter giant, now he was many times larger, shocking people. Did the human race really possess such a divine ability? Wilda's bone club grew with him and he smashed the head of the explosive blood bowl monster. It died without even making a grunt. After killing it, Wilda didn't even wait for its corpse to fall. He grabbed it, and a bracelet on his wrist lit up. The explosive blood bowl monster shrank until it was the size of his palm. This bracelet was something that Xuanhuan had specially made for Wilda since Wilda didn't know how to use magical arts. Giant corpses could be compressed with spatial energy thanks to this bracelet which helped out Wilda. With just a thought, Wilda could shrink and suck his prey into the bracelet. The shrunken explosive blood bowl monster was tossed into Wilda's mouth. He bit down fiercely, and there was a sound like an exploding meatball that made Long Chen and the others get goosebumps. As for the other experts, their hair stood on end. Just where had Long Chen found this human-shaped monster? As Wilda chewed, he didn't stop. His bone club swung toward another explosive blood bowl monster, killing it. Wilda's bone club was a priceless treasure that happened to suit his particularities. It was extremely hard and heavy. Even the explosive blood bowl monster couldn't endure a strike from it. After killing his second explosive blood bowl monster, without even thinking about it, he tossed it into his mouth and continued looking for his next target. Wilda can get this big, that's really frightening. Meng Qi stared in shock. Long Chen explained, Wilda has said that 300 meters is the best option for him normally. That size keeps his exhaustion low, and he can fight for a long time like that. The larger he grows, the greater the exhaustion. That's why he normally stays at 300 meters when fighting. But after testing the power of the explosive blood bowl monster, he must have felt that he needed to get bigger. He can probably consume them to replenish the energy he's using. Everyone watched as Wilda began blasting through the battlefield. The explosive blood bull monsters were killed one by one, each of them only requiring a single swing of his club. This giant battlefield had become Wilda's hunting pasture. That scene was hair-raising. Just who is the invader? Seeing Wilda slaughtering the explosive blood bull monsters and blasting any of the blood race's experts in his way, people couldn't believe their eyes. That big fellow is from the legendary barbarian race. To be able to grow to such a size, he has to come from a high-ranking race, maybe even a king race amongst the barbarian race. The Nangong family's old head stared. Her eyes twinkled with an ancient light. Wasn't it said that the barbarian race went extinct in the battle from back then? How could such an existence appear on the martial heaven continent? Asked Baiding Rushwang. Who can say for sure what happened? That happened so long ago, no one knows what's true or false. I say this isn't important. What's important is for you to capture Long Chen first. Then all of this will be yours. The old family head pressed her, making Baiding Rushwang roll her eyes. This grandmother of hers really had fallen for Long Chen. She had to have Baiding Rushwang pull him in. Even though Wilda was killing the explosive blood bowl monsters rapidly, there were too many of them, and quite a few still managed to get by. Their huge bodies charged toward Zia Chen's formation. The swords shooting out of the formation were only able to cause some cuts on their giant bodies. They weren't fatal. Once too many of the explosive blood bowl monsters managed to reach the formation, there would be danger of the entire formation crumbling. Liu Ruyan's attacks were still extremely sharp against the blood race's experts, but the explosive blood bowl monsters were too powerful for her to kill easily. Her efficiency against them was inferior to Wilda, who was killing them one swing at a time. Xuanhuan took out his blood-colored crossbow, but before he could shoot, Gu Yang actually said, "How could we ask Boss Xuanhuan to handle such a minor matter? It would be better for this junior brother to handle it." Gu Yang and the others had long since been envious of Xuanhuan's crossbow. They knew how to shoot it, but his arrows were too precious for them to play around with. They knew how to use the crossbow, but there couldn't be the slightest deviation, or they wouldn't even be able to hit a hair on their enemies at long range. At this time, though, the explosive blood bowl monsters were near, and their bodies were huge. As long as you weren't blind, you would be able to hit them. Gu Yang suddenly wanted to try it. Naturally, if he wanted to borrow the crossbow, he had to say some nice words. Xuanhuan was delighted to the point that he couldn't stop grinning. He happily gave Gu Yang his crossbow to try out. A blood-colored arrow shot out, piercing through one of the explosive blood bowl monsters' mouths and going out of the back of its head. A large hole appeared, and with a wail it fell to the ground. Gu Yang continued to shoot. The explosive blood bowl monsters had giant heads, and as long as he struck them anywhere on their heads, they would be killed. "Damn, this is amazing," Gu Yang laughed as he shot. With just the flick of his finger, he was killing the explosive blood bowl monsters. That feeling was truly refreshing. "Stop messing around, prepare for an extended battle. The real experts have come." Long Chen suddenly let out a serious shout, his gaze on the blood race's army. Chapter 22, 46 Source of Calamity. Gu Yang and the others were startled. Looking over, they saw that the blood race's army was no longer blindly charging forward. They had started to form up. They were too far for them to see exactly what they were doing, but an aura that made people tremble began to spread across the battlefield. Liu Ruyan and Wilda were both called back. The explosive blood bowl monsters also stopped charging forward. They retreated, joining back with the blood race's army. "This is the real start of our battle," said Long Chen. "We're more than prepared. No matter how many of them come, they won't be able to get by," said Xuanhuan confidently. "Don't be careless. The grand formation costs a great deal to keep up. We can't rely on it as it's only been one day. The next 2 days are sure to be a fierce battle. We have to maintain as many trump cards as we can to avoid the worst-case scenario," warned Long Chen. "Yes, I can see what seems to be high-ranking races amongst the blood race. The commanders of their army have probably come. The low-ranking races are brainless and aren't frightening, but the high-ranking races are not at all dumber than our human race. They are extremely talented and can be likened to our Empyreans. Within the same realm, there is a huge difference in combat power between the low and high-ranking races," added Li Jing. Rumbling rang out. Thousands of the explosive blood bowl monsters joined forces to pull a giant war chariot. As the war chariot rolled across the earth, the world shuddered. "What is that?" That enormous chariot made everyone jump. That's the blood race's siege war chariot. Even a fourth-step nether passage expert isn't able to receive an attack from it. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we can't hold any longer. Li Jing turned pale with terror. The war chariot was so massive that clouds covered the top of it. Even the enormous explosive blood bull monsters appeared small in front of it. The war chariot had a giant cannon on it. It was pitch black, and looking at it, it was like a fiend was looking back. When the cannon came out of the entrance to the yin-yang world, Long Chen and the others' hair stood on end. Commander, the blood race is actually using their siege war chariot. That's something that can threaten the lives of fourth-step nether passage experts. There's no way that the Dragon Blood Legion can block it. We have to go out. In the distance, Shen Qingfeng's legion's expressions changed upon seeing the chariot. Shen Qingfeng's expression was grave. They're using the siege war chariot so soon. The blood race must have been preparing for a long time. The siege war chariot had appeared several times throughout history. However, every time, it would appear during a critical moment that affected the life and death of the blood race. Creating such a chariot required an unimaginable amount of manpower. Even the blood race needed hundreds of years to create one. The sovereign seal had broken, but the remnant sovereign aura prevented fourth-step nether passage experts from passing. Thus, they actually sent out the siege war chariot. The siege war chariot's cannon could destroy all life within this area. Even a fourth-step nether passage expert would be killed if struck directly. How could they ask Long Chen and the others to block such a terrifying chariot? Shen Qingfeng was caught in a hard spot. If he took action, that would be announcing that Long Chen had failed, and all his previous efforts would have been for nothing. The higher-ups have clearly underestimated the power of the blood race. For them to use the siege war chariot right at the start, this dark era will probably be an unprecedentedly bloody battle, said Shen Qingfeng. Commander, are we going? Shen Qingfeng pondered it and ordered, prepare the divine crossbow. If the Dragon Blood Legion cannot hold, immediately shoot. His orders were immediately carried out. Shen Qingfeng looked at the distant Long Chen and muttered to himself. Long Chen, I can't blame you for not being strong enough. I can only blame you for being too unlucky. That siege war chariot is a powerful weapon that only a few people can block. In Shen Qingfeng's opinion, Long Chen definitely wouldn't be able to stop it. Once his formation was broken, it would signify his failure, and Shen Qingfeng would take action. He couldn't allow the blood race to charge onto the continent. That was the order that Elder Long had given him. Just as Shen Qingfeng was preparing to stop it, Long Chen looked at Xuanhuan. That thing's pretty tough. Can you handle it? I can't make any guarantees. I'll test it out. Xuanhuan had never been more serious. Summoning his blood-red armor, he spread his wings and flew out, instantly crossing the battlefield and reaching the siege war chariot. Boss, this thing's attacking. You cannot allow it to strike the formation or it will break, shouted Xia Chen. Although he had never seen this chariot's power before, after working together with Xuanhuan for so long, he could make a general estimate. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful explosion shook the land. Xuanhuan had shot an arrow into the cannon. It had exploded inside it, unleashing a wave of fire. Did he succeed? Shouted Guiyang. No, it was a failure. Sniper apprentice brother Xuanhuan wanted to use the arrow to blow up the cannon. If that had worked, then the entire siege war chariot would have been blown to bits, said Li Jing. Suddenly, the siege war chariot stopped and began to shine. The explosive blood bowl monsters knelt on the ground. Boom! The world shuddered. A huge flame sphere shot out like a star at the Dragon Blood Legion. Space exploded in the midst of that flame sphere. The rumbling tore apart the void, and a sensation of death enveloped the hearts of everyone present. This was a truly world-destroying blow. Jining and the others' expressions completely changed. This attack was absolutely terrifying. They were all worried that Long Chen couldn't block it. Xia Chen formed hand seals, and runes lit up on the ground. One light barrier after another appeared. A total of 99 of them condensed in an instant. The flame sphere blasted through the light barriers. However, the light barriers were tough and even had a reflective effect. As the flame sphere blasted through them, its own power began to dissipate into the air. Finally, after blasting through 80 barriers, its momentum faded enough that it rebounded off the next barrier. The flame sphere was deformed from the rebound, and the energy inside had lost its balance. It flew in a certain direction. Startled cries rang out from Pill Valley, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Family Alliance, and the Xuan Beasts experts. That flame sphere was coincidentally flying straight toward them after being rebounded. Run! Cries rang out. There's no time, block it. Xuanhuan was the first to take action. The Danet furnace flew out, unleashing divine light. Zai Wenchen, Dai Long, Peng Wanli, Long Zhongking, and Zhang Ziyang took out their divine items, blocking with all their power. Boom! It was like the explosion of a star. A terrifying energy unleashed a terrifying mushroom cloud in the sky. Meanwhile, astral winds raged on the ground, turning mountains to dust. However, it went without saying that Xuanhuan and the others were worthy of being the leaders of their respective powers. Their combined forces had managed to block this attack. After blocking it, Zhang Ziyang coughed up a mouthful of blood. The divine item that he had taken out was a blood-colored sword. This sword was known as the Killing Sword and was the Bloodco Hall's inherited divine item, but it was not their number one divine item. The number one divine item, the Cruel Dagger, was in Dong Minju's hands. When she had betrayed the Bloodco Hall, she had taken the Cruel Dagger with her. Taking the number one divine item and having Long Chen remove the restrictions of her god seed had caused the Bloodco Hall's faith energy to diminish immensely. That meant that the Killing Sword's power had also sharply dropped, which caused Zhang Ziyang to be injured and increased the pressure on the others. Long Zhongking, who was the weakest of the rest of them, also almost coughed up blood, but he forcibly swallowed it down so as to not embarrass himself. That bastard Long Chen, he definitely did that on purpose. Dai Long ground his teeth. Watch out, another one's coming. Long Zhongking shouted. They had barely managed to block the first attack, and their disciples were still in a panic when another giant flame sphere came shooting over at them. A second siege war chariot had appeared and had shot after the first one. Zia Chen had controlled the formation to send it flying again. Block it, roared Xuanhuan. Divine light once more erupted from their divine items. Boom! It was another intense collision, but this time Zhang Ziyang was no longer alone. Everyone other than Xuanhuan coughed up blood together. That bastard Long Chen, he's trying to kill us, roared Long Zhongking. One time was a coincidence that could be brushed off, but twice, that was clearly intentional. Jianying and the others were also startled. Long Chen was actually using such a method. Pill Valley, the Corrupt Path, the Xuan Beasts, the Ancient Family Alliance, and the Bloodco Hall's people were all standing together. Long Chen was actually conning them like this. However, to be able to shift the attack of the siege war chariots so accurately, that sparked some disbelief. This is a coincidence, understand. A coincidence. Oh no, not good. Zia Chen was shouting an explanation when another flame sphere shot over, smashing into the defenses of his formation. As a result, the flame sphere was once more sent flying toward Xuanhuan and the others, enraging them. Boom! Xuanhuan and the others joined forces again to block, and this time, Xuanhuan was also unable to stop himself from joining the ranks of those coughing up blood. Retreat! Xuanhuan immediately gave the order to retreat after this attack. They not only retreated, but they even changed angles so that they wouldn't be in the path of the rebounding flame sphere. As a result, just as they moved to a spot where they felt that they would be safe, Zia Chen's startled cry rang out. Watch out, the flame sphere is heading toward you. Chapter 22, 47 Bombardment. Following Zia Chen's shout, another giant flame sphere shot toward Xuanhuan and the others, making them crazy. They wanted to dodge, but they couldn't. If they did, then their disciples would be doomed, so they could only block. Boom! Another explosion rang out. Even with those almighty experts joining forces with divine items, they wretchedly coughed up blood. This was an attack capable of threatening fourth-step nether passage experts, while they were only at the third step. If they didn't have powerful divine items, they would have died. Intolerable bullying, various experts cursed. This was clearly Zia Chen sending those attacks their way. Are the divine races not going to do anything? You're just going to allow the Dragonblood Legion to kill us. Xuanhuan finally couldn't bear it any longer. The elders of the outer branches were about to say something when Long Chen said, "Do you feel like it's possible for us to do such a thing? How about you try it?" Zia Chen's control over his formation had reached a perfect level. No one could imitate him. The money that Long Chen had thrown in had not been spent for nothing. Zia Chen was now an unparalleled formation master in this world. No one would dare to say that they were superior to Zia Chen in this regard, or at the very least, no one here could say such a thing. Xuanhuan and the others had nothing to say in response to Long Chen. If he simply refused to admit that it was intentional, there was nothing they could do. After all, there was no proof. Fine, count yourself vicious. Xuanhuan and the others had no choice but to retreat even further. Once they were further away, they would have a choice between blocking it or dodging it. What is going on with Xuanhuan? Can he handle it? Chen's expression once more became grave. Although he was able to send these attacks flying away from his formation with the smallest price possible, these attacks were too powerful. His formation wasn't able to do this forever. This formation of his possessed both offensive and defensive powers, but at its core, it was a killing formation. That was because the Dragonblood Legion wanted as much of their essence blood as possible. Their goal wasn't just to accomplish the mission that they had been given. It's not so easy. This Siege War Chariot's forging principles are completely different from the martial heaven continents. The way the energy explodes is different. Xuanhuan will need some time, said Long Chen. Long Chen understood Xuanhuan. Although he was normally a fool when it was time to be serious, he was mostly reliable. If he couldn't find a way to counter the Siege War Chariots, then no one else would be able to find a way. At this moment, Xuanhuan was unleashing a barrage of attacks on the Siege War Chariot. But whether he attacked the cannon or the chariot, he was unable to cause any real damage, shocking and enraging him. Furthermore, with the blood race and the explosive blood bull monsters on the ground, he couldn't get close to the chariot. Time to go all out. Xuanhuan suddenly charged toward the chariot. Inferior human race, you want to touch our Siege War Chariot, keep dreaming. As Xuanhuan weaved through countless attacks to get closer, a sneer came from within the chariot. A tempest of light arrows exploded out of the chariot, shooting at Xuanhuan. Did you think we wouldn't have any defenses? A red-haired man appeared atop the chariot, sneering at Xuanhuan disdainfully. Xuanhuan clenched his teeth. Instead of dodging, a long horn appeared on his head. Like an arrow, he shot through the tempest of arrows. Rumbling rang out as they crashed into his body. Good thing this armor of mine isn't a waste. Xuanhuan laughed wickedly. Although the pounding was making him numb, he was able to endure it. The red-haired man snorted. Waving his hand, dozens of other red-haired men appeared at the same time from within the chariot. The swords in their hands unleashed waves of light at Xuanhuan. These experts were all Nether Passage experts. They were most likely specialized guards for the chariot. You want to fight in close range with me? Do you know how the character for death is written? Xuanhuan sneered, his sabers also blazing with light. The red-haired men smiled coldly, clearly understanding what Xuanhuan was saying. They attacked at the same time, and shockingly, they used a rarely seen combination art to merge their energy together. Just as they thought that Xuanhuan was about to face them head-on with his sabers, countless holes appeared on Xuanhuan's chestplate. Needles shot out of those holes, as quick as lightning. The needles exploded upon stabbing into the bodies of the red-haired men. They actually had the effect of his exploding arrows, and even these Nether Passage experts were blown up. The first red-haired man was shocked, and just as he was about to retreat back into the chariot, a streak of light cut off his head. Xuanhuan's finger stabbed into his head. His Yuan spirit shattered, and Xuanhuan quickly searched through those fragmented memories for what he wanted. Got it. With a delighted cry, Xuanhuan's figure flashed across the chariot, dodging the attack of another blood race expert. Xuanhuan's saber ruthlessly slashed into the wall of the chariot. Web-like cracks appeared all over the wall. This place was actually the weakest part of the chariot. He had learned quite a few secrets about the Siege War Chariot from that red-haired man's fragmented memories. Boom! Xuanhuan once more struck the wall, and this time the wall exploded, revealing a large hole. Xuanhuan charged through. The inside of the chariot was a maze, but relying on the red-haired man's memories, Xuanhuan flew toward the core. Dozens of red-haired men were present in the core, controlling the Siege War Chariot. Without a word, Xuanhuan unleashed his concealed weapons at them. The land quivered as the Siege War Chariot slowly turned away. Gu Yang and the others were delighted, knowing that Xuanhuan had succeeded. Boom! Xuanhuan controlled the Siege War Chariot to shoot at the other Siege War Chariot. That Siege War Chariot exploded. Following the first explosion, more explosions rang out as the cannonballs inside it exploded as well. All the blood race experts nearby were blown to smithereens. After destroying that Siege War Chariot, Xuanhuan immediately adjusted the cannon to shoot at another Siege War Chariot that was frantically moving. His second shot struck it, making it explode as well. This is addictive. This is the kind of a toy a man should have. Xuanhuan was delighted. Every Siege War Chariot had 10 cannonballs. Those cannonballs would explode when they struck the Siege War Chariot, and their combined explosive power was apocalyptical. Xuanhuan's blood was boiling hot as he watched the destruction he had caused. He was about to aim at his next target when he saw the final siege war chariot's cannon was already aimed at him. His hair instantly stood on end. Not good. Boom! The siege war chariot that Xuanhuan was in exploded, and then the cannonballs inside it exploded along with it. Xuanhuan! Gu Yang and the others were horrified. "It's fine, he's alive," said Long Chen. Xuanhuan was standing in the sky, his sabers in his hands. He overlooked the battlefield, looking very calm. In reality, Xuanhuan was crazily hacking up blood within his armor. His whole body was covered in cracks. He had just been a bit away from dying. Although he had instantly fled out of the hole in the chariot, the shockwaves had almost killed him. Despite having activated his armor's greatest defensive state, he was still a mess. He was covered in cold sweat. Xuanhuan was standing there to act profound. However, his body was in such pain that he didn't dare to move. All his energy was focused on preventing his body from falling apart. To the rest of the world, Xuanhuan appeared calm and collected, as if he completely disdained that siege war chariot's attack. It was the pinnacle of arrogance. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the blood race's experts roared and attacked Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan still didn't move. Tiny needles shot out of his armor, piercing through their bodies. Anyone whose body was pierced by a needle would explode into bloody mist. Due to how small the needles were, from a great distance, they weren't visible. It simply looked like Xuanhuan was standing there, and any of the blood race's experts that approached him would explode upon getting close to him. This time he's showing off pretty well. There's nothing to say about the details. It's very well done, praised Gu Yang. This kind of silent arrogance was true arrogance. What he didn't know was that, at this critical moment, Xuanhuan didn't dare to move for fear his body would collapse. He wasn't intentionally showing off. Finally, Xuanhuan cracked his neck. He was able to move once more. Boom! Xuanhuan suddenly slashed his saber behind him, slicing through a fist of an explosive blood bull monster that had come. Just at that moment, the last siege war chariot aimed at Xuanhuan. Just for Xuanhuan, it was willing to use up one of its limited attacks. It was clear just how deep their hatred for Xuanhuan was. "You're still coming." Xuanhuan sneered. As the siege war chariot took aim at him, the surrounding blood race experts fled for their lives. On the other hand, Xuanhuan calmly took out his crossbow. This time, his arrowhead had a silver ball attached to it. "Die!" Xuanhuan shouted and unleashed his arrow, which streaked toward the siege war chariot. Just as the chariot was about to unleash its attack, while the cannonball had yet to come out of the cannon, it was struck by the arrow. Chapter 22, 48 killed in one blow. Boom! The cannonball exploded inside the cannon and blew apart the siege war chariot. Following that, the cannonballs inside the siege war chariot also exploded, shaking heaven and earth. Flames soared into the sky. The final siege war chariot was destroyed. Xuanhuan stood in the sky, looking supreme. The endless flames that were the result of his single arrow gave him a feeling of unrivaled grandeur. "Xuanhuan, get back!" Long Chen suddenly shouted. Xuanhuan didn't understand what was happening, but without hesitation, he flew back at his maximum speed. He had just retreated when a hand reached out through the flames, just barely missing Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was so terrified that he became covered in cold sweat again. That hand had come without him sensing it at all. If it hadn't been for Long Chen's warning, perhaps he would already be dead. The void split apart and an elder from the blood race appeared. He was skinny and dried up like firewood. There was a vertical third eye on his forehead. "The three-eye blood race," Li Jing let out a startled cry. "That's a high-ranking race. He's definitely a commander." Just at that moment, the elder of the three-eye blood race opened its third eye. A blood-colored light sword shot toward Xuanhuan. Even though Xuanhuan was running at maximum speed, that light sword still caught up to him. The crystal-clear sound of a sword coming out of its sheath rang out. Sword chi ripped through the air, striking the light sword. Boom! The light sword exploded from Yue Zifeng's attack, saving Xuanhuan. However, Yue Zifeng turned pale and coughed up a mouthful of blood. A crack appeared on his forehead and blood dripped out. Blocking that attack had come at an immense price. That's a fourth-step nether passage expert. Yue Zifeng's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he sized up the three-eye blood elder. Yue Zifeng had received a backlash upon striking the elder's attack because his mind was one with his sword. However, no one laughed at him for being injured. They were filled with shock that Yue Zifeng was able to block a full-force attack from a fourth-step nether passage expert. Probably only a sword cultivator's power would be able to ignore the difference in realms to block such an attack, said Jianying. The old man nodded. Sword cultivators were miraculous existences. Their attacks often broke the laws of the cultivation world. A fourth-step nether passage expert controlled the power of samsara. That kind of power couldn't be matched even by a third-step nether passage expert. I'll go bite him to death. Wilda was very protective of everyone in the Dragonblood Legion, and seeing Yue Zifeng injured, he started pouncing forward, only to be stopped by Long Chen. Wilda, save your energy. If Wilda got angry, he would ignore all else. He didn't know how powerful a fourth-step nether passage expert was, and more importantly, Long Chen didn't want him to risk his life. Now wasn't the time for that just yet. The three-eye blood elder was shocked to see his attack blocked. Another light sword shot out of its third eye. This attack was even more powerful than the last. This elder was clearly enraged and was going to make Xuanhuan stay behind one way or another. Long Chen stepped forward, evil moon in his hand. He had to block this attack, or even if Xuanhuan had his armor, his life would be in danger. However, before he could attack, the void trembled. A whirlpool appeared and sucked away the light sword. The elder was suddenly overcome with terror. The light sword actually shot back out of the whirlpool, following its previous trajectory with even greater speed and power. The three-eye blood elder had no chance to dodge, and was instantly blown into blood mist. At this time, Xuanhuan had finally safely returned to the formation. Seeing the elder be killed in one blow, he was shocked. Just who was capable of killing such a terrifying expert in one blow? Their formation is so powerful, it can even slay fourth-step nether passage experts. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared in disbelief. If that was really true, then wouldn't the Dragonblood Legion be completely unrivaled? That wasn't the power of the formation. The three-eye blood elder's attack triggered the sovereign's might, and he was killed, explained an extremely old elder who looked to be on the verge of becoming a fossil. That explanation made people feel better. If the Dragonblood Legion really had that kind of ability, that would be too frightening. But the sovereigns are already dead and the seal is broken. How could it counterattack? Asked one person. HMPH, what do you understand, brat? The sovereigns were supreme existences. Even though the sovereign seal has broken, the remnant sovereign will is enough to easily wipe out fourth-step nether passage experts. The sovereigns lived for the martial heaven continent, giving up everything they had. Even though they're gone, their remnant will still protect us. As a person, you must have gratitude and respect. Young people should pay more attention to their words. Without the sovereigns, this world would have been destroyed. You wouldn't even have a chance to spout your careless words, said that elder coldly. Clearly, the elder felt great dislike for that person, saying the sovereigns were already dead. That was disrespectful to them. Many of the others also cast gazes, dripping with blood at that speaker. I was wrong. I shouldn't have blasphemed the sovereigns. That person immediately apologized, giving himself a slap in the face. He was at least smart enough to admit his mistake. If he hadn't, his sect wouldn't protect him. In fact, to appease everyone's anger, they might even offer him up. He could see his sect leader's murderous gaze. Since he apologized, no one bothered with him any longer. After all, a little brat wasn't worth anything. The sovereigns truly were unrivaled existences. Just one seal is enough to protect the continent for tens of thousands of years, and even once the seal is broken, just the remnant will is enough to slay fourth-step nether passage experts. In the past, they had heard that sovereigns were unrivaled, but that didn't give them a real idea as to just how strong they were. But now, in their eyes, a fourth-step nether passage expert was unrivaled, but just the remnant will of a sovereign seal was enough to wipe out this unrivaled existence. Although the sovereigns were unrivaled, they were unable to remain in this world. Not even their pictures remain. We didn't even get a chance to offer up sacrifices to them, said one expert regretfully. Although Sovereign Mo Li had appeared in front of the yin-yang world at the end of the last battle, after he was gone, people found that the countless photographic jades they had activated had vanished. Any photographic jade that had recorded the image of the sovereign had disappeared, and even their image of Sovereign Mo Li grew blurry. After so many days, they now found that all they could remember was that Sovereign Mo Li had appeared, while not being able to remember a single feature of his face. Now they understood why there were statues of gods in this world, but no statues of the sovereigns. No one could remember what the sovereigns looked like. The sovereigns had given up everything for the continent, but the ones they had saved didn't even have a chance to worship them. That was why the sovereigns were the most mysterious and supreme existences. People had to feel eternal gratitude and respect for them, a feeling that transcended race. Everyone looked at Long Chen. In this world, the only one who could call a sovereign brother was him. However, he always liked wearing black clothes. If Long Chen wore white, perhaps many people would believe that Sovereign Mo Li had indicated that Long Chen would be the next sovereign. However, this existence that called a sovereign brother always wore black, symbolizing death and slaughter. It was the complete opposite of the white color's purity and rebirth. Even now, people didn't understand why Sovereign Mo Li would act so close with Long Chen. He didn't have even the slightest mannerisms of a sovereign. If Long Chen had switched to wearing white clothes after that day, perhaps the majority of this world would follow him. Seeing people's glances and private discussion, Kajianing sighed for Long Chen. Why would others have to wear white just because the sovereigns wore white? If Long Chen switched because of this, he wouldn't be Long Chen. Furthermore, what rule states that sovereigns must wear white? Perhaps the sixth-generation sovereign will wear black, retorted the old man. Stubborn donkey. Kajianing glared at him. This obstinate old man just had to go against what she said all the time. The blood race was thrown into a panic when that three-eyed blood elder died. Their attack came to a stop, and they retreated. Little dogs, don't go. Come fight another 300 rounds with your daddy Guo. Xuanhuan immediately recovered enough energy to shout arrogantly at them. However, the blood race's experts ignored Xuanhuan. They retreated like the tide, leaving behind only countless corpses. How tiring. A black-robed Liu Ruyan sighed. She had been the one to put in the most effort during this fight. She finally had a chance to rest. However, although she was weary, her aura continued to grow sharper. Clearly, absorbing that much of the blood race's essence blood had increased her power. Furthermore, there was still a great deal of essence blood that she hadn't refined. Is it over? Asked Gu Yang. What do you think? Do you think the Dark Era is a joke? Long Chen shook his head, his expression serious. The enemy has lost their commander. A new commander is coming, and there will definitely be another assault at that time. They've now probed our tactics and strategy, so the next attack will be a thunderous one. Chapter 22, 49 Blue Ring Blood Race. The blood race's experts had retreated, and the battlefield was silent. Pill Valley, the ancient races, the Xuan beasts, and the others were a bit jealous now. What if the blood race didn't return to attack within the next 2 days? If the agreed-upon time passed, then wouldn't the Dragon Blood Legion have easily accomplished their mission? Not only could they get the reward promised by the divine families, but all the immemorial essence blood gathered on the battlefield would belong to him. His luck was too good to be true. However, no one dared to say anything. The current Long Chen could no longer be viewed as the little brat they could subdue at any time. He had already grown to the point where the world responded to him. Provoking him now could not possibly bring anything good. The way Xia Chen had reflected the Siege War Chariot's attacks toward them was still fresh in their memories. They could only pretend to be mute. The Dragon Blood warriors took advantage of this precious time to recover as much energy as possible. With the help of the Spirit Gathering formation, their spiritual yuan quickly replenished. In all the fighting, Long Chen had requested that they only use spiritual yuan, and not the power of their yuan spirit or spiritual strength. That was because spiritual yuan could be quickly restored, while the latter too could not. With their great control, the Dragon Blood warriors had been able to almost hypnotize themselves, making them forget about the power of their yuan spirit and spiritual strength. This had brought them to the edge of death. Through this method, they corroborated the understanding of life and death that Liu Ruyan had displayed to them through her manifestation of the yin and yang Dao. Since the blood race had retreated, they could rest and finally look through what they had gained. This also preserved their sharpness for the next wave. The Dragon Blood warriors meditated as Xia Chen and Xuanhuan got to work. The two of them entered the formation. There was a huge pool of blood gathered now. All the essence blood of the blood race's dead had been gathered during the battle. The blood pool was now half full, emitting ancient and powerful fluctuations. That aura was also violent, which wasn't suitable to be absorbed. This essence blood needed to be refined and purified first, so Xuanhuan took out a jade bottle and carefully sucked in the essence blood. Based on the estimate of 10,000 drops of essence blood being able to be refined into 1 drop of immemorial essence blood, they probably wouldn't have enough. The Dragon Blood Legion was too big. Each person would need at least 10 drops of immemorial essence blood to have the greatest effect. So for over 10,000 dragon blood warriors, they needed over 100,000 drops of immemorial essence blood. That was a frightening number. Immemorial essence blood was so precious that even the 4 everlasting families didn't have much. They definitely had less than 100 drops of it. This was why the various powers were so envious. Based on Chen's estimates, this blood pool could be refined into 3,000 drops of immemorial essence blood. The essence blood of the blood race needed to have many of its impurities removed to return to its most primordial state. Those impurities occupied 90% of the essence blood, so 3,000 drops was already an optimistic estimate. It was said that the amount of impurities in the essence blood was related to the strength of the specific subrace of the blood race. The lower-ranking races had more impurities, while the higher-ranking ones had purer essence blood. 3,000 drops of immemorial essence blood was nothing to the Dragon Blood Legion. Furthermore, this estimate was probably too high, as quite a bit of the explosive Blood Bowl monsters' essence blood was mixed in as well. Of course, to a different person, these 3,000 drops would be enough wealth to go crazy over. Time passed bit by bit. Even after a full day, there had been no move from the blood race. However, the atmosphere only grew heavier. It was the calm before the storm. In the middle, Xuanhuan had wanted to enter the yin-yang world to see if he could learn anything, but Chen had rejected this idea. The yin-yang world was no longer the old yin-yang world. If Xuanhuan went too far out, then any fourth-step nether passage expert would kill him. The danger was too great to make the risk worth it. Right now, the remnants of the Sovereign Seal were what Chen was relying on the most. He only had to block this entrance. Once the 3 days were up, his mission would be complete. "Boss, do you think that their meeting will last 10 days or more? Will we pass that easily?" asked Xuanhuan. "Don't get caught up in dreams. I've never had such good fortune in my entire life." Chen shook his head. Perhaps such a thing might happen for someone else, but he didn't have any hopes when it came to himself. He had barely said this when the land began to quiver. Everyone's gaze once more focused on the depths of the yin-yang world. The low-ranking races were still present at the front, but behind them was an orderly army. Heavens, the blue ring blood race, the stone blood race, the golden horn blood race, those are all high-ranking races within the blood race. So many have appeared at once. Li Jing let out a startled cry, barely able to believe what she was seeing. These races had only appeared within history books, and they were famed for their viciousness. They had once brought a reign of slaughter to the martial heaven continent. Moreover, their intelligence matched the human race, and they possessed terrifying divine abilities. To put them in human terms, they were all-powerful Empyreans, the true core force of the blood race. "I told you that my luck wouldn't be that good," Chen shrugged helplessly. It wasn't that he was a pessimist. He was simply very confident in his bad luck. He was used to it. Nothing ever went that smoothly for him. "Those little troops are strange. Ruyan, go test them out," said Chen suddenly. The low-ranking races were at the front, but their movements were strange. It was as if they were carrying something heavy. Liu Ruyan summoned her true body. Before the army could get close, she attacked. As a result, those low-ranking blood race experts were blown apart. At the same time, terrifying explosions came from their backs. The power of those explosions managed to blow up Liu Ruyan's tough branches, making people jump. Liu Ruyan's branches were both flexible and tough, making them difficult to break even for divine items, but a huge number of them had been blasted away. "It seems that the blood race also has expert forgers. That explosive power is almost on the same level as the siege war chariot," said Xuanhuan with some surprise. The low-ranking experts launched a suicidal attack on Liu Ruyan, charging at her from every direction. Liu Ruyan snorted. Countless willow leaves transformed into flying swords that sliced through them. No matter how they exploded, they only blew apart a few leaves. They were unable to harm her true body. Liu Ruyan's leaves were her most basic attack tool, and she could summon as many as she wanted. Her body shook as leaves poured out like an angry sea. The blood race's low-ranking experts were unable to get close enough to damage her true body. Her range and the area she covered stunned everyone. "In terms of just attack range and area, perhaps no one can match her," said Baiding Xuanhuan. The Baiding family's old family head nodded as well. She had never seen such a powerful life form. They all knew that Liu Ruyan was not human. There were wood-attributed magical beasts in this world, but not one of them was as terrifying as Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan was an extremely difficult existence to deal with. She had unlimited regenerative abilities. Whether she was fighting alone or in a group, she was an incredibly powerful existence. The Blood Race's idea was good, to use a suicidal sneak attack to break Xia Chen's formation. If they had managed to reach the formation, they could have used up most of its energy and maybe broken it, or left the killing blow to a second wave. Suddenly, from within the torrent of willow leaves, a single figure went against the flow. A blue ring flashed on his body, and he held a sword even longer than himself. Liu Ruyan's leaves were unable to stop him. He was like a streak of light, appearing in front of Liu Ruyan before she could do anything else. His sword slashed down. Liu Ruyan formed hand seals, and the giant willow tree behind her shook. Countless branches coiled around each other, forming a giant whip. Boom! Her whip struck the Blood Race expert and knocked him back, but didn't injure him, startling Liu Ruyan. This person's power was around the same as a human nether passage expert with awakened spirit blood. He let out a furious roar, and the blue ring on his body spun. Blood chi surged out of him, and divine light exploded out of his sword. This was a powerful opponent, and Liu Ruyan no longer had time to attack with her leaves. Her branches coiled into giant whips that attacked her opponent. The Blood Race expert was repeatedly struck by Liu Ruyan's whips. On the sixth hit, he finally coughed up a mouthful of blood. The world around him turned dark, as 18 of Liu Ruyan's whips came at him from every direction. However, before she could kill him, a giant sword cut through all 18 of her whips. Chapter 22, 50 Blunting their sharpness. All the whips had been severed. Liu Ruyan was stunned. These whips were each composed of 10,000 of her branches, but someone had cut through them all in one blow. You aren't a life form of the martial heaven continent. Why would you fight against my blood race? A man appeared in front of Liu Ruyan, holding a sword. He had a blue ring covering his entire body, and his aura was powerful and sharp. He was like an unsheathed blade. The blue light coming from him turned heaven and earth blue. This was an extremely terrifying expert, although his cultivation base was still in the life star realm. Whether or not I'm a life form of the martial heaven continent isn't important. What's important is that I need your blood, said Liu Ruyan coldly. You're asking for it. That man's blue light shuddered. His sword blazed with light as it slashed toward Liu Ruyan. Boom! A sharp sword chi struck the giant sword, causing a powerful explosion. Yue Zifeng had stepped forward, forcing him back. Boss said to leave this one to me. You should focus on the others. HMPH. Although Liu Ruyan was very unwilling, she still turned away from her opponent. If she didn't listen to Long Chen, Chu Yao would grumble at her. Liu Ruyan's massive willow body retreated. Quite a few of the Blood Race's experts had gotten past her during this time. Liu Ruyan once more blocked them. Her mission was to prevent them from breaking their formation. That was what the Dragon Blood Legion was depending on. A little human also dares to say such arrogant words. Seeing Liu Ruyan leave behind a seemingly extremely weak human to block him, the man was infuriated. He felt like he was being looked down on. This man was a genius of the Blue Ring blood race and was considered a leader of the junior generation. If it hadn't been for how powerful Liu Ruyan was, he would have disdained taking action here. Now that Liu Ruyan had been switched with Yue Zifeng, he was irritated. He wanted to finish this in one blow. Yue Zifeng didn't say a word. His hand slowly reached for the sword on his back. Yue Zifeng wasn't quite the same as other sword cultivators. He rarely kept his sword in his hand. It was usually in its sheath. That was why after the previous attack, he had returned his sword to its sheath. When his sword was sheathed, he looked like an ordinary person with a weak aura. Die, the Blue Ring blood expert shouted, his voice like thunder. His blood chi exploded out of him in giant waves, and his sword crashed down with immense power. Yue Zifeng's sword came out of its sheath. In that instant, his aura transformed to become incomparably sharp. It was like he was a sword. Sword light flashed through the void like a bolt of lightning. Even though Yue Zifeng attacked second, his attack struck first, arriving at the Blue Ring blood expert's neck in an instant. As a result, the latter was shocked and hastily switched to defense. Sparks flew, and a thumb-sized cut appeared in his sword. What? The Blue Ring blood expert looked at the cut in horror. This giant sword of his was a priceless treasure. Its weight was astonishing, and its hardness was incomparable. It was a divine item that had gone through thousands of years of battle. It was unknown just how many experts it had cut down. During that time, it had never been marked by the slightest damage. What was most unacceptable about this was that Yue Zifeng's sword was made of ordinary metal. He couldn't see anything special about it. Yue Zifeng's sword spun through the air. The blue ring blood expert had yet to recover from his shock, and his block was even a bit slower than last time. Although he managed to block it, the sharpness of Yue Zifeng's sword light resulted in a long cut on his face. His giant sword suddenly became the same blue as the light coming from him. He retreated, his sword slashing through the air. He had decided that he couldn't fight in close range. Yue Zifeng's attack speed was too fast for him to react. Furthermore, his sword was too large to be easy to use in close range. Blue waves soared out of his giant sword, submerging Yue Zifeng. Yue Zifeng's expression was icily calm. His sword slashed out repeatedly, slicing apart the blue waves. One was a terrifying sword cultivator of the human race, and the other was a supreme genius of the blue ring blood race. Sword chi rumbled in the sky as they fought an exceptionally intense battle. Kill! The blood race's army continued to charge, their voices like a roaring tsunami. After failing to break through for a full day, they finally started using their trump cards. Blue light shone out as the blue ring blood race's experts attacked. Their giant swords cut through the air, striking Liu Ruyan. Even the other ordinary members of the blood race were cut down by their attacks. In the face of their sharp attacks, even Liu Ruyan couldn't hold on. Her branches broke over and over again, and she was forced to retreat. The blood race had originally been planning on using a suicide squad to break Xia Chen's formation, but that plan had been ruined by Liu Ruyan. Having lost their patience after that plan failed, they directly launched a powerful assault. "Dragonblood warriors, prepare yourselves. The true battle is starting," shouted Long Chen. Liu Ruyan was being forced back further and further. She was like a giant tree in the face of a flood. No matter how powerful she was still being assaulted from every direction. There were just too many of them. Behind the experts of the blue ring blood race were members of the blood race that were emitting a rock-like luster. Li Jing said that they were experts of the stone blood race, another high-ranking blood race. Their skin was as tough as rock, and once they activated their bloodlines, they were like bloody rocks, possessing both great offense and defense. Most terrifying of all was that the stone blood race was able to control earth energy and could be likened to earth cultivators. If they managed to reach the formation, the damage they could do would be unbearable. Furthermore, behind the stone blood race was the golden horn blood race. They had two golden sheep-like horns on their heads, and they were the most powerful according to Li Jing. It was said that they were outstanding even amongst the high-ranking blood races. They were one of the rare subraces that possessed spiritual attacks. Their divine abilities were even sharper, and in past battles they had been the most frightening enemies. They had to be dealt with immediately, or they would cause immense casualties. With these three high-ranking races attacking at once, with the blue ring blood race as the vanguard, they were like a tsunami crashing upon the battlefield. Howls and roars shook the air. Jianying and the others clenched their fists. This was the true battle. Millions of experts of the blood race were swarming over. Even the weakest of them were comparable to life-star Empyreans. Just witnessing this sight gave people shivers. The first wave must have their sharpness blunted. "Meng-Chi, I'll entrust it to you." Long Chen looked at Meng-Chi solemnly. Meng-Chi smiled and nodded. On her own, she walked forward, slowly forming hand seals. Powerful spiritual strength unfurled from within her, and one giant figure after another appeared in the void. Huge bodies comparable to mountains appeared, and their roars shook the stars. A total of 108 magical beasts were lined up, their terrifying pressures crashing down upon the battlefield. "What?" Seeing those magical beasts, the martial heaven continent's experts let out startled cries. They were all peak 12th rank magical beasts. In the last battle, Meng-Chi had also summoned peak 12th rank magical beasts, but not so many. Those magical beasts had low intelligence, so when facing 4th step nether passage experts, their true combat power was lacking. But with a beast tamer directing them, they could unleash their full potential. Hence, everyone was stunned to see Meng-Chi summon so many of them. Does this world even have that many peak 12th rank magical beasts? Just how powerful is her spiritual strength? How does she dare to control so many magical beasts? Is she not afraid of them fighting back? This person was also a beast tamer. He also had a peak 12th rank magical beast and two other late 12th rank magical beasts. That peak 12th rank magical beast was treated as well as his father. He doted on it, afraid of it turning on him. He was a nether passage expert with powerful spiritual strength, but even he could only control 3 magical beasts. Any more and it would be too dangerous. Just those 3 magical beasts had made him a famous figure. However, when he saw 108 peak 12th rank magical beasts, he felt like he had gone insane. Just how was this possible? Even Beideng Rushwang was amazed. She had a powerful housebit, the 3-foot golden crow, and she was well aware of just how much spiritual strength was required to control a powerful magical beast. Just as everyone was stunned, the 108 magical beasts formed a tidy line and opened their mouths. Rays of divine light shot out, tearing through the army of the blood race. Chapter 22, 5100 Beasts Slaughter. Boom! The 108 peak magical beasts attacked in unison. There were swords of light, giant spheres of destructive power, and rays of light that swept through the battlefield. The blue ring blood race's experts at the front were enveloped by those attacks before they could react. Peak 12th rank magical beasts were on par with 4th step nether passage experts. The only reason they were at a disadvantage in a fight against them was because their intelligence was too low. Even a 3rd step nether passage expert could kill them if they did it smartly. However, their true power was absolutely terrifying. Their attacks were so sharp that even 4th step nether passage experts didn't wish to fight them head-on. These magical beasts were under Meng Qi's control, and even the cast time for their attacks had been shortened by her training. The battlefield became empty. Even these high-ranking races were blown to bits. The blood race's sharp charge had been stopped right in its tracks. It was unknown just how many of them had been killed, but the blue ring blood race's experts hastily retreated, throwing their army into a panic. Too terrifying. No wonder beast tamers are said to be the most terrifying profession. They have limitless potential. This scene shocked everyone. If they were facing 100 peak 12th rank magical beasts, wouldn't even a 4th step nether passage expert have to flee for their life? If all their attacks had been concentrated on one spot, wouldn't that be enough to wipe a 4th step nether passage expert out of existence? Pill Valley and the other powers were all terrified. They suddenly recalled the last battle. Apparently, the Dragonblood Legion hadn't been forced to the point of even using all their cards. Meng Qi had only used a few of these magical beasts back then. In reality, they were overthinking it. Meng Qi had gone back to the wild world and captured these magical beasts with the Drake King's help after that last battle. Even though her spiritual strength had far surpassed someone in the same realm, she was actually only able to fully control around 30 of them at once. Just subduing a magical beast wasn't enough. They would just run rampant over the battlefield, attacking both friend and foe. Their potential was very limited that way, and they might even be killed if someone caught their weak point. However, there was a supreme, heaven-defying treasure within Meng Qi's hands known as the Myriad Spirit Diagram. After bringing these magical beasts into it, she could control them through the diagram. The only regretful thing was that their intelligence was too low, and their bloodline had regressed too severely to inherit the Myriad Spirit Diagram's divine abilities. Long Chen had once sighed over that. If these magical beasts could be trained to the same level as Xuanhuan beasts, then Meng Qi would be able to sweep through the martial heaven continent all on her own. Meng Qi's move shocked everyone. If these magical beasts were used properly, they would be able to trample the opposition. Just how terrifying was the thought of a legion of magical beasts. However, after the brief chaos after the first attack, the Blood Race's army made their move. The Stone Blood Race switched positions with the Blue Ring Blood Race, charging up to the front. Meng Qi formed hand seals, and the magical beasts roared again. Their attacks blasted forth across the battlefield once more. However, this time, their attacks didn't have the same effect. The Stone Blood Race's experts slammed their hands on the ground, summoning giant, mountain-like shields that blocked the attacks. Only the ones at the very front were killed. The ones behind them were injured, while the ones at the rear weren't harmed at all. After blocking that attack, they pounced. They were now even closer and would quickly reach the magical beasts. That would throw them into a panic, and even 12th rank magical beasts would be quickly slaughtered by the millions of Blood Race experts. Meng Qi was preparing to unleash another attack when Long Chen said, "Don't waste the effort. Good steel must be used on the edge of the blade. Put them away to use at another critical time." The other side had already come with a counterplay, reducing the effectiveness of the magical beasts. Forcing it was meaningless. They would only be able to kill a portion of the Blood Race's army without achieving the real goal. Our moves have been probed by the other side. Now is truly the time for a direct clash. Mengqi, your magical beasts can be used for sneak attacks at important moments. Your attacks are the sharpest and possess the greatest killing power. Pay attention to the movements on the battlefield to attack, said Long Chen. Brothers, the real battle's starting. Let these idiots see the true power of the Dragonblood Legion. Kill. Long Chen charged to the very front, lightning wings spreading on his back. He was like a bolt of lightning streaking across the battlefield. Kill. Following Long Chen, Gu Ran, Gu Yang, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, and the others also charged. The Dragonblood warriors as a whole roared, their voices shaking heaven and earth, their killing intent making the world change color. Boom! A giant saber image tore out of Evil Moon and slashed down on the Blood Race's army, blasting a straight line through them. It didn't matter if it was the Stone Blood Race, the Blue Ring Blood Race, or the Golden Horned Blood Race at the rear. They were all killed. Bang! However, before his attack could reach the end of the battlefield, a blood-colored fist image blew it apart. Out from amongst the golden-horned blood race walked an expert covered in blood chains. His head was completely bare of the slightest hair, but he had two horns that looked like they were made of gold. Long Chen's heart shook. His intuition told him that this was an extremely powerful opponent. Although his aura was still in the life star realm, he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Human, come face your death. I want your spirit root. That expert smiled cruelly, looking like a crocodile staring at its prey. I feel like I want your spirit blood, said Long Chen, shaking his head. However, he didn't charge over. If this golden-horned blood expert wanted to play games with Long Chen, he was far too lacking. This golden-horned blood expert had countless experts by his side. If Long Chen went over, he would be attacked by the entire group. Long Chen knew that this opponent was also afraid of the Dragonblood Legion's experts. He didn't dare to charge forward for fear that Mengqi, Chu Yao, and the others would work together to eliminate him. The Dragonblood Legion was clashing with the Blood Race's army. Gu Yang messaged Long Chen, saying that he was going to reinforce Yue Zifeng. At this time, Yue Zifeng was facing the attacks of many of the Blue Ring Blood Race. Chu Yao, Tangwaner, Yizhikyu, Gu Ran, and Cloud were all fighting now, slaughtering their enemies. Chu Yao, Tangwaner, and Yijikyu's large area attacks were extremely effective. Chu Yao joined forces with Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan locked the sky, while Chu Yao locked the earth. Willow branches and wooden stakes interwove, forming a giant cage. Even the Stone Blood Race with its powerful earth energy was unable to block their combined attacks. Tangwaner had summoned an endless sea of wind blades, creating a region around herself devoid of any life. After having awakened a heaven's soul manifestation, Tangwaner's combat power had soared. Wherever her wind blades went, the Blood Race's experts were chopped up like cabbages. With her sword in hand, Yizhikyu was like an ice goddess. The Blood Race's experts would barely manage to take a few steps within her domain of ice and snow before being turned into ice statues. That was such a frightening sight that the ones behind them ran in terror. The Dragonblood Legion's power was stunning. That expert of the golden-horned blood race couldn't sit still. He had no choice but to charge over to Long Chen. As expected, thousands of other experts followed him. After having drawn people's attention, their auras were completely exposed. Jianying and the others gasped. Those experts all possessed such powerful auras that Yi Lingshan felt suffocated. They were all experts amongst experts that had been hiding their auras to bait Long Chen into going over. Those fellows are all Nether Passage experts with pure bloodlines. Who would have thought that the Blood Race would send such terrifying enemies at us during the initial sounding out phase? Jianying was growing worried. Jianying knew more than most people about the Martial Heaven continent's history. Experts on this level had previously only appeared during the late stages of the Dark Era in the past. However, they were now appearing right at the start. That wasn't a good omen. If things were like this already, then what about the battles in the future? Was this Dark Era really going to close the door on the continent's history? You want to rely on the pressure of a dead ghost's remnant power to protect yourselves. You're too immature. Since we've come, we'll force open the door. All that awaits you is death and despair. All you have to do is prostrate yourselves on the ground and wail in anguish. The golden-horned blood expert arrived in front of Long Chen, his gaze icy. Long Chen's originally calm expression instantly became frighteningly cold. You wish to blaspheme the sovereigns, then I'll use all your blood as an offering. Chapter 22, 52 Reaping Lives. It wasn't just Long Chen who was angered by this. The Dragonblood Legion and the Martial Heaven Continent's experts were also enraged. The sovereigns could not be blasphemed. Even though they had died, one of their remnant wills still remained to protect the martial heaven continent. They were supreme existences. For them to be blasphemed by the blood race, everyone's killing intent soared. Senior apprentice brother Chen, kill him. The martial heaven alliance's disciples roared, veins popping on their foreheads. The golden-horned blood expert smiled derisively at their anger. Once my blood race's army enters the martial heaven continent, the first thing we'll do is destroy the tombs of those old ghosts. I'll show you that you're nothing more than pigs raised for the slaughter. Your fate is to be slaughtered, and resistance will only bring greater pain. Buzz. Chen's divine ring burst into existence, causing heaven and earth to shake as it spun. His killing intent filled the world. Although Chen knew that the other side was doing this intentionally, he still couldn't hold back his anger. Chen had met Sovereign Yun Shang and had seen Devil Spirit Mountain Sovereign Qing Su. Moreover, he and Sovereign Mo Li called each other brother. He had been completely won over by the Sovereign's peerless style. Chen was not afraid of heaven or earth. Although he wasn't so arrogant to consider himself unrivaled, the number of people he truly admired were few. As for who could win his respect and worship, the only ones were the sovereigns. That wasn't just because of their supreme position and world-shaking power, but how they had selflessly given up everything to protect everyone else. As Chen's fury soared, his divine ring raged, unleashing astral winds that crashed against heaven and earth. Congratulations, you've managed to infuriate me and everyone else. Now let me see just how much ability you have to dare act so arrogantly. Chen's voice thundered out, and like an angry killing god, he charged straight at the golden-horned blood expert, ignoring the other experts of the blood race. A bunch of pigs like you cannot fathom what abilities I possess. The golden-horned blood expert sneered. The blood chains around his body tightened. His blood chi suddenly soared, and runes could be seen flowing within the chains like countless serpents. His fists were like warhammers, smashing at Chen. Boom! Evil Moon smashed into his chain-covered fist. Space twisted and explosions occurred, with shattered runes flying out like a rain of light. Chen's attack was actually unable to shake this expert of the golden-horned blood race. A fist image and a saber image remained locked in midair. The clash caused the void to flash between dark and bright. This is your power. If that's all, you've really disappointed me, sneered the golden-horned blood expert. Suddenly 6 stars appeared in Chen's eyes, with one being dim. In an instant, Chen's power grew explosively, and silver scales covered his body. His saber immediately smashed through the chains on his opponent's fist. The golden-horned blood expert's arm was actually blown apart by Chen's immense power. He flew back. Ha, for a pig, this power's not bad. Good, killing such a strong pig is much more interesting. The golden-horned blood expert laughed despite having one of his arms blown off, as if he didn't care about it at all. Shockingly, the chains around his body were twisting, transforming into a chain arm. When the chains retreated, they revealed a completely new arm. It happened in the blink of an eye. His aura hadn't changed in the slightest. His recovery speed was even faster than Empyreans using heavenly Tao energy. The disappearance of an arm hadn't affected him at all. That's a lot of bullshit coming from your mouth. The blood race is hogs for slaughter, and I'll be taking your blood to make blood tofu. This was Chen's first time hating a race so much. For the first time, he had an urge to exterminate an entire race. He's mine, you can kill the rest. His opponent turned to the people behind him, giving them orders. He was clearly the leader. Those people nodded. One of the blue ring blood experts smiled sinisterly and shot away like a bolt of blue lightning. He had only gotten midway when a dagger stabbed through his head. He died instantly. The dagger vanished. No one even saw who was holding it. That expert had been one of the blood race's top experts, one of the people that had been beside the golden-horned blood expert. One of those people was currently fighting Yue Zifeng. The person fighting Yue Zifeng was the strongest expert of the blue ring blood race's junior generation. However, the one that had just been slain was only slightly weaker than him. Even the golden-horned blood expert was startled. He shouted, "Ignite your blood flames." Following his shout, the ones around him activated their essence blood. Blood-colored flames burst into existence around them. You should worry about yourself. Chen shot forward, unleashing the 8th form of Split the Heavens. What a joke, you think you can threaten me? The golden-horned blood expert sneered. His figure shook and he actually split into 2 people. The two of them were identical as they were both true bodies. One of them had his blood chains condense on his fist and smashed Long Chen's saber. Boom! He was blown back by Long Chen's saber, his chains broken, but his arm was fine. The other one attacked with his fist, using it like a warhammer. This time, Long Chen was blocking and both of them were blown back. Heavens, he's a match for Long Chen in power. Just how powerful is he? Those familiar with Long Chen were stunned. They knew that in this world, perhaps the only one who could match Long Chen in power was Welda. Then they also had to add on that Long Chen had just used the 8th form of Split the Heavens. That golden-horned blood expert had split himself into two without weakening at all. That made no sense. Suddenly, the golden-horned blood expert split into four. Most terrifying of all, the four of them all had identical auras. How is that possible? Bao Buping couldn't help shouting. The martial heaven continent also had abilities that could split the body. Some made actual clones, while some were illusory. Illusory split bodies were just used to trick people's senses. Clones with actual bodies required a portion of the true body's soul and flesh, and were limited in power, to a maximum of 80% of the true body's power. Most of the time, such techniques were used in a crisis to save the true body. Rarely would people summon them to actually fight. That was because the death of a clone would make the true body's soul incomplete. To make up for that required a huge amount of effort. That was why true geniuses rarely cultivated such techniques. Even then, ordinary people could only condense a single clone. But this golden-horned blood expert had summoned three, each of which was on par with the true body. That was a heaven-defying ability. The golden-horned blood race doesn't have many members. They are a race with powerful spiritual strength. Other than their bloodline divine abilities, they still have their own special abilities. Their magical arts are completely different from the martial heaven continents. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you must be careful. Li Jing shouted loudly from within the formation. The entire Dragonblood Legion had moved out. Only Xia Chen and Li Jing remained in the formation. Xia Chen was controlling the grand formation and couldn't leave, while Li Jing had essentially no combat power. There was no way for her to participate in a battle on this level. As Long Chen clashed with the golden-horned blood expert, the other top experts of the blood race attacked. Suddenly, one of those experts had their head cut off and stabbed through by a dagger. That dagger once more vanished as soon as it appeared. It was like a life-reaping blade. Anyone who had set its gaze on was dead. They couldn't see the holder of the dagger as they barely managed to even see the dagger. Those from the martial heaven continent shivered. The divine daughter of the Bloodco Hall was absolutely terrifying. No wonder it was said that she was the most terrifying assassin of the martial heaven continent. The Bloodco Hall's master, Zhang Ziyang, wore an ugly expression. The current Bloodco Hall was an empty husk. The top geniuses of the junior generation had all been killed by Dong Minju, leaving behind only a few old members. The Bloodco Hall did not have the means to replenish itself. Zhang Ziyang spent each day in terror. He was like a death row inmate. He was waiting for the killing god's sentencing. However, after Dong Minju betrayed the killing god, no divine edict had come from the killing god's statue. The betrayal of a divine daughter was an unforgivable sin, and he, as the hall master, also had a share of the blame. He didn't know just how terrifying the punishment would be when it came. Zhang Ziyang was constantly looking for some way to escape his punishment. If he could eliminate Dong Minju, that would be best. If he couldn't, he had to at least put on a show. Otherwise, when the divine edict came down, he would be dead. Seeing the cruel dagger, the Bloodco Hall's #1 divine item, his eyes reddened. If the cruel dagger was in his hands, he would definitely be cleaning up his troubles. However, just as Dong Minju attacked the third expert of the blood race, that expert's weapon swung toward her before her dagger could appear. The void trembled and Dong Minju's small figure was exposed. Chapter 22, 53 Beauties of the Legion. Upon seeing Dong Minju, the blood race's experts were startled. They hadn't expected the terrifying assassin to be a beautiful girl. Dong Minju's eyes flashed as she looked at her shocked target. It's the power of your essence blood, isn't it? Dong Minju instantly saw through why he had noticed her. Her aura-concealing abilities were the best in the Bloodco Hall, and with the cruel dagger, her aura was very difficult to sense. Just as she had approached this target, she had sensed a slight change in his blood chi. Most likely, this was what had sensed her. After she had killed the first target, the golden-horned blood expert had made them activate their blood flames. Now she knew why. Upon killing the second target, That person's blood had incinerated on her dagger, maybe even her body. Most likely, the blood race had some kind of special ability to sense bloodline power. After all, they were called the blood race. Perhaps there were many unknown secrets lying within their blood. If you can't sneak attack, you're definitely dead. Her target quickly recovered from his shock. A giant sword whistled toward her. Dong Minju raised her hand. The giant sword was cleanly caught by the dagger. However, Dong Minju's figure faded away like she was just an illusion. The blood race expert didn't even think. His sword slashed toward her fading figure. However, it passed right through. Not good, his expression suddenly changed. Dong Minju didn't give him any time to react. The cruel dagger silently cut off his head, causing blood to explode out of his neck. Assassins don't always need to stab people in the back. Although facing enemies head-on is taboo for assassins, it doesn't mean that I wouldn't have any chance of winning, said Dong Minju, holding his head. When Dong Minju was with Long Chen and the others, she was like an innocent girl. Sometimes the Dragon Blood warriors forgot who she was and viewed her as someone they needed to protect. However, when Dong Minju actually took action, she showed the viciousness of an assassin. Killing people was as normal as breathing for her. Even if her assassination attempt failed, even if she was facing an opponent head-on, taking her opponent's severed head was easy. You! The blood race expert was still alive with his head in Dong Minju's hand. He went through various emotions. He had never imagined that Dong Minju was so powerful. He wanted to say something, but he suddenly found that he was losing consciousness. He couldn't speak, and his mind gradually grew dark. I forgot to tell you, those who have their heads cut off by the cruel blade have their souls extinguished, said Dong Minju lightly. Before she finished speaking, that person was already dead. As the #1 divine item of the Blood Hall, the cruel blade possessed God energy. Once activated, those who were stabbed by it would have their Yuan spirits wither. Furthermore, the spiritual strength of the Blue Ring blood race was weak. There was no need for Dong Minju to activate anything. The cruel blade automatically killed him. Kill her? After a moment of shock, hundreds of the blood race's experts charged at her from every direction. Dong Minju was just that much of a threat. If she didn't die, then any one of them could be slain at any moment. Killing her was extremely important. Endless wind moon, cover the earth and flip the heavens, wind moon slash. A giant wind blade that looked like a crescent moon slashed through them. Tang Wan'er had come charging over. Her giant wind blade cut a straight line through the blood race's top experts. Those in its path were forced to scatter in every direction. This was Tang Wan'er's strongest attack. Back then, by working together with Liu Ruyan, she had even killed the leader of the stone race with it. If it weren't for her attack being spread so thin against too many experts, she definitely would have killed a few of them. However, their encirclement was still broken. Just as her attack passed, Yijikyu's sword raised a storm of ice and snow, freezing space. Both of them knew that Dong Minju was an assassin. It was unsuitable for her to fight a group of enemies, so they immediately came to assist her. The attacks of Tang Wan'er and Yi Jikyu completely ruined the attacks of the blood race, and in their confusion, another unlucky fellow had his head pierced by Dong Minju's dagger. A majestic bird cry rang out, and a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. As a result, space collapsed and the blood race's experts felt a powerful suction force drawing them into it. This was Cloud's attack. Meng Qi was on her back, concealing her aura. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to Dong Minju, Tang Wan'er, and Yi Jikyu, they had silently snuck over. Some of the blood race's experts were already sucked into Cloud's mouth. They attacked, but were shocked to find that their attacks were influenced by the powerful spatial suction and were simply sucked into the black hole. Over 10 experts were sucked into Cloud's mouth. They entered a special space where black strands cut through their weapons and bodies. This was Cloud's strongest divine ability, and even Kun Pengzi had almost been sucked in back in the day. If he had been sucked in, he would have died. Meng Qi sighed regretfully. These experts from the blood race were their strongest members, and their reaction speed was extremely quick. Even though many of them had been within the effective range of this attack, most of them had managed to escape. Another aspect was that using this move caused powerful spatial fluctuations. Even with Meng Qi concealing Cloud's aura, the intense fluctuations were easily noticeable. However, she supposed that killing over 10 of the blood race's top experts in one attack was still worthy of celebration. "You are protect Big Sister Meng Qi," shouted Tang Wan'er. As soon as Meng Qi appeared, the top experts of the blood race turned to her. They knew that she was a beast tamer in command of over 112th rank magical beasts. She had to be killed before she summoned them again. Furthermore, she was a soul cultivator, so if they could just get close, they could easily kill her. In comparison to Dong Minju, who could only kill people one at a time, Meng Qi was a greater threat. All right, Dong Minju smiled and vanished. No matter how space fluctuated or what attacks were launched, no one could sense her existence any longer. This was Dong Minju's first time fighting alongside people. The feeling of others entrusting their lives to her was extremely moving. She had never felt that before. The blood race's experts were startled. Dong Minju had clearly been touched by their blood flames, but they were completely unable to sense her. Clearly, she had special arts to avoid being sensed in spite of this as long as she wasn't attacking. Bastards, what are we supposed to do now? The blood race's experts were infuriated. Dong Minju had vanished from their senses. Now they had to be constantly wary of a sneak attack from a terrifying assassin. Cloud's wings shook as she began an intense battle against the blood race's experts. On her back, Meng Qi formed hand seals, unleashing spiritual attacks. Anyone who entered her range would have their heads turn blank and their movements become sluggish. Even dozens of the blood race's top experts couldn't stop Cloud from flying out of their encirclement. One reason they couldn't stop her was because Cloud's power was so great, while another was that they didn't dare to get too close to Meng Qi on their own. Who knew if some terrifying assassin would stab them in the back? Dong Minju's disappearance cast a shadow on the blood race's experts. Even as thousands of experts tried to surround Meng Qi, they couldn't go all out. They ended up locked in an awkward standoff. Long Chen's women are also powerful. Even as a woman, I'm envious. Yi Lingshan watched as Meng Qi, Yi Zhikyu, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Liu Ruyan, Cloud, and Dong Minju managed to stop so many of the elites of the blood race. As a man, I have nothing to say. What is there to envy? Mo Nian rolled his eyes. Yi Lingshan glanced at Mo Nian and shook her head. You should just give up. You have the heart for it, but not the guts. Your legs go soft as soon as you see a pretty woman. What, how is it that exaggerated? You're not giving me the slightest face, Mo Nian grumbled. Why has Wilda come back? Jianing suddenly noticed that Wilda, who had charged out with everyone, had now returned to the formation. Why wasn't he fighting? Perhaps there's no good food for him, said the old man. He knew that Long Chen prevented Wilda from eating human-shaped life forms. Wilda used up an insane amount of energy when fighting, and he constantly needed to eat. Without any food on the battlefield to replenish him, he would rather not fight. The current battlefield didn't need him. Long Chen's probably preserving some power as a backup. After all, this battle will last a while. It's been 2.5 days now. Once a few more hours pass, he'll have accomplished his mission. There's no need to risk lives, said Li Tianxuan. He had a certain understanding of Long Chen's tactics. Although Long Chen was impetuous, when it really came time to fight, he didn't risk lives unless he had to. Boom! Suddenly, the entire battlefield shook. Everyone's attention was once more drawn to Long Chen's fight with the golden-horned blood expert. At some point, the blood chains around his body had become golden, looking like they were forged out of gold. Chapter 22, 54 Bloodline Clones. The golden-horned blood expert was covered in golden chains, the same color as the horns on his head. He looked like a monstrosity made out of gold. In his last exchange with Long Chen, surging chi waves had exploded thunderously. The two of them were separated by less than 300 meters, coldly staring at each other. In their last exchange, they had been even. Golden King Blood. He is actually a king of the golden-horned blood race, exclaimed Li Jing. The blood race had many subraces, but the commanders of the blood race belonged to the high-ranking subraces. As for a high-ranking race like the golden-horned blood race, their bloodline could also be split into different levels based on the purity of their blood, just like the rankings of the human race's spirit roots. The golden chains was an indication that he was a legendary king amongst the golden-horned blood race, which was why Li Jing was so shocked. On the side of the martial heaven continent, people were shocked to hear this. While their understanding of the blood race was inferior to the divine families, they had heard of the Golden King blood. It was a special blood held only by kings of the high-ranking races of the blood race. This golden-horned blood expert was actually such a young king. Long Chen stood in the air with his divine ring surging behind him. The stars in his eyes revolved. With evil moon on his shoulder, intense killing intent blazed in his eyes. The golden-horned blood expert smiled coldly. The golden chains on his body tightened around his fist. Your power isn't bad, but it's just that. There is an uncrossable gap between the two of us. To die to my hands is a glory for you. It's been many years since someone has forced me to use my king blood, properly experience the taste of despair. 4 golden figures shot out at Long Chen at the same time. The golden horned blood experts' other bodies had also activated their golden king blood. Before this, the 4 of them had been evenly matched with Long Chen. Now that they had activated their king blood, 4 golden fists came from 4 different directions. Who cares about king blood? In my eyes, it's nothing more than some good blood for making blood tofu. Long Chen suddenly swung Evil Moon, ignoring 3 of the bodies. The 108,000 stars within Long Chen's body suddenly activated. His world energy was unleashed. The world energy didn't cause any fluctuations even once he summoned it. It only exploded out when the golden horned blood expert's fist touched his saber. That body instantly exploded, transforming into blood runes. That had clearly been the true body that had summoned the king blood first, but when it was killed, it became a clone. Haha, foolish human, you've fallen for it. One of the clones laughed, smashing his fist at the back of Long Chen's head. Boom! However, just as he thought that his fist would blow up Long Chen's head, a cyan brick appeared in front of him, blocking his fist. The heaven-flipping seal shattered his fist and made him stumble back while coughing up blood. As he coughed up blood, Evil Moon swung from a very crafty angle and sliced through his waist. Shockingly, once he was cut in 2, his body exploded into runes just like the first body. How is that possible? A clamor rose amongst the spectators. They had all seen it clearly. The first one that Long Chen killed had clearly been the true body, but it had become a clone in the last instant. The second one had then become the true body. When he coughed up blood when his fist shattered, he had clearly been the true body. But when he was killed, he was once more a clone. His true body is able to freely switch amongst the clones, shouted someone suddenly. Although they didn't fully comprehend it yet, that was very likely. The blood race's divine abilities really were different from the martial heaven continent's techniques. Boom! Another one of the bodies struck Long Chen in the back, causing him to cough up blood and smash into the ground. Long Chen crashed through the ground, blasting apart quite a few of the weaker blood race experts. My bloodline clones are the result of a secret art of the golden horned blood race. Every clone is a true body. Every true body is a clone. Just how are you going to fight me? The golden horned blood expert sneered. His remaining 2 bodies suddenly split in 2, becoming 4 once more. Those 4 then once more split, becoming 8. The 8 of them stood in the sky, looking down on Long Chen. The golden horned blood expert didn't press the attack. Instead, he acted like victory was already in his grasp. Long Chen slowly stood and patted off the dust. Just now, his bones had broken, but the world trees in his primal chaos space were fully grown, so this little bit of injury wasn't much. How am I going to fight you? I have plenty of options, but I don't feel like using them on you. Your cloning ability really is interesting, said Long Chen lightly. It's interesting? Ha 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 ha. The golden horned blood expert suddenly raised his head and laughed. The blood race's cloning arts are the most perfect of all cloning arts. Those little tricks your human race possesses are crap in front of them. Perfect? I don't think so. Long Chen snickered. He put away the heaven-flipping seal and in a single step arrived in front of the golden horned blood expert. You're questioning my golden horned blood race's divine abilities. All right, I'll let you die knowing how outclassed you are. The 8 clones shot at Long Chen from all directions. On the way, they suddenly split again, becoming 16. Long Chen's disdain had clearly infuriated him. How laughable! There is nothing absolutely perfect in this world. Any technique has flaws. Long Chen suddenly shot forward, lightning wings appearing on his back. My divine ability is perfect, the 16 bodies shouted at the same time. Apparently, Long Chen's provocations were extremely effective. It seemed that this man had a strong sense of honor and glory for his race. The 16 golden figures attacked at the same time, so Long Chen was forced to block them one after another. The immense power caused heaven and earth to collapse wherever they went. Golden light exploded as the void twisted. With 16 bright golden figures attacking at the same time, it was difficult to see Long Chen amongst them. The 16 figures were extremely fast. They left afterimages in their midst, making it look like there were thousands of them. They launched a tempest of attacks, and just watching already took people's breath away. This cloning art is way too monstrous. There's no way to stop it. Chang Hao was gobsmacked. If the true body could freely transfer between the clones, then there would be no way to judge which was real and which was fake. Such a monstrous magical art definitely didn't exist on the martial heaven continent. Are you a child? There is no such perfect technique in this world. A riddle must have an answer and a technique must have a way to break it. As a martial artist, you have to have unswerving confidence. If your confidence is shaken just like this, then you're going to be defeated right from the start. With your mental state in a mess, how could you find the flaw in the technique? The old man barked at him. Your fist is stronger, so what you say is right. Then why don't you tell me how to unravel this technique? Demanded Chang Hao. The old man kicked Chang Hao in the butt, raging. I could kill him with a single blow of my saber, so why would I need to unravel it? Clearly, the old man also didn't know what to do against such a technique. The only thing he could do was unleash a full-strength blow. Who cared about clones or true bodies? He would kill them all in one blow. Of course, that was because the old man's cultivation base was so much higher. Long Chen was only in the life star realm, so that method was useless for him. What are you looking at me for? Did I say something wrong? The old man raised his cane upon seeing Chang Hao glaring at him. This little brat's guts were growing. He wasn't going to take his lessons much longer. Do you not know what you said wrong? Chang Hao meant that if you were Long Chen, what would you do, not if you were fighting instead, snorted Jianying. If I knew, would I be talking to you? I'd have already told Long Chen, said the old man bluntly. Chang Hao almost coughed up blood. If he didn't know, how could he directly beat up people who asked? Jianying ignored the old man and told Chang Hao, in truth, he wasn't wrong. There are no perfect techniques in this world. However, there is no historical record of this divine ability, so we temporarily cannot find a solution to it. But you must remember this principle in your heart. If you've decided that your opponent's technique is perfect, it signifies that you've been defeated. Experts are experts because of their undefeatable wills. If the will doesn't break, then there will always be a chance no matter how powerful the opponent is. You must constantly be looking for a way to defeat them. Alliance head, you are correct. You're much better than some people who don't know what they're saying and then start beating people up, praised Chang Hao. Brat, just wait. The old man glared at Chang Hao. Boom! Just at that instant, a powerful explosion came from the distant battlefield. The 16 clones stared at Long Chen in shock. Chapter 22:55 The Hole. What happened just now? Asked the old man. He had missed it due to talking just now. Long Chen forced back the true body with an attack. It seems that he found some rule during the battle with the 16 clones, said Li Tianxuan. People stared in shock at the battlefield. Long Chen and the 16 golden horned blood experts were looking at each other. Long Chen lazily rested Evil Moon on his shoulder. He indifferently said, I told you that there weren't any perfect techniques. Every technique has a hole in it. Now I've found that hole. Go ahead and use a different technique because this one won't work any longer. Bullshit, you were just lucky, the golden-horned blood expert roared. As he refused to believe it, his 16 bodies once more attacked. Long Chen sneered and swung his saber. Just as he was about to strike one of them, his saber suddenly turned and struck a different one. Boom! The one he struck was sent flying, while the 15 other bodies also flew back. I refused to believe this. The golden-horned blood expert was filled with disbelief. He once more charged forward, only to be blown back by another swing of Long Chen's saber. The other bodies were blown back at the same time. What is going on? Jianying and the others were startled. They still didn't see what was happening. Even if Long Chen could find the true body, the clones could still attack him, right? Do you want to know the secret? Asked Long Chen indifferently. Speak. The golden-horned blood expert found it inconceivable. This was an almost perfect divine ability. In his entire race, he was the only one to comprehend it. Let alone the martial heaven continent, even in the golden-horned blood race, very few people had ever seen this move. It was impossible for Long Chen to have known about it. This was the oldest divine ability of the golden-horned blood race. It had almost been lost to time and was praised as the most perfect killing move. However, Long Chen had blocked him 3 times in a row. He refused to accept it. Long Chen shook his head. With that kind of tone, I shouldn't tell you, but if I don't tell you, you won't be convinced. Fine, I'll tell you. Rather than saying you have clones, it's better to say that you have bloodline puppets with no thoughts of their own. They rely entirely on you controlling them. Your true body is able to freely switch with the puppets, which are like husks for you. Your blood race is truly powerful. Such a divine ability has never been seen on the martial heaven continent. Being surrounded by 16 of you and unable to figure out the trick, someone really would be frightened. Even I was given a surprise. You can transfer between the 16 clones with just a thought, and very quickly at that, so fast that others can't react, making it look like the 16 clones are all true bodies. "Get to the point," shouted the golden-horned blood expert. Long Chen shook his head. "I'm not saying this just for you, but also for my brothers and sisters of the Martial Heaven Alliance. They aren't too clear on what's happening, so I have to give them more details. If you don't want to listen, you can just attack. If you want to listen, then shut your mouth." You, the golden-horned blood expert, was infuriated, but he urgently wished to know where the problem lay in, so he continued listening. The experts of the Martial Heaven Alliance were also listening as closely as they could. Even now, they didn't know what the hole in this technique was. When encountering such a technique, the only thing they could do was unleash a powerful magical art in a direct clash. Such a thing would require a paragon art. That kind of large-area attack could wipe out the true body with the clones. However, a paragon art required time to cast. Would the 16 clones just watch as you unleash such a technique? For Long Chen to have found the flaw of such an amazing divine ability in such a short time was inconceivable to these geniuses. His vision was incredibly sharp. Since the golden-horned blood expert was silent, Long Chen continued, "My guess is that the reason you were able to awaken this ability is because you have outstanding spiritual strength amongst your race." The golden-horned blood expert was startled. Clearly, pretense was not a specialty of the blood race. All his secrets were written on his face. Long Chen said, "This kind of cloning divine ability doesn't just require powerful bloodline power, but it also requires a correspondingly powerful spiritual strength. Spiritual strength isn't a specialty of the blood race, so I'd guess that this technique is something only a few members of your race can use." Long Chen had long since observed that of the entire army of the golden-horned blood race, the person with the strongest spiritual strength, second to his opponent, only had a tenth of his spiritual strength. His opponent in front of him was exceptionally talented to be able to use this technique. Quite a few of the top experts that had been killed so far belonged to the golden-horned blood race, but they hadn't managed to summon a single clone. Just from that fact, Long Chen could tell that this move was rarely seen even in the golden-horned blood race. Long Chen looked at the sky, continuing neither rapidly or slowly. "The reason I could pinpoint your true body is because your technique has 3 clear weaknesses." "Bullshit," the golden-horned blood expert roared. For this perfect divine ability of his, he refused to accept there being a single weakness, let alone 3. Long Chen smiled disdainfully. "First, when your true body switches with your clones, there's a very subtle spiritual fluctuation. That cannot escape me. Your spiritual strength might be outstanding amongst the golden-horned blood race, but on the Martial Heaven continent, you're only slightly better than average. As for myself, well, my spiritual strength is only the slightest bit stronger than yours. Yes, not a lot, just a few thousand times stronger." "You're lying." The golden-horned blood expert was infuriated, thinking that Long Chen was messing with him. He definitely refused to believe that Long Chen's spiritual strength was so powerful. In truth, Long Chen wasn't lying. His spiritual strength was as vast as a sea. Saying it was a few thousand times was him being modest. Long Chen smiled indifferently. "Do you know why it took me a full incense stick's worth of time to find this? It's because I'm not skilled in soul arts. If it was one of my women, she would have found this in just a few seconds. You can believe I'm just saying big words. That's fine. Just treat it as me spouting nonsense. Let's move on to the second weakness. Your blood race's power lies in your bloodlines. Although your clones are linked by your soul, there is a subtle shift in your bloodline power when you switch bodies as well. For others, this shift is so subtle that they wouldn't notice it, especially if they were in a life and death juncture. However, I tend to be exceptionally sensitive to bloodline power, so I can notice it. Third, and this is the greatest, most fatal weakness, is that when your true body transfers through the clones, your 2 horns will suddenly light up a bit. When I noticed that, I almost slapped myself. I hadn't even noticed something so obvious." At the end, Long Chen's expression twisted in an odd expression. He looked very incensed, as if he had insulted his own intelligence. Suddenly, one of the 16 bodies had his horns light up. They then dimmed, and another one's horns lit up. The lightning flashed through the 16 bodies. An ordinary person might not be able to notice the slight chance, but for powerful cultivators, it was as bright as a flickering lamp. The golden-horned blood expert was constantly transferring his true body through his clones. He clearly didn't believe Long Chen and was testing it himself. As a result, he found that it really was like Long Chen said. Even he hadn't known this detail. However, upon seeing the speed at which he was moving through his clones, the martial heaven continent's experts were shocked. That was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he could switch 3 times. Even if they understood this, it was useless. There was no way to react. Perhaps only an expert on Long Chen's level would be able to grasp that slight opening. Do you see now? Don't try to act baffled. No matter the technique, some things remain the same. If you were scared by this, you would be doomed in battle. The old man looked at Chang Hao. The other seniors also looked at their disciples, using this chance to teach them. With a living example like Long Chen, their words had more weight. The golden-horned blood expert's expression was extremely ugly. He snorted, but before he could speak, Long Chen said, "Do you know why I was so kind as to tell you these things? Isn't it to expound on the Tao for these pigs? Let me tell you, it's useless. I have more peerless techniques than just this one," sneered the golden-horned blood expert. Long Chen shook his head. "If I wanted to expound on the Tao, I could have done it after the battle. The reason I said so much is because I'm stalling for time." Stalling for time. The golden-horned blood expert cocked his head in confusion. Jianying and the others were startled. Only then did they notice that after another 2 hours, the 3 days would be up. "There are still 2 more hours. Let's have a decisive battle to the death. Call out those shameful fellows you have underground." Black light surged out of Evil Moon. Like a river of stars, it slashed into the ground. A giant ditch appeared. The earth collapsed around it, revealing countless black figures. Chapter 2256, Devoured Soul Black Armor Core. No one had noticed that a mass of figures covered in black armor had managed to creep along beneath the battlefield. They were now exposed, with the earth torn asunder. Those figures were covered in fist-sized plates of armor. That armor wasn't worn on their bodies but was growing out of them. Their bodies were pitch black, their auras dark and sinister like they were fiends crawling up from hell. They had no hands. Instead, what came out of their arms were black bone blades. "What are those?" The martial heaven continent's experts were horrified. How had these fellows appeared beneath the battlefield? That's the blood race's devoured soul black armor core. They aren't part of the blood race but the blood race's slaves. They were captured in other worlds. Their armor is extremely tough and their bone blades are sharp. When they attack, they don't fear death. They are weapons utilized by the blood race, said Li Jing, her face pale. The devoured soul black armor core was classified as the most terrifying martial weapon of the blood race. A studious person like Li Jing was profoundly aware of just how frightening their existence was. Their bone blades had strong poison that targeted the soul. If stabbed, the soul would be paralyzed and the mind would go blank. Although the poison's effect only lasted for a short moment, that moment was enough for a person to die many times over. The devoured soul black armor core had been a nightmare for the martial heaven continent. In past battles with the blood race, they had caused endless casualties. Having been exposed, the members of the devoured soul black armor core chittered. 2 sharp teeth were visible at the corners of their mouths. They were like an ant's pincers. They otherwise looked to be in human form, but they were not human. Long Chen actually knew they were there. Only now did people recover from their shock at seeing them. The older generation had heard of the devoured soul black armor core due to how fiendish they were. Some of the dark stories of the continent actually stemmed from them. The devoured soul black armor core was capable of silently passing underground and breaking the core of the formations that sects had set up to protect themselves. With the formation broken, those sects were wiped out, with not even a single person managing to survive. Clearly, the golden-horned blood expert had led his experts into a frontal assault to draw everyone's attention to allow the devoured soul black armor core to pass underground without anyone noticing. They didn't just want to break Long Chen's formation. They wanted to cut them off at the rear. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is the reincarnation of a god of war. The martial heaven alliance's disciples looked at Long Chen worshipfully. That domineering and confident appearance of his made it seem like everything was under his control. They wished to follow such a figure. Even in the face of the terrifying blood race that had wrought endless pain and torment on the martial heaven continent, he still appeared unrivaled. They felt their blood heating up, and they had an urge to charge into battle with him. Even if they died on the battlefield, it would be a supreme glory. The ground continued to collapse, revealing more and more members of the devoured soul black armor core. They were like a black sea crawling up from the earth. "You want to play strategy with me? You overestimate your intelligence," sneered Long Chen. Over an hour ago, Chen had sent him a message that countless lifeforms were slowly approaching from underground. Chen's formation could not be compared to the formations of an ordinary sect. Although it was a killing formation, it could still sense oddities. To have so many hidden figures approach it without it sensing anything was impossible. The blood race's understanding of the martial heaven continent's formation was stalled at the last dark era when they had appeared. As a result, this strategy had become a joke. The movements of devoured soul black armor core had been long since noticed. Long Chen had calculated the time to expose them perfectly, infuriating the golden-horned blood expert. "I still have 2 hours until my mission is complete, but I'm planning on ending this battle and taking your head within that time frame as an offering to my big brother Mo Li. You shouldn't have blasphemed the ones I respect the most." Evil Moon's 2 dragon marks slowly lit up. Black chi swirled out of it, turning Long Chen's white scales half black. A pillar of blood chi exploded out of him, and the roar of a dragon resounded throughout the world. Long Chen had merged with Evil Moon's power. When the power of the dark evil dragon was merged with the azure dragon, Long Chen's power exploded like a volcano. The world was impacted by his invisible power. Gravity seemed to vanish, and countless boulders floated into the sky before exploding upon reaching a certain height. The dragon roar grew louder, and the dragon aura grew with it. A will that looked down on the 9 heavens shot out. Boss is finally using his real power. On the battlefield, Xuanhuan was overlooking everything. Sensing Long Chen's aura, he grew excited. It had been a long time since his boss had used his full power. Although the last battle in front of the yin-yang world had been very dangerous, for someone as familiar with Long Chen as Xuanhuan, he knew that Long Chen still had cards left. This time, though, that supreme will had appeared. That indicated Long Chen was fighting without reservation. He knew that Long Chen was infuriated. His fury stemmed from the golden-horned blood expert's blasphemy toward the sovereigns. Long Chen had to kill him. "Long Chen, do well. Merge with as much of my essence blood power as possible," shouted Evil Moon. Its power was sealed by Yun Shang, and it could not use it itself. It could only rely on Long Chen to unleash it. Dragonbone Evil Moon was made out of all the bones of its original body. Its essence, chi, and soul were locked inside. By using the Azure Dragon's essence blood, Long Chen was drawing out its power. This was currently their only way of unleashing that potential, as Evil Moon was unable to unleash it itself. Even it was getting excited. Long Chen was enveloped by the black chi bursting out of Evil Moon. He was like a devil god from hell. The divine rung spun, and his aura continuously grew. Heavens, senior apprentice brother Long Chen's power has risen so much after coming out of seclusion. Not necessarily. Perhaps he was originally this powerful, and he didn't use his full power in the last battle. That's amazing. Kill them all, kill all these invaders. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples clenched their fists, wishing they could charge forward as well. Long Chen's aura continued to climb. His essence blood was merging with more and more of Evil Moon's essence blood. The dragon roar was like thunder rumbling through the air. Looking at the shocked golden-horned blood expert, Long Chen coldly said, "I know you have more power than this. You want to use the smallest price to wipe us out, so you don't want to reveal your true power. However, I don't want to waste time with probing blows anymore. We'll have a decisive battle between us, and only one of us will live to see tomorrow's sun." Long Chen's body trembled as his rising aura suddenly vanished. His saber slashed down. The golden-horned blood expert suddenly clapped his hands together, shouting some unknown word. All his clones vanished, and at the same time, hundreds of rays of light shot out of his back, making him look like a hedgehog. His blood chi ignited, and golden flames burst out of him. Immersed within the golden light, his aura grew explosively. His chain-wrapped fist smashed into Long Chen's saber. Boom! Black chi and golden light clashed. Surging chi waves burst out in every direction, spreading far and wide. The devoured soul black armor core that were surging out of the ground were blasted apart by the chi waves. Their powerful defenses were nothing in front of the two of them. The earth collapsed on an even greater scale. As a result, it was unknown how many of them were killed underground. Everything within the area of their attack became a region of death. The golden-horned blood expert's body was enveloped by golden flames. Divine light shot out of his back, and it was possible to see currents of energy within those rays of light sending energy back into him. That ability was similar to a human's manifestation. Supported by this unknown energy, he was able to block Long Chen's saber. However, his arm was shaking. He felt like an entire world was pressing down on his fist. "Little human, you aren't qualified to be arrogant," howled the golden-horned blood expert. The rays of light behind him shuddered. The earth beneath the two of them continued to crumble, and the pressure pushed up the distant ground on the edge of their auras. The terrain was completely deformed. Both the yin-yang world and the martial heaven continent were trembling. What level of power is this? Seeing the two of them make two worlds shudder, people were amazed and horrified. The two of them weren't even using magical arts. This was a pure clash of power. Just as Long Chen clashed with the golden-horned blood expert, the devoured soul black armor core collapsed on Xia Chen's formation like an endless flood. Li Jing paled. Chapter 2257 Violent Wilda. "Don't worry, this is nothing," Xia Chen comforted Li Jing. He had no intention of laughing at her fear. Li Jing was just a student in a school and had never experienced a true battle. This was probably the normal reaction. The devoured soul black armor core was like a black sea wave. As they approached the formation, golden stars appeared in the sky and fell amongst the earth, exploding. Those were 300-meter golden spheres. When they exploded, countless pieces of circular fragments shot out. Those fragments had jagged edges and revolved rapidly. The devoured soul black armor core defenses were unable to stop them. As a result, the fragments tore through their bodies, and the immense power directly made them explode. Just one of these bombs cleared an area of thousands of miles of all living beings. These were naturally the results of Xuanhuan's labors through day and night. They were sharp killing tools. After receiving the mechanism arts, Xuanhuan had come up with ways to create even more destructive killing weapons. 18 bombs were destroying the devoured soul black armor core above ground. However, there were too many of them, and they continued to come out of the ground. "Xia Chen, it's up to you," shouted Xuanhuan. He had only been able to make that many weapons due to time constraints. "Don't worry," replied Xia Chen. He took out a golden formation disc. It was only a foot long, but there were tens of thousands of runes on its surface. Xia Chen's hands drew on the disc, and runes began to light up one by one. The earth shook and pillars of light began to soar out, piercing through the clouds. They condensed into giant bows. The giant bows were made of shining runes. The bowstrings pulled back like invisible hands were pulling them. After that, the world turned dark. Heaven and earth twisted. "What kind of formation is that?" People were shocked, especially those who had an understanding of formations. Such a formation was something they had never seen. They had never even heard of it. Heavenly Tao energy is being sucked away, distorting the laws. This is a double attack containing runic power as well as heaven and earth's energy. Most of the time, the power of a formation came from its materials. Formations that could merge with Heavenly Tao energy were rarely seen. Suddenly, space collapsed. Giant arrows streaked through the air like shooting stars. The giant arrows exploded amongst the devoured soul black armor core. These arrows containing Heavenly Tao energy possessed the power of the very world. Even with their armor, the devoured soul black armor core was annihilated. After the arrows exploded, the runes that had been part of them dissipated back into heaven and earth. More arrows rained down. It was like tens of thousands of experts were constantly shooting. What an elegant formation. The arrows that explode have their Heavenly Tao energy merge back into heaven and earth, and then that energy can be reused. There were formation masters amongst those present, and they were amazed by the profundities of Xia Chen's formation. Within this giant area, Xia Chen's formation was recycling Heavenly Tao energy. Absorbing more Heavenly Tao energy would use up an extreme amount of energy. Through this cycle, though, he was able to keep the energy consumption low. As the arrows rained down, countless members of the devoured soul black armor core were killed. However, the remaining members continued to charge forward without the slightest fear. They didn't have their own minds. They were killing tools that the blood race had raised. Due to their numbers, even through the rain of arrows, a few of them were able to slip through. Li Jing let out a shriek and instinctively wanted to retreat, but that would be against the divine family's orders and she would be sternly punished. She had an urge to cry. "Little sister, don't worry, Wilda will protect you," Wilda comforted Li Jing. As the few members of the devoured soul black armor core reached the edge of the formation, runes lit up on the ground. Sharp swords shot out, cutting them down. "Those little insects can't threaten us," said Chen indifferently. This grand formation had been built by close to 1,000,000 experts, as well as all of Chen's materials. The majority of those materials had come from the original devil race that had excavated them from the wild world. The wild world had never been mined and was a giant treasury. Spirit crystals and divine materials were everywhere. Adding on the numbers of the original devil race, with Long Chen purchasing enough tools for them, the original devil race was able to extract a huge amount of wealth every day. With that much money as support, he could also purchase any materials he was lacking from the Huyan sect. The Dragonblood Legion had accumulated a huge amount of wealth during this time, but Long Chen knew that wealth wasn't important. Transforming that wealth into power was what was important. That was why Long Chen had told Chen not to be distressed about the money. He had spent all the materials he could to make sure the formation was as strong as possible. No matter how important money was, it wasn't as important as lives. As long as they managed to survive their 3 days, the price they had paid so far would definitely be made up. Chen had absolute confidence in his formation. With the last hours upon them, he almost wished for more of the blood race's experts to come charging over so that he could gain more immemorial essence blood. The devoured soul black armor core was unable to shake the formation. The ones that got through the rain of arrows still reached the end of their lives when they arrived at the formation. They were like moths drawn to flame. Seeing that endless torrent of enemies dying, the martial heaven continent's experts felt a chill. The devoured soul black armor core was an endless tide of fiends. What schemes could be used against them? If struck by their bone blades, you would be doomed. They were fearless. They didn't know how to retreat. Upon encountering such enemies, there were no tricks that could be used. The devoured soul black armor core can only be beaten with weapons of war. Physical bodies wouldn't be able to endure it, sighed someone. It wasn't worth it to risk your life against such lifeforms. Their numbers were too great. If they did that, then the continent's experts would quickly be killed. The Dragonblood Legion's formation master is incredible. Just on his own, he is able to block millions of experts. He might show us things from the ancient legends once more. Many people sighed emotionally. It had been many years since such a powerful formation master had appeared on the continent. Although the various sects still had a few formation diagrams from the ancient era, those diagrams were a waste of paper. No one understood them, and even if they did, they were useless. They were like beggars who had instructions about how to build an imperial palace. They didn't have the resources or money to build it. As a result, many formation legacies had been lost. However, the formation that Chen had set up was enough to block the endless tide of the blood race and the devoured soul black armor core all on its own. That made countless experts sigh in admiration. Kill! Suddenly, furious roars made them jump. The explosive blood bull monsters were once more charging forward. Seeing that the devoured soul black armor core's sneak attack had been exposed, the blood race switched to breaking through directly. They sent all their forces crashing forward. The explosive blood bull monsters were different from before. They now held giant hammers as big as themselves, and their auras were much stronger than before. The tens of thousands of explosive blood bull monsters trampled their way through the battlefield. Behind them was a giant army of the blood race. Everything before was just to numb Long Chen and the others. They want to charge out in one go so that none of us have a chance to save Long Chen and the others. Startled cries rang out. The blood race's strategy had essentially been exposed. The blood race had acted equally matched with the Dragonblood Legion to paralyze the Dragonblood Legion and the martial heaven continent's experts for this critical moment. Their target wasn't the Dragonblood Legion. They wanted to break the formation. Once they broke through, they would pour out over the continent. Being able to create this opening was of utmost importance to them. Time to eat. Wilder roared, and without anyone needing to tell him anything, he transformed into a giant, smashing his bone club with unstoppable power. Boom! One of the explosive blood bull monsters raised its giant hammer, only to have that hammer explode on contact with Wilder's club. As a result, the explosive blood bull monster was killed in one blow. Thousands of explosive blood bull monsters charged at Wilder, but Wilder's bone club repeatedly swung through the air. He was like a violent tempest raging through their midst. The explosive blood bull monsters were unable to stop Wilder. He was too powerful, however their numbers were great. If one died, 2 would come. If 2 died, 3 would come. They fearlessly surrounded Wilder. A giant hammer smashed into the back of Wilda's head, causing him to roar. A fierce ache came from where he had been struck. He smashed his club at the one who had struck him. After that, Wilda reached back toward the back of his head and felt a big bump. It was bloody. Wilda's gaze changed. Die! With a heaven-shaking roar, Wilda's pupils became golden. An ancient and wild aura exploded from within him. It was like an ancient monster was awakening. Chapter 22, 58 Xuanhuan comes out. With a furious roar, Wilda began to grow even larger, his blood chi soaring. It looked like countless pythons were crawling beneath his skin. When Wilda smashed his club on the ground, the earth exploded, and a wild chi wave swept out in every direction. That chi wave was so devastating that the nearby explosive blood bull monsters were directly blown to smithereens. The current Wilda was like an ancient beast that had been provoked. His roar was not the voice of a human, while his eyes were like golden lanterns that terrified anyone who saw them. Wilda began a violent slaughter of the explosive blood bull monsters. With every swing of his club, a swathe of them were blown apart. Even these incredibly powerful explosive blood bull monsters were shattering like porcelain in front of Wilda. Bloody mist followed Wilda as he charged through their midst. With a powerful breath, Wilda sucked in that bloody mist. He was like a devil possessed by a desire to slaughter. Every time his club smashed, it claimed the lives of dozens of explosive blood bull monsters. What is he? The Martial Heaven Continent's experts were horrified by Wilda's transformation. He looked to be out of control, like his own power would make his body explode. Even the Dragon Blood warriors were given a fright. They had never seen Wilda enter such a berserk state, so he felt foreign even to them. That icy killing intent surging out of him was completely different from his normal foolish and pure-hearted self. However, even as Wilda slaughtered the explosive blood bull monsters, the blood race wasn't frightened. The blood race's experts and the devoured soul Black Armor Corps advanced fearlessly. Dragon Blood 5-star Heavenly Slaughter Formation, shouted Xuanhuan. All the Dragon Blood warriors gathered together, with Xuanhuan, Gu Yang, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, and Yue Zifeng abandoning their current opponents to join them. The Dragon Blood Legion quickly formed a giant 5-star formation in the air. This was a formation that Chen had modified for the Dragon Blood Legion's use. The main inspiration for this was Long Chen's 5-star battle armor. The principles were a bit similar to how the 5-point star in his divine ring condensed energy. Xuanhuan, Gu Yang, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, and Yue Zifeng were each on one point of the star, becoming the sharp blade of that point. The formation had only just been activated when Yue Zifeng's sword swung out. The top experts of the blood race that he had been struggling with before were torn to pieces in an instant. What? Boom! The 5-point star formation quickly revolved. The Dragon Blood warriors were as quick as lightning. Their manifestations were all linked, and Gu Yang unleashed a giant spear image that killed all the blood race's experts in its midst. Following that, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, and Xuanhuan also attacked. As a result, they each unleashed shocking attacks that decimated the blood race's army. How can such a formation exist? It can gather the energy of over 10,000 people for one person to use. People saw that, when the 5 of them attacked, everyone's manifestations would dim momentarily. Then an absolutely astonishing attack would follow. Even the top experts of the blood race were unable to block those attacks. Tian Zizi, Kun Pengzi, Dongfeng Yuyang, and Long Chen's other enemies were all shaken. If they were to fight the Dragon Blood Legion now, would they need to have enough power to defeat 10,000 of them at once? The Dragon Blood Legion's formation became a spinning wheel of death. Those who touched it died without question. As a result, the blood race's intense attack slowed down. Just at that moment, Meng Qi appeared behind the formation. She once more summoned 108 12th-rank magical beasts. The magical beasts unleashed a simultaneous attack again, and multicolored lights flew above the Dragon Blood Legion, tearing through the blood race's army. The earth trembled. In response to this, the blood race was bringing out more of the siege war chariots. This time, they had brought out hundreds of them. Xuanhuan's expression changed. Dragon Blood Shuriken Formation. He left the formation, and the 5-point star became 4 points, with Gu Yang, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, and Yue Zifeng guarding each point. This formation's power was a bit weaker than the previous one, but its killing power was still astonishing. "Idiot, are you pigs? Don't you remember what happened last time?" Xuanhuan sneered. His giant crossbow appeared. This time his arrows were silver. An arrow shot out, reaching the still distant siege war chariots in an instant. It shot into one of the cannons. Boom! The huge siege war chariot actually instantly exploded. The reason that Xuanhuan hadn't been able to do the same before was because the blood race's forging process was completely different. Xuanhuan had never seen anything like it. They didn't use runes for their explosions. Instead, there was some kind of compressed energy inside, and the only way to detonate it was to break through its outer shell. He had tried to use 100 different kinds of exploding arrows to detonate the cannonballs at the start, but had been unable to do anything to them. Later on, after killing one of the controllers of the siege war chariots and taking command of one, he had learned some secrets about them and managed to blow one up with just a single arrow. Originally, he had thought that the blood race had learned their lesson and wouldn't use them any longer. However, now he didn't know if they even had brains. They took the chariots out once more. Perhaps in their eyes, his destruction of one of the siege war chariots was just a lucky coincidence, so they took out so many at once. Hundreds of them were pointed at the Dragonblood Legion. If they all shot at once, then the Dragonblood Legion would definitely be destroyed. That was why Xuanhuan had left the formation. He knew that he was the only one capable of stopping these siege war chariots. Xuanhuan unleashed one arrow after another, destroying 9 of them in an instant. The explosive blood bowl monsters that were pulling them were blown apart in the ensuing explosions. Kill him! The blood race's experts roared. Their strongest members all charged at Xuanhuan. Scram, don't delay my important matters. Xuanhuan's wings flapped as he dodged them. His arrows continued to fly out, causing the explosion of a siege war chariot with every shot. Xuanhuan was extremely fast with his armor, so those experts were unable to catch up to him. They furiously cursed him but were unable to stop him. It was unknown who gave the order, but the siege war chariots began to lower their cannons. They had learned their lesson. If the cannons weren't facing Xuanhuan, he couldn't shoot into them. Xuanhuan snorted. A cold smile appeared on his face and another arrow shot out. Although his arrows did possess the ability to curve after he shot, the angle was limited. From such a distance, he couldn't control it perfectly. However, this arrow wasn't aimed at the cannon. It was aimed at an iron plate at the bottom of the siege war chariot. That iron plate was instantly pierced by the arrow, and another explosion followed. The place that Xuanhuan had shot was where one of the cannonballs was stored. The siege war chariots only held 10 cannonballs at a time, but having entered one before, he knew where the cannonballs were. The cannonballs were placed separately, but fortunately his armor-piercing arrow was strong enough to pierce through the outer shell and still detonate the cannonball. Kill him no matter the price. The blood race's experts couldn't allow Xuanhuan to keep going, and a huge army flew after him. Some of them used their bodies to block his line of sight. Xuanhuan shot 3 more arrows, but due to a slight deviation from piercing their bodies, the arrows missed. Xuanhuan couldn't help starting to panic, as the siege war chariots were getting closer. The Dragonblood Legion was about to enter their range. There were too many members of the blood race in his way, disrupting him. He couldn't aim accurately enough in this state. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of heat enveloped the world. A giant dragon appeared, incinerating the blood race's experts that were stopping Xuanhuan. Even the strongest members of the blood race that had gone to stop Xuanhuan were forced to flee with the flames burning their bodies. As for other experts, they were simply turned to ash. Haha, thank you, boss. Protected by Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan laughed. Flame runes appeared on his armor, and his crossbow once more began to shoot at the siege war chariots.